Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us on the November 9th, 2022 Historic District Commission meeting. This is the workshop session of the meeting, and I am Christy Harpst. I am the program manager of the commission, and I just have a few updates for the commission. And then I think we'll take a quick break and then start with the meeting. Does that sound good, Kim?
That's perfect. Thanks, Christy.
So back in the spring at our retreat in March, we talked about the North Carolina African American Heritage Commission and the Civil Rights Trail and all of the sites and the project that they're trying to build out. They're having an event here in Charlotte on Friday, November 18th from 10:30 to 11:30 at the Allegra Westbrooks Regional Library on Beatties Ford. So I would encourage everyone to spread the word to your partners, to your neighborhood organizations. I think this would be a really interesting event. It's free and it's where you can talk one-on-one with the African American Heritage Commission staff and learn more about the trail and how to get markers on the trail and have your buildings and sites recognized. I will also email this out to everybody, but I thought it was a really great follow-up from our spring session where we were really eager to get Charlotte more on the map with all of our important sites. Okay. And then the only other update is for those of you who weren't with us at the retreat, we have a new staff member, Jenny Schugert, has joined us today. And the other announcement at the retreat is that the Institute of Government at UNC is going to be hosting a quasi-judicial training for commissions. And that's going to be held on Thursday, December 1st from 1 to 3:30. It's remote. There is a cost associated, so we're asking for RSVPs and firm commitments by Monday, November 28th, so that we can get everyone registered as a group, and we'll cover the cost. But because of the cost associated, we're asking that if you do register, you do plan to attend.
And we get a deal, a bit
get
of
a
a
deal.
price cut if we have how many people sign up?
Five people. If we have
Okay.
5 people sign up, they'll knock $10 off of each registration.
So I've put my name
Mhm.
out there so far. If we could get 4 more people, if you all haven't, then
I think was it you that emailed? So Heather emailed.
so 3 more people. That's all we need. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So it looks like we'll be able to at least get, at the very least, 3 more, and then we can get that deal. So,
Was that Nichelle? Did you raise your hand, Nichelle?
and Krista and
Chris was
Chris.
a maybe.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that it's 2.5 hours. It's from 1 to
Oh, it
3:30. December for the training. No, you heard right. December 1st is the training. November 28th is when I need the hard RSVPs. So Chris is a maybe.
How many definites do we have?
We have 3, and I think Chris said you're a maybe. Okay,
So we can do that.
we can do that.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. Thanks, team.
Yeah, thank you. That's all I had.
Okay. Well, let's see here. It's about 9 minutes before 1 o'clock. So
Take a little break.
take a little break and we'll get started right at 1.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the November 9th meeting. I'm Kim Parati, chairperson, and I call this meeting to order at 1 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Nichelle Hawkins, Krista Lineberger, Phil Goodwin, Jill Walker, Chris Barth, Heather Wojcik, and Noel Bell. Also present are HDC staff Christy Harps, Cindy Kohanek, Candace Leidy, and Jenny Shugart. Jill Sanchez Myers, Linda Keish, and Candy Thomas. I would like to start by acknowledging that the Commission has resumed in-person meetings. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the Commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There might be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you are not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you'll be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool and please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC will close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you'll be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please be mindful we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they're having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? All right,
Okay.
let's get started.
Sure. I would just like to make one note before we get started that the resident owner seat for Wilmore, PJ Henningsen, has resigned in pending new member joining us for December. So PJ's not here and he's resigned, so that affects quorum. So quorum will be 6 members out of the 10 that we currently have serving.
And let
So-
me add to that, that although she is not here today, Commissioner Jessica Heinman is representing the Dilworth business seat. She has graciously agreed to continue serving until we fill that seat. It's very important for us to fill the seat. So if you are listening or you are listening and you know someone, please get in touch with Christy and the staff of the Historic District so that we can get that seat filled and our commissioner can move on.
Yes. And that's the same thing PJ did.
Mhm.
He kept coming to our meetings and participating while we were working to fill the Wilmore seats. So thank you so much. for
Yeah,
both of them. Yeah.
we're incredibly grateful for both of them and for any future commissioners coming our way. All right, thanks, Christy.
Sure. So our first application is 300 East Worthington, and I believe most of the applicants are in the room and one has joined us online. So hi, Andrew, you all want to come up to the applicants table?
It's always nice to have applicants in the room, so thanks for coming.
And
Okay.
y'all were just sworn in, correct?
Andrew, you were not, right?
Okay,
So
okay.
if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you.
Okay, so this is a special project for the commission, and it's more of a collaboration between the Historic Landmarks Commission, the developer, and the Historic District Commission, because it's about saving a historic landmark building that exists outside of our district on South Boulevard from demolition. And the proposal is to move this historic landmark building to the site at 300 East Worthington. And part of that, it includes both moving the building. They will need to create a new foundation for the building on the site. And they are also asking to add a accessory building to the rear that provides additional space on the site. So just to note that this is, unique to the commission and really specific to the building being moved. So you're evaluating it based on all of those things. It's not for if something happens to the building when it's moved, you're not approving new construction that matches this. That would have to come back before the commission. So with that, the map shows the location. It's at the corner. It's at the very edge of the district on East Worthington. Here's a better map showing the location of the site. This is the location of the building that's going to be moved. So it's a very short distance, but still, quite the undertaking. And there are existing photos of the building. Note the original storefronts and some original windows that the applicants are requesting to enlarge just to make it read more towards Cleveland Avenue. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicants. There are some 3D renderings, there are elevations, and if you would like to start on a different page other than 2, just let me know. Before you begin, if you would both state your name and your address for the court reporter, please. You just turn on, so it's great.
Andrew Rowe and 2128 Lombardi Circle.
And Richard Cuevas, 118 Kingston Avenue.
Floor is yours.
For your time today, my name's Andrew Rowe, the developer for this project. During our workshop, we kind of clued you guys in that we had been approached by the developer who is redeveloping the Tiber Creek site while we were in the planning of our project for an opportunity to relocate this building to our site. We have been working with that developer to understand the things that we talked about during the workshop. As one of our due diligence items, we need to gain permission to be able to receive the building on our site, and that's to get approval from you guys. So Richard and our team have come up with the way that we would like to reimagine this building, being the cost of the move, the cost to rehab it, that we are coming up with. We, need to utilize the building in a certain way, for a certain set of tenants. And we, along that side, have come up with a way to reimagine it. So I think Richard, and his team have come up with a great concept, and I'll let him kind of walk through the improvements to the building. And I'll answer any questions about what the process is for moving the building and kind of where we're at in that. So,
Okay, thank you. The building, that's the site, we're putting two buildings on the side. It will be the Liber Wyatt building up front in the corner. And we need to, and then the accessory building on the rear. There's a courtyard between the two. It's gonna be flat, and it can serve multiple uses as like events or parking, or make commercial use of it. It's gonna be this great courtyard between the two buildings. So we are keeping the architecture from the existing Liber Wyatt. In terms of modifications, it will be giving a better front to Cleveland side by adding more windows. We're trying to keep the same language of the windows. We're flexible and open to suggestions if there needs to be a difference between the original and the new ones. We can consider that definitely. The canopy, there's an awning and an entry accessing a new deck for facing Cleveland. And on the other side, on the opposite side, the east elevation, there's an exterior stair is going to be enclosed because we're very close to the neighboring lot. So that's why kind of blind wall there. We wanted to give it a different material to make it look, to make the distinction that is not part of the original building. And it has to be enclosed for fire code reasons. And that's where the stairs are communicating the two the two floors.
I'd like to point y'all's attention that in the original workshop, we presented a staircase, a concept for exterior staircase on Worthington, on facing on Cleveland. In talking.
Andrew, will you speak up a little, please? Thank you.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
Andrew, I have it up as per your request, so you can show.
I'll repeat that. You'll notice that during the, if you have, Chrissy will show, in the original workshop, we presented an exterior, a staircase addition, as I would describe it broadly. The reason for that staircase is some code issues to utilize the space on the second floor, on the top floor. So we need to be able to use the space. We need to add a staircase to get up there. We presented it during the workshop on facing on Cleveland Avenue as a concept. Following that, we received feedback from staff and also the Historic Landmarks Commission that the best facade to be able to try to attempt to add that would be on where you see Richard and his team have put it. It was presented to us that the Cleveland facade was one that we need to try to retain, as well as the rear facade needs to try to be retained and untouched. So I just want to add that to.
So yeah, also the condition where we're moving a building that was not a corner building, and now it's going to be a corner, on a corner condition. So there will be certainly differences between the original architecture and the intention of the original designer, and now the new location is very creative, very experimental project here that we're dealing with. And so that's why there will be some changes to that Cleveland site elevation. Okay, if we keep moving, the intention to slide, okay. Intention here is to comply with the HDC standards in terms of replacing damaged windows with same conditions, same wood construction. We are now, if we are replacing some windows, we're matching the same scale, the same structural system of the windows, but different sizes. The brickwork is going to match in the new openings. And then there would be some in the rear elevation. There we're closing 2 windows that are going to be against probably either restrooms or storage areas that would not have windows now. So there's 2 windows that we're closing up, but still showing the original shape of the opening. On number 5. These are, we discussed that. The number 7. Okay, the accessory building is 2 stories. And the look is like an old garage carriage house that was there. We're not trying to match specifically the architecture of the Liber Wyatt building. We want to kind of try to marry the low scale, more residential scale of the neighborhood with the Liber Wyatt, which is totally different type of design. So we're trying to use the materials from one, and then the slope roof and the roof lines from the neighborhood. Again, we know that when we compare this to the rest of the block, to the surrounding block, we're still under the maximum height of the highest building in the 4 corners. There's a church, and there's some proposed apartment buildings. We're going to be well below that, while in our side on East Worthington, it's all basically one single-story residential homes. We're going to be kind of bookending with a 2-story structure, and then dealing with this unique opportunity. So, yep, that's basically it's setbacks defined by zoning. We're keeping all setbacks, including the rear setback against an alley, against the alleyway, and so we're not encroaching on these. And 5 feet from our neighbor, our residential neighbor, it's going to have, as you see, the enclosed stair structure since we're getting kind of closer to their structure, to our neighbor.
I just want to add, so the concept behind the accessory structure is to pick up on the original grocery store building when it sat on South Boulevard had a shopkeeper's house. Historically, that was next to it. So being that we are kind of have a limitation that if we were to move this building to our site, it would create, we can't build a certain amount of square footage. To make a viable project, we need to create that additional square footage in accessory structure. So Richard and his team have picked up on that historical element and trying to design something that mimics that as well as meets y'all's standards. So you'll notice some of the cues, which we can talk about, we got from staff to the original approved HCC documents for this site had an accessory structure, had kind of a mimicked fake garage door on one element. Just some of those cues are to pick up on what was previously approved, as well as the concept that we need to try to achieve.
I think
That's
all
it?
from-
Okay, perfect. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
Yes, Scott Ray, I believe, has joined us online to speak about this application.
Okay,
Scott, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Scott.
Hey.
Do you have your video on by any chance?
I'm trying.
Okay.
Let me see here. Can you see me?
we cannot.
Oh, it says start my video. It's I think there it goes. No?
There
Yeah.
you go.
Okay.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Scott, good. Doing well. Thanks for joining us. Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, we'll do that first.
Okay, Scott, if you will, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you, sir.
Scott, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yes, Scott Ray, 1913 Cleveland Avenue.
Great. Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay, my property is at 1913 Cleveland Avenue, which is right behind this site. We are generally in favor of this project, highly in favor of this project. We think it's a neat project. The projects that Andrew Rowe and his team have done are very tasteful, very nice. We love almost everything that we've seen that they've done. I just have a few concerns. Before I say that, my affinity for the project has very little or nothing to do with the fact that it's being moved or that it's a historic building, because I know that can't really affect the guidelines per se. But I have a few concerns, and I'll keep them quick. It mainly has to do with site spacing on HDC 5. The first one is the accessory structure is right on the alleyway, which it's hard to tell from that page whether the overhang will be in the alley or not. And obviously if it's on the alleyway, it doesn't leave the required amount for buffering, plants and other materials to buffer the building. The second site spacing issue is the stairwells abutting the neighbor's property to the left. We have that on our site where the Tremont built right on the property line. And then it creates an issue for the neighbor when they develop. They have to jump through some hoops to try to get their project to meet current codes. And then the third thing, which is small, is the accessory structure seems to be considerably wider than the main structure, the main massing structure. And so those are just the three concerns. I think that the accessory structure being narrowed down so that's not wider than the main structure would be tasteful. And that's it. And we hope this project does well.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Scott.
Thank you.
Okay, Andrew, Richard, I'll let you speak to those questions, concerns.
Yes, Scott, thank you for your comments. Yes, so Scott and his wife approached me after the last meeting about some of these concerns, and I would say generally we will work with our neighbors on any project. First and foremost, the alley, we don't have any intention to impede or change the nature of the alley. So we do need to create a good urban space. We need to build up to the alley. As I understand, I looked into it a little bit further, and I'm still getting some more information from our legal team. But I believe our property line does go to the center of the alley. And again, as any alley situation that we've ever developed in, we would never seek to change it, build in the alley up to that line wherever it is. So if our overhang is actually, we did take the comment, and Richard and his team actually moved the structure back and resubmitted that between now and then. So on the alley, as far as the staircase, again, that's a topic we believe that we're going to have to talk with everyone involved on. As far as code issues, I mean, we seek to build to code, building code standpoint. I'm not aware of how we would adversely affect our neighbors if we're allowed to build to a current fire rating up to the 0 line. I believe that they can do the same. I'll let them fact check us on that. But if they were to set back 5 feet, from what I understand and interpret in the building code, that doesn't make them have a normal rating or an increased rating. So I'm not aware of that. But again, to be able to accomplish the move and have a staircase, the Historic Landmarks Commission has indicated to us that as well as the staff comments that we received from you guys, that we should try to retain the Cleveland facade, and as well as not add on to the rear facade. So that's why you see the staircase there. So as far as massing, again, that's a direct comment that you can attribute to what, we're doing what we can to try to accomplish something that's not regularly done in moving this building. To make an economically viable project, we have to create I'll say in today's market, I think everybody's probably going to ask me where are we at in this. And we're still trying to figure out the costs and get a hard number in an extremely inflated point in time, right? We're all dealing with inflation and everything. So it's a hard number to put down. And we assume an inordinate amount of risk compared to a new construction project. There's a lot of unforeseens and there's a lot of things. One thing we just can't do and make a viable project is move the building and not add some square footage. Economically, it just doesn't work. And that's the honest truth coming from the developer that has to figure out the financing and pay for this. So how that applies to massing is we need to try to create enough square footage to allow for the building to be moved, if that makes sense. And I can elaborate more on that, but that square footage in the accessory structure is a direct correlation to that problem.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Scott, any more questions before we let you go?
No, thank you so much for your time.
All right. Thank you for yours. Okay. Anyone else, Christy?
There are no other callers.
Okay, perfect. Well, then it's our turn, commissioners. Commissioner Barth, why don't you lead us in discussion on this one?
Thank you guys for the wonderful conversation and project. And y'all will have to bear with me. Maybe losing my voice probably more towards the end of this meeting, but I have a few questions. First, for Christy. I see a couple zoning things, a couple setback things that just sort of draw my attention. Mostly the building setback toward the single family, what I imagine is a single family, on the left-hand side of the property, as well as the alleyway.
Yeah,
Is this something that we?
I think all we usually ask for is an interpretation from the zoning staff that this does meet, whatever requirements they're supposed to meet. And what we're looking for is not necessarily setback, it's on the side. If it meets zoning, it's more the spacing between buildings along East Worthington.
Okay. And then on a similar note, I at least feel that, we are owed some drawings for the as-built conditions or what the building and structure looks like currently before it's modified. I imagine in our motion, we'd probably take that into consideration, but comment on all the other things that we have questions about. Okay. That wouldn't necessarily hold up a motion.
No, I mean, No, you can include that as part of your motion.
Great. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, with that, I'll jump right into some of my questions at least, and then we'll get to other commissioners. I did want to ask about the setback. To me, that was probably my largest concern. It looks like you guys are a zero foot on the property line towards your neighbor, your closest neighbor. And then there are some questions I have as far as your rear property line. That looks like it appears to be in the middle of the alleyway. Can you speak more to that and how those, where those property lines do fall and how you arrived at coming so close to the property line?
So one point of clarity that I would just say from overall is we're concurrently going through a rezoning process. So this project is based on that proposed rezoning in those rezoning documents, which are in our submittal package. It has those lot lines being expanded. I'm saying not lot lines, the setbacks. So the setback you see is based on the proposed rezoning. So as far as the rear, if I'm answering your question, yes, it's my understanding that our property line goes to the center of the alley, but again, that there's an alley easement or assumed, and we know that's part of Scott's. They've been using that, I think, for a long period of time. We don't have any intention to go into that, but we'd like to use our property up to that. So that 10 foot. So.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for that. We just kind of go through my notes here, and staff has been gracious enough to outline a lot of this, so I appreciate that. And actually, some of this was cleared up, so please bear with me. And Christy, I imagine you guys added the renderings, the last 2 pages, as sort of a support material.
The last 2 pages were simply information from the workshop that the applicant asked to be included to show how the design has evolved from the workshop, which is non-binding, high-level feedback, to what is being currently reviewed.
Gotcha. Okay, so that clears that up. I had that question in my notes about the stairwell placement, so we're good on that. Can you clarify the distance between the relocated storehouse building and the ADU? I will note that, at least graphically in the site plan compared to actually, Christy, if you go to that, which is helpful, they're pretty close to one another. There seems to be more of a space between the 2 structures, at least represented in the Zotwell streetscape relative to the site plan. Can you give like which one is accurate?
Would you so hold on.
There you go.
Are you looking here?
Yes.
You're talking
Yeah,
here
to
here.
Streetscape, they look quite a good bit farther apart than they do in the site plan.
Or if it's
Can you just respond to that, please?
Yeah, the site plan, 35, I think it's 35 feet separate. That's from the main walls. And then there's so in this area, yeah, you see these awnings. These are awnings. So the distance is between the wall, the
Actual
main
building,
buildings. Yeah,
yes. Okay, so that's probably a graphical
right.
eye trick, if you will. But your Zotwell survey is accurate to the site plan. Okay. Let's see. And then compared to, you did a wonderful job expressing the different setbacks of the adjacent homes and structures on this block. Can you speak to why you've decided to bring the storehouse building quite a significant amount closer to the Worthington Street versus the other homes, the block?
I'll let Richard talk about that from a historical point, but What I would say, I mean, one of the goals for the project was to create an urban kind of an asset to the project. And in our eyes, the asset is a usable urban plaza between the two buildings. That way, tenants in the accessory structure can talk to a proposed tenant in the other. The function of moving the building forward is to create a usable space in the middle of between the two buildings. Obviously, if we condense front and back, that cuts that space down dramatically to something that's potentially unusable or unmarketable. I think that's the overall, just cutting to the chase, that's the overall motive behind trying to utilize our property. We're already losing a good bit of it for for our neighbors, trying to respect our neighbors' access to, to that alley. And as I understand it, they're going to amend their plan to commercial uses from what I've been told. And, that's going to be their primary driveway. So while we want to respect that and respect, all the people's rights to the alley, putting a vegetation buffer back there, I just, I see that over time. City of Charlotte's going to require 24-foot wide driveway type to get in and out of there as soon as someone starts to activate that for a primary drive. And it's just going to become, a pretty dead zone. I'd rather create an asset, a usable area between our two buildings.
Okay. Yeah, I totally see your reasoning behind that, and it makes total sense, especially given that it's a commercial property. It does have a storefront in comparison to the adjacent structures further down the block. The way I look at it and where my concern comes in is how it relates to our guidelines. I can, provided, it goes through zoning, okay, and everything, I can see that. But, when we look at setback and rhythm and space and some of the things that Christy has mentioned, as it applies to our guidelines, that's when I start to get a little concerned. And a lot of this will come into play, as we get into discussions with the other commissioners and that sort of thing and how it relates to our guidelines. But your background there is point taken. Let's see here. And on the existing location, at least it appears from the photographs that the current foundation is either concrete or parched brick or something like that, and you guys are proposing to go back with a brick foundation in its place. Is that correct? And can you provide some background on the choice behind that?
The choice behind that is, again, from a conceptual standpoint, is to try to activate the Cleveland side of the building. And we've looked at several different elevations of that, just kind of keeping it as the same. And if you were walk by the building on South Boulevard right now, you see that parched and smaller windows on that, and it's not very activated, right? Putting this building now onto a corner lot, again, take this as a little bit of architect and developer's opinion has driven this, but we look at it as we're now moving an existing historic building to a corner lot, and it probably historically would have been that elevation would have been built a little bit differently had it been originally built on a corner lot. Probably bigger windows, things of that nature. So we're looking to try to readapt it to this corner lot. And with it, as far as the use of materials, the thought process is to thoughtfully go back with brick, which is a little nicer material that will look a little bit better from the street view. We're working with Stone Restoration right now on a process to look at to recycle some of that brick. We have utilized a company out of Salisbury called Handmade Brick to do custom runs of historically accurate brick, get enough out of it. We would probably utilize that firm to make handmade solid bricks to historically match what's there.
The original foundation seems to be made out of plaster brick. So there's brick in there, but it's plastered.
Sure, sure. Yeah, not to say that it's the wrong decision. I think it's very attractive. I just wanted to get you guys' background on that. Maybe the right decision. Let's see here. I have a couple other materiality and detailing questions. Kim, I don't know if we want to get into that later. Let's see what else. Oh, this kind of blurs the lines between detail and concept, but at least it's fairly evident from the pictures that the parapet, at least on the sides, I think it's a little more articulate on the front, but on the sides there appears to be a consistent like terracotta parapet cap. And then on your drawings for the, once the building is moved, it appears to go to more of a stepped and articulated parapet. What's your intention with the parapet there? And Christy, you might switch to the images from it
Yep.
on South Boulevard.
Yeah, our intentions here is to finalize the documentation of the original building. We're gonna keep documenting it, and I found another item here is the rear windows. We had a slight mistake in our drawings because it's not accurate. We want to preserve the original look of even in the side and the rear elevations as much as possible, other than what's necessary by code, and bringing more light into the Cleveland side. So there might be some inconsistencies that we haven't finalized. We can improve on the existing building documentation and match with that.
Good catch. Joking aside, the intent is to keep the building the same. Historic Landmarks Commission, working with them, we wouldn't try to rebuild the cap in a different way.
Sure. I understand that. Just wanted to make the clarification. That sounds wonderful. At this point, I have no other questions other than, a few detailed things, and I'll leave that up to other commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth. That was a good catch. And it's a good catch because I have to just reiterate that it's very important that we have a plan of comparison, current, existing versus proposed. And so I'll just short of not having that, I'm sure that there would be things that we would miss unless we had Commissioner Barth's eye, right? So just some notes that I wrote down that you all can speak to, just challenges I had, of course, is the change to the front elevation, the fenestration on the front elevation in our Secretary of Interior Standards, as well as all throughout Chapter 7 of commercial buildings. It states again and again that we want to preserve the things that make the building uniquely itself. And so one of the reasons we're so excited about this opportunity is because you are working to preserve this old building. I think during the workshop, I mentioned that I had some challenges with the building being at this particular location because of the height difference, particularly on West Worthington. However, my colleagues put my mind at ease when it came to that. However, with the building being so close, so far outside of the setbacks of the other building, then that same feeling pops up again. It makes it feel a little more massive, definitely from a pedestrian point of view. So that's something that will come up again in discussion. The windows on the front facade as well as the rear, because with it being a corner lot, you do have more than one front. And so any kind of changes to the fenestration on the rear and the Cleveland side and the front will be a challenge. I also have a challenge, and I think that you all might find it challenging to have the staircase here and have to hide it. It's just a lot of solid space without the void space. And I'm sure we can talk about this during deliberation, but in Dilworth, there was a really interesting thing that was done at on East Boulevard. They also needed an elevator in the building, and they were trying to create some kind of connectivity between the two buildings. And so they used a light. Chris Barth, what would you call it? I'm talking about the vet, the veterinarian. Yeah, they had a glass pass through. A glass connector, there's that word, sounds like. So a glass connector, so it didn't feel so heavy. And so there wasn't so much solid space. So something to consider. I was interested in why the faux windows. I would like to hear a little bit more about that, and I'll stop there before I get to the accessory building.
Yeah, those two, this is the other catch here. We don't need these two because they're not existing. So we will leave these as existing. Here, it's corresponding to the interior needs of the uses proposed there. So no windows will be, we cannot have windows for the interior spaces. We can certainly revisit and do spandrel glass, opaque glass, and keep the full opening, the full panes if needed.
Richard, are you saying that these are existing openings that you're filling in on the first floor? Yes, okay. I think that's where, I think there are originally doors,
Oh, okay.
right, that are changing. So I think that's where maybe the existing drawings would really help, to your point.
Exactly. And creating windows only to take them from us was something that I was just really curious about, just the why of it.
Yeah.
As far as the accessory building goes, I'm going to echo something Mr. Ray said. The building does appear to be wider than the primary, and in all the ways we need it to be secondary. So that's something that I'm sure we'll talk about in deliberation. I'm just bringing these things up now so that maybe you can speak to them and help bring some clarity to something that's a little confusing to me as one commissioner. The dormers are coplanar to the first floor. So I know that that's something that we're going to talk about. And then it was more about the windows. Again, with the faux windows, the faux door, the way the 3 windows are set up on one of the elevations, and the very tall windows. So the faux windows, the faux door on the accessory building is what I'm talking about now. And these are just, again, notes that I wrote down that if you'd like to speak to the why of them now, I'd love to hear.
Let's go to slide 6, the next one. That shows well, here, specifically talking about the garage doors, and that we wanted to give the look of the shopkeeper or the oil carriage house. And so depending on the use, that will be fully functional or just kept closed. And let me see if there's any other view of the rear building. And again, speaking about the rear building, we're matching, trying to bring a little bit of the language of the Liber Wyatt building to this new structure, and blend it with the architecture, more Dilworth architecture rather than South End. It's been a fun experiment in designing, in merging the two languages. Again, we're looking forward to hearing your comments and modifying as needed too.
Okay. All right, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions or comments for Richard and Andrew? Yes, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, I just have one quick question. In the moving process, are all the bricks are going to be removed? Is that correct? They'll be removed and potentially reclaimed? And then also the windows as well. How is the move going to take place? Windows and brick being removed completely?
Sure. Good question. So the moving technique, with it, they would come and support the structure underneath the existing first floor at that basement level, or I'm sorry, at the ceiling of the basement. And then they would disassemble the brick underneath that level, lower the building down, and then it would be driven over and into the site. We would prepare our site and have our footings in, and then they would raise the building back up and we would reconstruct the foundation up to that level. So, but as far as specifically the bricks, they would, in a recycling technique, what can be recycled, they would recycle and use for it. We don't know if at this point if we would get full runs and of brick that could be used. That's why I said we've utilized handmade brick out of Salisbury in the past, who is a go-to in the Southeast, or actually across the country, for making solid, specific historical bricks.
So the brick from the first floor up remains during the move?
Correct. Yes. Yes.
All right, thank you.
And one thing I would point out too is we expect the brick would stay for the move above that point would stay, and would need to be tuck pointed all the way around.
All right, Noel,
Just to
Commissioner
add-
Bell.
Can you hear me? Okay. Just to add on, first of all, thank you for the presentation. I love the idea of taking on the challenge of relocating a building. So my question is building on what Phil, I think, was hitting on, as well as the existing structure. What is the contingency when you move that structure to the new location if some of the materials are damaged?
So the contingency largely surrounds the brick.
Right.
We have been told that we could have anywhere up to a 1/4 inch of movement on that. It's one of the reasons why we hired Wood Engineering. Sorry, backing up. One of the things that we've had in our due diligence process is we hired Wood Engineering, who's done similar projects to this, to evaluate the building that it can be moved and kind of give us some parameters. And we'd be happy to share that report if it's Christy, if y'all felt like that's relevant. But we expect some movement there. The only solution there for the existing brick would be to tuck point it. We can recreate the brick with similar materials from that foundation. I'm sorry, from that move line down on it. We can delineate that line on our prints if we need to be that specific. So does that answer your question?
It does, thank you. And that's why I was asking, and if we are anticipating some kind of damage, so replicating the brick or focusing on some of the materials that would be used.
Yeah.
If-
And I'll add to that. In that report, we've seen rot in the windows. That's why you see new windows as part of our plan. We expect we have some structural work that we need to do inside the building, and we intend to replace the windows in the storefront. That's going to have to be done.
Okay, Commissioner Hawkins.
Just a quick question. So, and this is where having the before or existing and the after would help me. But are you proposing to get rid of like the awning at the front of the storefront? And is that why you're using the signage? And what is the size of the signage that you're proposing?
Good question. If it's not specifically defined, we can in our next round of plans, but our intent with signage would be to meet Charlotte standards for exterior signs. We do have shown, a more commercially oriented, flat awning. I think it's shown on that plan on both the side and the front entries. So, we would remove that fabric awning. I don't think that's historical to the building. I think it was added at some point afterwards.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Hawkins. Commissioner Walker.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm on slide number 10, I'm assuming that what that's showing us is in fact what exists, and that is that the foundation height of, maybe it's the wrong one. No, it's the survey picture of East Worthington. And on mine, it shows it as 10. Maybe the next one, Christy, one more.
This one?
Yeah, there.
Okay.
Right, I just wanted to confirm that your foundation and the houses adjacent to you's foundations are all equivalent. In other words, it looks like you're kind of at ground level there, and it looks like the other houses are as well. I just wanted to confirm that to see that there's a consistent level of where the entrance to your building is
We're
compared to
trying
the houses
to
next
be
to it.
consistent in terms of the elevation, the height, or the material?
It's the height of the entrance to the building as compared to the others, just to make sure that they're all kind of in the same ballpark.
The intent at this point is to match the existing elevation on Worthington, if that, with it. So, the data as far as the other structures, I can't say specifically. That's part of the information, the Zatwell surveys that we got from staff. So if you're asking, are the other structures accurate or is ours?
Yeah, what I'm trying to do is confirm, because there is consideration and interest in making sure for visual impact
Sure.
that houses along the street all have a similar floor as it relates to the street
Okay.
sidewalk.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm
If-
accurately
if I can help.
explaining it.
Christy, if we go to HTC 4, I think it's slide 3. Jill, you get kind of a snapshot of the different threshold conditions and porch conditions. Some of the homes on that block do look like they enter on grade, and then if you have
Okay.
4 or 5 steps going in.
Yeah.
And I imagine due to this being a commercial building, you guys would want a similar on grade entry into the structure.
Correct. Yes. We're trying to put our finished floor elevation matching that existing sidewalk with it, not raise the building up. I think I understand your question a little bit
Yeah,
better now.
sorry, I
Sorry.
did convoluted way of asking it. And then the only other thing I was curious about is on slide 9, that one that we're on there. It doesn't show the accessory structure violating the alley at all, although you said that it is encroaching in the alley.
I think it's just located.
We-
This is the alley.
Like that.
Yeah.
That's the alley, exactly. And the new one has the built against the alley.
If we want to flip to that survey, I'll point out what we changed in our submittal
So,
for everybody.
yeah. You show me and then I'll kind of follow you so the people online can see too.
There was a utility line. It's shown up there with the arrow going through, and it was into the alley, and they corrected that. They moved it back. They thought that was the alley 10 foot, so we're showing right there at this point. And I measured 1 foot should be the eaves.
Even the eaves are inside are not encroaching into the alley. And then to the previous point, about the height, yeah, the building, our neighbor, it's also basically at street level, at same level from the sidewalk. Even if it's a residential site, it doesn't look like 4 or 5 steps. It's just a little ramp up.
Thank you.
Andrew, you said, you were explaining something else and you said that the windows are just going to have to be replaced. Will you speak to that a little more? Because our job is to preserve the windows. And I think, and Phil asked if you were going to remove the brick and or remove the windows in the move. So how, is there a plan to protect the windows or are you just assuming that they're all being replaced?
I would say at this point, the plan was assuming that they were in beyond disrepair. There's existing, we can follow up to these comments with some specific data with the existing. But one point, it's my understanding, and I'll get clarity from Jack and from the original property owner, that these are not the windows in place there on the sides are not original windows. So we'll follow up with some specifics on that. 2, there is water damage where they've been leaking inside the wall. So there's evidence of damage and then they need to be replaced. And we can provide some evidence of that as well. So based on those 2 things, we had been operating under the plan that we need to replace the windows. As far as the front storefront, I'll say there's not a huge intentionality of having to change the way that looks. I think that we can rebuild that. And forgive me if it became an afterthought and the design seems challenged on all the other different issues. But there's not a huge intention to have to change those window mullions in that pattern. I think we can easily comply with that and come back with something that replaces or emulates exactly what's there.
Thank you. So one of the things that we would want is obviously to know the windows that are original versus the ones that are replacement windows, right? But also, and I'm sure because you've been listening in and you are aware of how we run these meetings, the threshold for proving that windows are beyond repair is high. And so I would just caution you to talk to Christy and find out what you would need to present in order to prove to us that the historic windows, not the replacement ones, but the historic windows are beyond repair.
Understood.
Okay. Any other questions, commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Wojcik.
I have a question about the retaining wall that's going to need to go in on the Cleveland side. I'm assuming that there's going to be a retaining wall based on the Zatwell elevation that we looked at, which I don't know which one that was. Yes. If you look at the plaza, what is that? What number is that, Christy? 4?
Number 4.
No, not on mine. So is there going to be a retaining wall that separates the sidewalk from the lower level floor of the basement in Carriage House?
It's going to be a deck.
And down from the accessory building view. If you're in the accessory building and you're looking back at the Cleveland Street, are we gonna have a material there that's holding back that earth?
We expect that we might have we will have some kind of retaining wall there. So I think it's going to depend on final design within 1 or 2 feet.
Okay.
With it for the plaza, the intent of the main structure, the building basement wall would retain the earth at that point.
Okay.
If Chrissy, if you can go back to that survey page, I think I can point that out.
I mean, if it's a shallow enough slope, you may just be able to grade it, right? But maybe not.
That's correct.
Okay.
And that's why it's not fully designed at this point. We're not exactly, it's within a couple feet.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other questions before we close, commissioners? Commissioner Lineberger?
I was going to wait until we finish, but they might need to weigh in on this. Christy, could you clarify the process for Historic Landmarks Commission approval and our approval? Are they first or are we first?
I believe that we're first. But I don't know where they're at in their approval.
Okay.
Andrew?
I'll try to tackle it has been a little bit confusing for us. Again, this is not an atypical, I think staff would agree, and they've been great to work with, Christy especially, that this Jack and Christy, myself, and everybody are trying to figure out a puzzle that is not regularly put together. So where I'm at that, what I've been communicated is that we need to get your approval first. Jack has tentatively said, or I use the word tentatively, communicated to me that if the building can be moved and approvals are met, they will amend their document, their deed restricted document, the one that they come up with, to allow it to come to our site. So I think post approval, they would then have control of amending that document, allowing it to leave the site and come to our site.
It's my understanding from conversations with Jack that the issues I outlined in this staff analysis regarding the Leeper Wyatt building were consistent with what their staff comments would be. So
it's a collaboration.
it totally is. Yes.
And before we close, just out of curiosity, it might be great to get it on record. It seems like a major undertaking to move this building. Thank you for doing it. But why move the building instead of just creating a new one?
Well, Kim, thank you for that question. Our practice in infill development is to create unique infill projects, whether adaptive reuse or new. If you look at my resume, the projects are always have a unique element to it. When the opportunity was given to me, I championed to see if we could take the challenge on. It's right in line with our business and what we are trying to do with our projects in the neighborhood. So, we have been working tirelessly for over a year now to see if we can make this work with it. And I also say on the record too, the property owner, Southern Land, has been extremely gracious and supportive of this, in contributing hard dollars alongside of us to study this to see if it can be moved. So without that support, that it takes money, it takes time. Time is money, and I know that's not always. It's not part of the guidelines. We live in a realistic world, but without that kind of foundational support, we wouldn't even be here at this meeting. That takes it takes a lot to get to even here. So we thank everybody for their efforts so far. So.
To do a major undertaking like that and, add to the brand that is the Road brand is A, great, and B, it's not easy. So thank you for at least agreeing to do the hard work with us. All right. Anything you want to say before we close?
I'm good. I would just say one thing. I mean, I think we have a lot of work still to do on this project. So we appreciate staff support. We appreciate y'all's support and working with us through it. And it's not a one go at this point, but we'll take your feedback and we'll process it and we'll continue to work at the problem.
All right.
Echoing, same thing. We're looking forward to your comments and making the changes needed. We want this to happen.
All right. Thank you so much. And with that, we will close for deliberation. So a very exciting project, right? Let's start talking about, because time is money, and we have a number of cases to get to today. Let's talk high level, right? Let's talk major things and forego the small things because more than likely they will change when the major things change. Commissioner Barth, you okay over there?
If I can avoid choking on my own self here. Excuse me. Again, I think it's a wonderful project. I appreciate the applicant's willingness to work with HLC and possibly maintaining this building, continuing its legacy. I think that's wonderful. My few concerns, just to speak to some of the commissioners, are on obviously some of the building elements, existing building elements of historic structure that are not being maintained. I probably would like to see a little more research on that and evidence as far as its level of current status, whether it can be maintained, that sort of thing. Particularly the architectural details, windows, doors, storefront, brick and the such. Another one of my major concerns, which I brought up earlier to the applicants, was our rhythm and spacing across the Worthington streetscape. I know we're waiting on some confirmation from zoning and that sort of thing, but I do feel like it is pretty close to the neighboring street. So I don't know if that can be pushed, or if any of the other commissioners feel passionate about that, towards the Cleveland side.
Yeah, it's hard to say at this point because we don't have the information we need to speak directly to what needs to be done. So I think in lieu of saying, giving direction on what to do right now, is just saying we need that information.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I do appreciate, their talk with the HLC and deciding to relocate that stairwell to the interior of the lot. This building is going to be a cornerstone for this section of Dilworth. So, the building does have two fronts. I would like to see more as far as how that stairwell connects, possibly keeping even the windows. I know they have to work with some fire guidelines and code and that sort of thing, but, if there's anything to maintain those architectural details, even in creating that appendage for the stairwell.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I look to some of you other guys that are more versed in the guidelines, but the height of the building and its context isn't quite as big for me. We're only 2 stories. We have the church directly across the street. Other than the rhythm across that Worthington section, I think I'm fine with everything else.
To save your voice and so that we can hit on the high points, why don't we just go through the first few points in section 7. So context being one. In what you were just saying, Commissioner Barth, I think that applies to context. Well, actually, I think setback. We'll start with the setback, right? So we feel like that we don't have enough information to determine if well, actually we do. The setback as it stands right now is out of sync, out of rhythm with the other setbacks along Worthington as well as Cleveland, I believe. Yes. So a restudy of that.
Yeah, and if I'm reading their HTC4 information correctly, we're about 8 feet in front of the next house or next structure that's closest to Worthington.
Mm-hmm. Chrissy, I have a question for you. In the staff analysis, you all have laid out in a pretty detailed way many of the things that we need.
Okay.
And before getting into the weeds on this, I feel like it's really important for us to have all of the information that we're missing.
Okay.
So is there a way that we can ask for more information and then defer to the staff analysis for some other things that they can consider?
I would defer to our attorney, but I would think you can make the continuation based on, these items and then say, and all items listed in the staff analysis, with the
yeah.
exception of XYZ if there are things you don't want to include. Would that be okay, Jill?
How do you all, okay, so we can do that legally. Commissioners, how do you feel about that? Good? Okay, so why don't we start off by saying, I can't make the motion, but someone can. And then we can start off by saying we need, the existing versus the proposed. We need a site plan showing the spacing or, some of the other things that we've said we needed. We can point those out and then say, and we would like to include the points brought up in the staff analysis minus whatever we collectively feel has already been addressed. Good? Yes. Okay. Commissioner Barth, do you feel, I know you're not feeling 100%, but. Yeah.
I agree with that. And staff has been fairly detailed
Mhm.
about some of the issues that I think is well plotted out. I would sort of take a poll from the commission and see how we do feel about, some of these key items such as rhythm, front setback, and then, like you said, all the other stuff is just kind of detailed stuff that's already.
And we can also say that we've only really spoken to X, Y, and Z points. We have not gotten into some of the finer details. We have not reviewed the application for some of the finer details.
Like retaining walls and.
Like,
that
exactly,
work.
yeah. Mm-hmm. So commissioners, as far as rhythm goes, do you feel it's in rhythm, out of rhythm? Do you need more information? The setbacks, yeah, along Worthington as well as Cleveland. So, yeah. Commissioner Wojcik?
There are differences between commercial and residential in general.
Mhm.
Obviously, this is being relocated from a more commercial towards a more residential application. But I would think that the guidelines of the county would have more of an impact because in terms of setback requirements, because it's a commercial structure, or would it
We
not?
don't get into that. We get
Okay.
into relationship between existing historic
So
setbacks.
it's just,
So 7.2,
Okay.
if you turn to that in your standards, it's all about context.
okay, okay.
And so even though it is a commercial building, the context for it is commercial as well as residential.
And
Okay.
But it does get additional consideration because it's on a corner lot
Right.
in
Mhm.
terms of a variation of required setback, right?
Mhm.
Correct. Yeah, and you also have Bonterra across the street. Like
Mhm.
there's other things to look at.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think the only thing that I get concerned with is that front setback, and it's the house adjacent to it, because coming from the southeast corner of Worthington, you're going to see especially being a boxy building, you're going to see the corner and the side of this building fairly significantly. And I have concern for that neighbor being right next to it as well and being right up on the property line. Speaking to what the applicant was talking about creating an urban environment, which I like, I would be more willing to accept sort of a closer relationship to Cleveland and providing more of that rhythm that we see down Worthington versus shying away from that.
Yeah, because that neighbor on Worthington will have two staircases facing them. The accessory or whatever that additional structure is that has a staircase on that side, and then the historic structure has a staircase on that side. as well.
So let's pull back up for an eagle eye view of it. And yes, rhythm, a song popped into my head, excuse me. Rhythm is a concern for us. So I think that I know that we should include that in our motion, just because we do have the information to prove that, right? But I don't want to spend much more time on this getting into the weeds because we're lacking information. And then it's just a conversation to have a conversation when we have 14 more applications. So
Kim, would you approach this as we need to see more of a separation between the two? Because that's how I would approach this. We need to see more of a separation between the neighbor to the southeast, and more study there from the applicant, as well as potentially minimizing or increasing that front setback as well, just to provide a little more alleviation towards the historic properties adjacent.
as far as setbacks go, we have the numbers. So I would say, yes, we need the setback to be more in keeping with the rhythm of that streetscape. As
Addressed.
far as spacing goes, we don't have that information. And so that's something that we could use, unless it's here and I missed it.
Well, we have spacing with regard to the Zotwell street survey and the
What slide is that, Commissioner Barth?
HDC 5, I think that's slide 4.
Okay.
So we have the Worthington Zotwell streetscape, which shows us what the spacing and the rhythm is across. We may not have a numerical value to each of those. It's more graphically represented. So that may help
It would
have that information.
You have that vision where you can see it. I don't have that gift. So I would like for it to be spelled out. And it can't hurt. And it can only help us, in.
I would say if I were to propose a motion, I would say this is likely a continuance, requesting that the applicant reviews certain high-level details related to the historic structure to be placed on this site
In the context.
in the context, and request that the applicant
Give us.
revisit its spatial relationships to the southeast neighbor, providing more space there between the two, as well as the front setback.
What
And,
about on Cleveland, Chris?
I mean, I'm fine with Cleveland. I'm fine with the building moving
Mhm.
towards Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I could add that to that item in the motion.
Mm-hmm.
And then beyond that,
We need existing versus proposed.
we need existing versus proposed, accurate drawings, elevations, plans, elevations.
Mhm.
I think plans would help, just so we can get an idea of where these things are in relation to certain other building elements,
Mm-hmm.
as well as elevations, talking about doors, windows, and architectural features that are existing versus being modified or replaced.
Mm-hmm.
Section, what section?
They,
Because of that stair being added to the,
What's your question? And please turn on your mic. Mm-hmm.
I was just saying what about section, just specifying.
What
that.
about section? What is that?
For, providing a section through where that stair,
Okay, yeah.
that really shows.
Good call.
that
Thank you,
one.
Commissioner Weinberger.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
okay. Excuse me.
More information to help us make judgments about the points included in chapter 7.
And beyond that, as far as a detailed motion goes,
Mm-hmm.
I would probably state after that I would like to reference staff comments per the review regarding, materiality, windows, doors and windows, storefront, all that.
And our motion is not limited to those things because we have not reviewed the details.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So does this,
Sorry. can
Commissioner
we-
Bell, is your mic on?
It is. And
Okay.
Can we also add, since they have it, the plans for relocating the building and what the contingency is for any breakage or damage, et cetera?
procedural guidelines? Okay.
Thanks, Commissioner Bell. Commissioner Lineberger?
I think that we need to definitely reference the Secretary of the Interior standards, especially number 2. But I just wanted to make sure that our applicants have good information and they go away with, I'm really struggling with a lot of the storefront, the lack of storefront. And I know it's all lack of information, and I know everyone's probably struggling with this, but I've been through a historic landmark review myself, and it was for a 5-inch hole in the back of a building. And it was pretty specific what we had to do for our 5-inch hole that was covered by vegetation. So when I see this back elevation, there's the storefront is obvious, I think, but the back elevation that has 2 door openings, where I think your elevation showed windows, I think that even if we're able to replace the windows and they're not viable, we're still going to be looking to respect the opening. So I just want to make sure that that is out there.
I think including the chapter 2.5, the Secretary of Interior Standards, is smart. And I have numbers 1, 2, 3, 5, 9, and 10. Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger.
While I'm writing, let me ask staff, now that this building is moving, I imagine it still is considered a historic landmark, and as long as the building is standing, will come under their purview.
That's my understanding.
Okay, we'll give Chris just a moment to jot down some notes. We'll let him restate the motion as it is now as a continuance. And then we will vote on it. Okay? Chris, let us know when you're ready.
I think I can do this.
Okay. I know you
Let me-
can.
let me take a
It's a
stab at it.
team effort.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for the following items. Requesting that the applicant restudy the historic building to be placed on this site with regard to spacing and rhythm and setback. Asking that the applicant revisit the historic structures spacing between it and the southeastern neighbor to the property, allowing for more room there, as well as further classification on the spacing, providing dimensions down Worthington between each historic structure. In addition, we are stating that we would be more comfortable if the historic structure was closer to Cleveland Avenue. We would also like to state that the historic structure, or we would like the applicants to provide more setback on the front of the property. Item 2, we'd like to request that the applicant provide accurate drawings with regard to the structure as it currently stands, providing further detailed plans and elevations, particularly noting door, window locations, architectural details, and materiality. We are holding off on commenting on other items until this study is performed, but would like to reference staff notes in the memo for the additional items and more detailed information. We would also like to reference Secretary of Interior Standards number 2.5, items 1, 2, 3, 5, 9, and 10 for rehabilitation, and request that the applicant maintain historic openings on the existing structure.
Friendly amendment, mind if we add chapter 7 as a point of reference? Commissioner Hawkins?
Not sure if that was mentioned. I'm not sure if what the contingency.
Thank you, Commissioner. Sorry.
If all else fails, Bonaparte.
Yeah. Commissioner Nichelle.
Sorry, Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you for the reminder. Would also request that the applicant provide details for the details for the move to occur and contingency plan should any further damage occur to the structure and its architectural elements, and would also like to reference chapter 7 in the design guidelines.
And did you get Commissioner Lineberger's friendly amendment about the stairs? Did you include that?
Oh, yes.
With plans and elevations. I think you had it in there.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with your amendment to providing additional details for the addition to the historic structure / stairwell.
Okay. Commissioner Barth, you're a national treasure. Motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Hawkins. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wojcik, Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 8-0. Thank you both.
Okay. Our next application is 801 East Boulevard. Believe they're joining us via WebEx. Robbie, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, Robbie. Would you be able to turn on your camera, please?
If I can figure that out, I'm quite the Luddite, so I'm not gonna guarantee I can do that. See here.
While you're doing that, have you been sworn in?
No, I have not.
Okay.
Chrissy, I think it might be a good idea to let him focus on getting his camera on, and then we'll swear you in.
Sure.
Let me
I
see
see
real-
Julia is on too.
Yes, this is Julia. I'm here with Peter Pappas.
Hi, Julia. Is it possible to turn your camera on as well?
Yes, let's see. That's it. Are you working good? Maybe not.
Okay. I would say go ahead and start swearing people in so we can keep moving. Thanks. Julie and Peter, if you would be sworn in, as well as Robbie, and anyone in the room who hasn't been sworn in yet, please direct your attention to Kim.
If you will, please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. And if you've joined us via video, if you would just mute your computers so we don't get feedback in the room, please. This next application is for changes to previously approved signage, a request on the building, a request for a new monument sign in the front yard, and painting previously unpainted brick of the entire building. Since the request for signage exceeds what is in the design standards and what staff can approve, the entire project is before the commission for its review. With that, Robbie, I'm going to turn it over to you to walk us through the project and share more with the commission. Robbie,
Sure.
if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yes, Robbie Weiss, with BB&M Architecture, 1900 West Moorhead.
Okay. And Julia, are you and Peter planning to speak, or are you listening in only?
Speak.
I might speak.
Okay, if either one of you would speak, if you would just state your names and your addresses for the court reporter right now, please.
Sure. Peter B. Pappas, 2114 Queens Road West, 28207.
Julia?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, Julia Mellarine, 204 McAdenville Road, Belmont, North Carolina.
Thank you. Okay, Robbie, the floor is yours. I am on slide 6. Let me know where you would like to go.
I think 7 would be the best.
Okay.
There you go. So this is an existing office building, 801 East Boulevard, built in 1976. We previously went through and got approval of an exterior renovation for this project, which is reflected in some of these slides as well, where we were adding, basically we did a cosmetic refresh on the building where we added stucco, some overbuilds that are clad in both stucco and metal panel, some canopies and whatnot, but left the existing structure largely intact. So what today, the main thing I'm going to speak to first is we have a desire to paint the existing brick on this building. And the existing brick, this is actually kind of a perfect image to show it, is a pan, which was pretty common to buildings at the time, late 60s through the early 70s. I'm sure everybody's seen them all over town, especially in some of the office buildings across from Park Road Shopping Center. And the mortar color in this brick is also a matching tan. And the mortar joints are not raked or tooled in any way other than flush. So the interesting thing about this building is, although it is brick, if you stand far enough back, like on the other side of the street as this slide shows, you can't even really tell it is brick. There's just very little texture to it other than the surface texture differences between the mortar and the brick. I mean, the mortar and the brick itself. So when we selected our color palette, our desired color palette, I would say go to slide 21 through 23 might be, if you don't mind. So here are some renderings we did very early on in the project. The idea was go to a much more bright, close to white color palette on all the stucco. And you could scroll one more, go to 22. There you go. That's another view from the northeast, and then scroll down a little bit more. There you go. That's kind of an aerial view, bird's eye view. And so fast forward to, let's see here, go to, we have some photos in here. Let me, of the project as it currently stands, as it's currently built. Let me see if I can find them on my side so I can tell you the slide. Go to 10. Okay. So here's where we're at in the renovation. The exterior, actually, this is probably a couple months old. As the landscaping and whatnot is done now as well. The canopies around the building, the metal panel. Where you see the purple here is the sheathing underneath the metal panels. We didn't put up purple sheathing, just so you're aware. But the stucco in these images, this is the way it actually looks, and kind of the tone on tone white patterning we did on the building. And then you can obviously see the contrast between our preferred color palette, the lighter colors, and then the existing tan brick. So what we're proposing is to paint the existing brick to a much lighter color. I think we have the actual selection in here called the Big Chill. It's a Sherwin-Williams color. And it is going to be just another off-white to match the stucco. So in our mind, you know, I have heard previously that some of the objections to painting brick is that, you know, with brick, with the mortar joint and how it's tooled, and then the brick texture itself, you can lose, you know, kind of the charm of a brick-clad building is the differences in texture and that layering on the facade. And with this building, that's not been a concern of ours because it's so monotone as is. So in our mind, we're just brightening it up. We're not really changing the overall textural feel of the building. So from a brick painting standpoint, that's about it. I'm assuming we can speak to the signage. Do we want to tackle the brick painting issue first and then kind of get into the signage, or speak to everything at once?
Everything at once, please, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Peter, do you want to speak to the signage, or you want me to tee that up?
I can amplify it. I'm not quite sure of the slide order here. Christy, I'm looking at, in the package, there were 3 sheets from 505 Design. And they were
24 through
labeled
26.
pages. Okay, thank you. So, okay. If I recall correctly, in our original approval, we received approval for the south elevation, and we received approval for the north elevation. We, in error, had located a monument sign but failed to provide you elevations of what it might look like. And that's the reason it was rejected, because there really wasn't anything for you to review. Today, we're presenting, if you go to the next slide, so on the north elevation in the upper right corner was part of the original submittal. And I believe the notes allowed us to put our 2 company names, Carlson Southeast and C4 Builders, in one of 2 locations, either on the canopy or the awning, if you would, or up on the fascia. What we're asking today is to say we actually think we prefer to put it on the northeast corner, as you see in the rendered, and not put it on the north elevation. So technically it'd be on the east, the far northeast. You can see it against the ACM. And the note, I guess, could have reflected that we have the right to locate that sign in one location. We're not trying to do it in 3, just for clarity. And then if you go to the next slide, we can come back and talk about. This is the monument sign. And let me start with, in the upper left corner of that page, I'm sorry it's small, but you'll see 2 circles. The one on the right corresponds with the proposed general location of a directional sign. Dimensionally, that's about 5 feet tall, 18 inches wide. The genesis for that is we have basically 2 tenants in the building, ourselves in the back of the building, and then a tenant, Thompson Whitlock, a CPA firm in the front. So for individuals turning off East Boulevard, often now they park at the very front, they go to Thompson Whitlock's location to realize that we're actually in the rear of the building. So we thought perhaps a directional sign might solve that, something that's rather modest. To the left, you're seeing the proposed elevation of the monument sign. Locationally, the circle to the left in the upper left corner, you move your cursor over. We have a little courtyard. And if you go to the west of the courtyard and north of the sidewalk, generally there's a lawn area that's going to get landscaped. And we propose to locate it generally in there. Looking at this today, I can't say that that would be exactly in the center of that circle. It probably needs to gravitate kind of to the 9 o'clock hand on that circle to enhance the sight triangle, because there's a very nice tree sitting out there. And, you know, we just want to make sure there's a sight line to it. The sign in general, once again, it's 5 feet tall, 7. It's using a very simple aluminum post with a metal mesh background, and then the 3 panels that would be cut aluminum letters on it, indirectly lighted, something from, you know, from the landscape. Simple, installed perpendicular to the road. I'm sorry, I can't tell you exactly how many feet back at the sidewalk, but we can provide that. So today is about getting permission to have a monument sign, or proposing a monument sign and directional. The colors on these digital, the metal there needs to match the ACM that we selected for the building, which is more of a darker bronze. So I don't want to misrepresent. It's probably a little darker background than what you're seeing there. And then as far as the northeast, it's basically saying we think we have a better location that seems to be functionally better if we put it on that northeast corner and put it on the same ACM. And I can answer if there's any other questions, but generally that's why we're back in for signage. It's an addition of a monument, a directional, and a alternative to the north elevation.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
We don't have any callers.
All right, no callers.
You have a brick paint color in this package, but not selections for the signage.
Well, on the signage, Rob, the only thing I'd say is you could tell us what the particular ACM we picked out, you know, the code on it. But the background of that sign is supposed to be identical to what we've used on the building that's currently installed. And then the letters are going to be white.
Right. And for what it's worth, that brick paint color on the slide is coming off really pink on my screen. It's basically a white. I don't know if anybody wants to fact check that, you can Google it real quick. It's not pink, I promise.
I have to say, guys, and I know this is dramatic, but we are so big on not painting the brick. So you all giving us a choice of 2 colors. It's like, you want to be tortured with this or with that? We don't paint brick. So outside of not liking the color of the brick, can you tell us why we should make an exception?
I guess my question back to all of you would be, what would be, is the goal to try to preserve the historic nature of this building with not painting brick? I would just love a little more context as to why you wouldn't want to allow it for this project.
Okay, I can read the standard to you if that would be helpful. Essentially, it is changing the defining characteristic of the building. But let me just read it. Design standards for masonry, page 5.5, leave unpainted masonry unpainted. Design standard for paint, page 5.8. Painting brick or masonry is not considered a change of color, but a fundamental change in the character of a building. So these are standards that we apply to all of our applications. And so then I'm going to kick the question back to you. Why should we make an exception for this project?
This is Peter. My response, and I guess it's still more general, is you gave us permission, we thank you, to change part of the elevations of the facade, with emphasis on what we're doing on the East Boulevard side, the most visible side, the more traffic. And you allowed us to add the features we did, some of which cover where there used to be brick. And now the amount of brick we have out there is certainly less of it. So maybe mistakenly, we assume with the permission, kind of in sense of form, the architectural form of the building, that you allowed us to do that on the front. And we're grateful for that. Part of what's come out of that is now something that looks incomplete or unfinished with the brick. Secondly, we had mentioned before, if we had some of the brick that exist on other structures up and down East Boulevard and the way their tooling is done, we would never, ever want to suggest we wanted to paint the brick. We would have completely embraced it. I think in terms of form for the building, when you say that, well, brick or painting, it isn't just the color. If you look at the form of this building, especially when you look at the east elevation, it's got it's its own unique style. Just like we all love all our children, we have some folks who, aren't quite sure how to categorize the architectural style of this building. So with the changes you've allowed us to do, which are in place, when we stand back and look at it again, to talk about, well, what about that brick, that mortar, and the color, we actually think it's a complete enhancement. It's not throwing away a 100-year-old style of brick and colors, or like I said, we wouldn't be in here. So our ask is to make sure that the end product is keeping with the quality up and down East Boulevard, where it looks like a complete, cohesive project, that it was well thought out. And respectfully, right now, with what we've done, which we think is very tasteful, and once again, thankful that you allowed us to do it, it seems to put us in something that would look more curious up and down East Boulevard, as if someone would say, Peter, did you do that without going through HDC? That's not to suggest that I'm trying to talk you out of what you let us do. It's just, I'm not exactly sure how to, answer why you should allow us to change it.
And I will help you with that, Peter. In our Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5, number 10, new additions in adjacent or new construction shall be undertaken in such a manner that if removed in the future, the essential form and integrity of the historic property and its environment would be unimpaired. So you were able to change the facade because you were not irreparably changing the facade. Painting the facade irreparably changes the facade. But not to belabor that point, let's move on to the monument sign. For our signs, all multi-tenant building signage must be consolidated, may not exceed one sign per street frontage, and are limited to a total of 10 square feet in area total inclusive of all tenants. The one that you're proposing is 35 square feet. So can you tell us why we would make an exception to that rule for this project?
Obviously, I don't have, and forgive me that I didn't go through that, or I wouldn't be caught here proposing something that's larger than what you allow. Or are you suggesting there are no variances on that on East Boulevard, that everyone is at 10 square feet?
Well, that's a call for the entire commission to make, so I'm not suggesting it. I'm just reading what our standards are.
So secondly, may I ask on those dimensions, are you measuring the entire background or just drawing a box around the actual copy of the name?
Well, It's the actual sign, which is by your account, 5 feet by 7 feet. That's 35 square feet,
Okay,
a lot
so
larger
if,
than 10 square feet.
no, I understand. So I'm not looking to pick a fight. Looking at that, um, you're correct, it's dimension 5 by 7. Typically, if I were measuring it, when we've looked at other jurisdictions, we would be measuring just where there's signage. So if you're telling me that the traditional signs up and down East Boulevard, that it's really from the ground up, if it's 5 feet off the ground, then it's 5 feet, not, well, it's on 2 posts. But we're not trying to be the outlier on East Boulevard. We looked at a couple of the signs that were not just completely out of wood. And, we didn't think this was out of scale. We certainly can make it smaller. We're just trying to look for some level of parity that exists with other signs up and down East Boulevard. We're not trying to be the biggest, but we
Sure,
certainly don't
let's-
want to be the smallest.
Let's ask Christy about that, okay?
Sure. Yeah. So if the sign has a post, we don't count the post, like that's a support. But if a sign has, this is more of a solid sign, right? If they wanted to maybe change the design so they just had the I guess, lack of a better word, panels with the names, and they were just measuring this, and they had a different upright or different mounting feature, but this is a monument sign with just variation of materials that, given the design and appearance, it is like a solid panel. And that's how we would count it, as a solid panel. That's why I couldn't staff approve it.
Okay. Is that helpful information, Peter?
No, it is. What you're telling me is, although we thought we would use this metal mesh just to create a background that, notwithstanding it's a mesh, you're saying, well, no, it's a background. So you're saying, according to your ordinances or your requirements, it is 5 by 7. That we could have proposed it without the metal mesh. When Kevin Kern and I were talking about it, we were just saying, maybe we don't want to be just 3 panels on 2 posts. But I'm sure we can come up with, I go walk up the street and go look at 3 or 4. We were trying we just didn't think that many of the signs are wood. They're on a single post with, the panels hanging linked together. When we look at this building, the fact that it wasn't a home converted to an office, Kevin and I just felt that would look out of character to put one of those there. So we were trying to use something out of metal, and we can certainly work on the size and the background. We're not going to fall on the sword over some of that. And forgive us for apparently wasting some of your time by not drilling down on it before we're before you.
And just to help you all moving forward, we will give you the standards that you want to check out before, if it should be continued, before coming back. It's really important to read our standards before making a presentation. Commissioners, any other?
Kim, you
Yeah.
don't have really, you're not asking them to do a traditional sign that more fits with the look of a residential. It's more just the size. It's not really a material issue.
Yeah, the only thing that the standard speaks to
Right.
is the size.
Right.
So, yeah,
Okay.
and the number of signs. So Commissioner Goodwin.
I'm still a little bit confused on the square footage limitation of 10 square feet. Is that the names and the lettering? Because 10 square feet is very, very small. That
It is.
includes the entire panel.
It is very small by design because of the nature of East Boulevard.
Okay.
Yep.
And then the next question that I have is in the COA, there were 2 wall signs approved, evidently. And it was questioning how 2 wall signs were approved in the COA.
Went to the commission for approval and the commission said yes. Let's see here. And it was for, and you did noting that you didn't have commercial design standards at the time. This was before the commercial design standards were adopted as far as like placement of signage in commercial buildings. So you are correct that you have already given more signage than is typically found on buildings on East Boulevard. Mhm.
Okay, thank you, but we still have a limit on the number, you know. Especially if you want to add a monument sign, then we're at 3 signs along East Boulevard.
Right, and that's one of the things we'll have to talk about. So unless we have any other questions that have not already been asked, I think it's important that we continue moving on.
I just have one.
Okay.
Yeah, before we close, none of these pictures show a short wall in front of your business. Is there one? Did I see that when I drove past the other day?
Yes, there's a courtyard. If you come out where you see the 801 East, the numbers on the canopy.
Yeah, there's like a 2.5-foot wall across the front
Yes,
of it.
yes, ma'am.
When did that go up?
That's,
Uh,
it's been up for a while. That was in the original design drawings. And
I
the
don't
first,
remember.
the first
remember
package that
seeing
came
that.
in.
Okay.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, one quick question on the material. So I drove by this site and I saw the stucco and I saw the metal siding. Are those the final colors? I'm assuming that those are the final colors for those materials. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is the stucco, is that a cementitious stucco not intended to be painted, and that is the final color of that stucco?
Yes.
And
All right.
and there's shades on that. There's
Yeah,
some-
yeah, I saw that. All right, thank you.
All right. Anything you all want to say before we close for deliberation?
The only thing I would like to say, just to reinforce the clarity on the north elevation, just to make sure we're not confused, we're proposing an alternative location to what you had approved several months ago. So instead of on the north, it would be on that northeast corner. We're not asking to litter signs across the back. So as rendered is where we would prefer to put it, versus what you see in the upper right, the north elevation. So I just don't want to think we're trying to literally get 3 different locations or 3 signs up back there. It's much more subtle and on the side.
Okay, and that's on slide 25. Commissioner Barth has a question.
That wasn't the question. I want to bring this up just because it may come up in our deliberations, and I'd like to give the applicant the option to respond to it. But once we go into deliberation, if the question of the number of signs comes up and in our deliberation, we recommend that be limited, do we want to give the option to the applicant on which ones they'd like to go with, whether it be monumental, building mounted, or so forth?
I think that's a great idea.
Peter?
Well, I think we would default to building what you've already approved. We entered in this not knowing that they would be mutually exclusive. However, I mean, in a way, we feel that, the commission has approved on the building. So if the commission is foreshadowing that, we can't get to a monument because you've got 2 on the building. On the building, we unpacked doing an architectural feature and wanted to make sure that the second sign was not on the same plane where it looked like 2 signs, on a facade over a window that feels more like a retail location. But I guess landing the plane, the commission comes back and says, pick which child you love the most, then we're going to love the child that's on the building that you've already approved.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Peter. Okay. Any other questions before we close? All right, let's close for deliberation. Commissioner Walker, why don't you lead us in discussion?
Yeah, I think we have to be careful about this. This is a fairly large structure, at least horizontally. So it does have quite an imposing, it makes quite an imposing statement on East Boulevard as opposed to all other buildings except, of course, the Charlotte Housing Authority's structure. And where they place their sign, I guess, is something that we really do need to think about. I think that either a sign on the wall or a monument sign, one or the other, is the direction we need to go in.
Yeah, and they seem
It's their
to
decision.
prefer the one on the wall. Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, I think, given how clear our standards are on this, either a wall sign or a monument sign, and we've already approved 2 wall signs, and they have expressed an inclination to stick with what was originally approved versus adding a monument sign or a monument sign in lieu of wall signs. So I'm recommending just stick with what was approved before.
Agreed. Painted brick.
I'd like to make a few comments about that. I know that this is a tough subject, and I mentioned that I drove by this building, and I want to pass around a couple photographs.
Can we do that? Hold on, before you pass those around, we need our attorney to weigh in.
No, we would have needed that information yesterday, so I could have included it in the agenda supplement. I really commend you for taking photographs.
Okay.
Next time, just send them to me.
Well, the photographs are in here, but it just doesn't read like it does if you drive down East Boulevard and look at the structure. And actually, on my screen, the stucco is coming through a little bit with a purplish cast. It is not purplish at all. It is a tone on tone they mention. It's a very nice, a very attractive stucco. The metal paneling is also very attractive, a more contemporary look. And then we've got this tan brown brick that just does not go with what has been erected there. And I know that our guidelines are multifaceted, and I feel like they are subject to interpretation and some degree of flexibility. And I wanted to mention that this 1976 brick, it is not historic brick. It is as was mentioned by the applicant, this is a brick that was popular in the 60s and 70s. As a more contemporary brick. And then we also have, for materials in our guidelines, page 5.8, that painting may be considered if documentation shows it will unify disparate parts of the building. And to me, the new elements combined with this more contemporary form of brick is disparate.
Bill?
Yes.
You know what? I heard Commissioner Hawkins start to talk, so Commissioner Hawkins.
And Commissioner Phil, sorry, Walker, I'm not Walker. Goodman. Sorry, Goodwin. While I respect that, we didn't suggest or cause the disparate parts to happen. So it seems the consideration should have been given before we were asked to approve this design to occur. So that's where I'm gonna have to disagree.
I'm going to echo that sentiment. You know, we have people come before us all the time wanting to paint brick, and there was a heartbroken applicant who came before us who, you know, is in a bind because she could not paint her brick. And so to then allow these applicants but I agree, I think it would look beautiful. However, our standards are very clear. And so to allow them to paint brick, whereas we've said no to everyone else, is just not applying the standards in an even, fair way.
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying. I know that there's been some painful decisions made in the past. I just wonder what can be done to move forward to make this building look unified, cohesive, and an attractive building. I will make one more point, and that is on page 7.16. And materials, it says there's a picture there in the lower left corner. Painted or unpainted brick is the most common material used in existing historic commercial buildings. I just wanted to throw that out there as well. If there is precedent for historic buildings that have been painted in the commercial realm, then I think that's another point too. I just wanted to throw those points out there because I feel like that what we have right now does not work.
Okay. Other thoughts, comments? Commissioner Lineberger?
I just wanted to add that I think that part of the reason that is in the standards, the brick, the painted brick, or the unpainted brick standard, I believe that it tells a story. And I think that's a wonderful design. We don't regulate design, obviously, but I think it's a wonderful design that improved this building. But I think it also tells an interesting story of the original structure and the evolvement of that structure. And while it's unfortunate that we really have to just go along with our standards that we're given. And I just think it's part of the story. I just wanted to make that comment. That was my impression when I reviewed it and went to the site.
Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Commissioner Wojcik?
I agree that the design is not our evaluation, and I've been reminded of that multiple times. And it does specifically say that there is an evolution of the structure and how it's changed over the years. It's not our responsibility that they made a good choice for a stucco color or the right metal color. We were presented certain information, and that is not something that we are allowed to govern. So I agree.
Thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. I think with that, we can, so we've covered the painted brick. We've covered the signs. Let's see, is there anything else?
There's the request to change the sign that was approved on the back instead of to make it was actually a lessening of the impact. They were going to move it from above the awning to just on the wall.
Yeah. It's number 1 in our proposal, changes to previously approved signage. So they want to include the addition of lighting to illuminate the sign on the front of the building, and there are standards that speak to that. And then on the east elevation, an area previously designated for address numbers has been redesigned for a wall sign. I'm confused because I thought that they said that they want to keep it as it was approved.
They want to keep the front.
The front.
They
And
want to change, here, let me go to slide. This is a good one. Slide 25. So originally they were approved to put a sign up here. You can see it here. And they want to not do that and just do a little one right here instead.
One more time, Christy. Sorry, I was pulling up the slide.
So slide 25, they originally approved for a sign up here, so it would go up
Mhm.
here, up
Mhm.
quite large. And they instead want to do just a small, unobtrusive sign down here
Mhm.
instead.
Yeah. Yes, Commissioner Lineberger.
Just to clarify, it's 10 square feet total, right?
It's
Signage?
the monument sign.
Krista,
just
that's
mine.
different. That's
Mhm.
the,
The
you
monument.
have already, so there are two different issues going on here. You've already approved a sign here, right?
Right.
They want to change that and just do a little sign on
Make
the
it more
wall.
discreet.
In addition to all of the signage already approved on the building, they want to install a larger monument sign. This and a secondary monument directional sign. And this is typically we allow one or the other. And should a monument sign be chosen, it's limited to 10 square feet in area.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
All right. So let's see here. Our proposal, paint the brick. Monument sign. Change the east elevation sign and illuminate the signage on the front of the building. So I'll let Commissioner Goodwin lead us in those points. I think we're at 316 right now, and we've had some really good discussion about the standards, and so now it's our time to apply them.
I did have one question, Christy, that the signage that they're wanting to change, is that the north elevation? I thought that I saw north, but I want to make sure that I get that correct. It says north.
As you're facing the building, it's the right elevation. This is
So it says north elevation, I believe.
parking lot. It's the parking lot elevation. So East Boulevard is up here. And then the other side street is over here. So this is the furthest corner away from any street facing elevation.
Okay, well, we'll call that the north elevation then. And then the other question is if we do not allow the monument sign, are they still wanting to reduce that sign on the north side?
Yeah, they still want to change, they still want to change this.
Okay. Okay.
If you've joined us on video, could you please mute your computer? We're getting some feedback in the room. Thank you.
There's some standards that I'm ready to share with you all if we go down point by point. So for example, the first one requesting a lamp, or excuse me, the addition of lighting to illuminate this signage on the front of the building. That's allowed. However, it has to be according to our standards. Number 10 of design standards, sign standards and regulations, Appendix A. Number 10, signs may be lit with unobtrusive ground-mounted spotlights or other unobtrusive lighting as the HDC may approve. So I think that that's a win. They can light it. They haven't said exactly how, but Chrissy, you all feel you can work with them on that.
Would this be two motions?
It sounds like, well, it would be two motions, right? If we approved some things and denied others. So yes, Commissioner Bell.
I have a question about the sign. So because, as I understood it, the two wall signs were approved before there was a commercial section of our standards, and so now they're coming back asking for a monument. Can we open the discussion to get clarity on what the applicant's preference is on the sign?
Said their preference was not the monument, but the signs already on the building.
But relocating it.
Mhm.
Okay,
Mhm,
thank you.
mhm. Okay. One more time. Okay, so Commissioner Goodwin is going to float a motion.
Yeah, I make a motion to, approve the signage request with the following conditions. To keep the signage along the front, the East Boulevard, street as previously approved in the COA for standard A.1, number 13. To also approve illumination of the signs along East Boulevard for A.1, number 10. And to also change the north elevation signage as proposed.
Friendly amendment, if we can request that they work with staff on the way that they plan to illuminate the sign.
Accepted.
Thank you. All right. So motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any further discussion of this motion? Okay, well then let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve Commissioner Goodwin's motion passes 8-0. All right. All right, so we have part two, Commissioner Goodwin. And if you don't feel comfortable making the motion, someone else can make it. I know that it's, sometimes we are fighting our own standards and our own, as in neighborhood standards that the neighborhood has come together to create. Because we think that, oh, it would be better if it was something else. But it's a difficult charge we have, but we have it. So who wants to make a motion on this one? Commissioner Walker.
I make a motion to deny this application's request to paint the unpainted brick based on guidelines for paint 5.8, number 7, and masonry 5.5, number 3.
And
Second.
what about the monument sign?
And as well to deny the application's request for a monument sign as our guidelines.
It is, yeah.
8.1, number,
Let's see, there's definitely number 13.
8.2, number 5. In most circumstances, only one sign per property.
And number 13.
And 8.1, number 13.
Is that Appendix A? This is design standards, sign standards,
This
and
is
regulations.
8.1, number
Yeah,
13.
okay, all right. All right, motion made by Commissioner Walker, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Hawkins. Any further discussion of the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to deny passes 8-0. All right. Thank you, Robert, Peter, Julia, and Brian. All right. So we're going to move on to the next one.
Okay.
And if you all can hold out, maybe after we get through our consent agenda, we can have a break then. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. The next application is 600 East Worthington Avenue. Yes, hi, welcome. We're glad to have you in person.
Thanks.
Have you been sworn in? Okay. Linda, we will swear you in.
All right. Linda, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So this next application is for tree removal of a pecan, and a certified arborist report was provided. And there's a project description from the applicant
Yeah.
on page 4. The tree report is on page 5. And then there are pictures on page 6, 7, 8, all the way through 23. And Henry with the Urban Forestry Department reviewed the tree letter. And then he also provided a link about pecan trees from Clemson, which I've included at the end. So all of this information is before the commission for their consideration. And at this time, I'm going to turn the floor over to the applicant. Linda, if you would state your name and spell your last name and your address for the court reporter, please.
So Linda Vanderbosch, Vanderbosch, 600 East Worthington Avenue.
Your mic on.
Is it on?
Oh,
It says
perfect.
mic,
Yes. Okay, great. Linda, if you would just help me with the slide numbers are to the side,
Yes.
and you let me know where you'd like to go.
Well, I just wanted to say we've been in our homes going on 7 years, and we've loved the tree. It provides a beautiful shade for our home, but it is damaging. It's, causing damage to our outdoor furniture, to our patio, to our driveway, staining. It's on our roof. And my husband was so diligent this year that I didn't get to take pictures of what it normally looks like when we get the snow shovel out to get the stuff off of our roof and out of our yard and off of the sidewalks. And we're very diligent because we don't want anybody to trip on them. Lots of people walk by our home. So it's just, I'm also part of the Dilworth Community Association on the Tree Canopy Committee, so I do love trees. And like this weekend, I'll be putting out door hangers on on all the houses to continue with our building up of our tree canopy in Dilworth. But this tree, I think, can be replaced with another that is also not imposing on. There's some pictures further down that show 2 street trees that it's infringing on. And as the arborist also provided information, he provided 4 bullets in here, basically saying there's really nothing we can do, that we've done all we can to preserve the tree. But, and I didn't see what the person wrote about the green pecans that fall and never mature. So, did you see where it's pushing on the 2 trees? I'm so sorry. I don't know what numbers they are. Like there's one. See how it's pushing it to the right? And it's also doing it on the other tree that's to the left. I have 2 street trees that it's infringing on. So we would like to have it removed.
Okay.
And I see that you all didn't have the DBH, and so we did that last night. The tree is 84 in circumference at 4.5 feet, and the diameter is 27.
Okay. All right. Is that it, Linda?
I think that's it.
Okay. Chrissy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
We have no callers.
Okay. Just going through our application here, Linda, I think that there was mention of property damage that was done. Will you speak to that,
Well,
please?
when I'm saying property damage is it's damaging, like, we have a driveway that's stained, so it's not something that I can't take care of, but it's also stuff that doesn't need to be done if the tree wasn't there, so we have to get out and pressure wash all of that. But then I have 2 chairs that are out there. I showed pictures of them. I have to get out and again wash away. So it's more, and if it's doing damage to the roof, I don't know. I would just think that it's not helping our property. It's creating us a lot of work.
Do you have any stories of the pecans hurting your neighbors, there being accidents or anything like
I
that?
do not, but also we are very diligent in cleaning it up.
Mhm. Thank you for being a good neighbor.
Mhm.
So our threshold for removing large canopy trees is pretty high. And according to your own arborist, the tree is alive. And according to our, we're not tree experts, and that's why we have the benefit of urban forestry chiming in. And so for all intents and purposes, the tree's healthy. So outside of it being inconvenient and you all having to clean it up a lot. I know we had a black walnut, so I get it. Why should we make an exception for this tree?
I mean, I think that, I totally agree with you that I guess it's healthy. And when it's dropping the green, pecans, I don't necessarily think that's a healthy, vibrant tree. I think if it was in a different environment, it might be able to get more water, more nutrients, more of what it would need. So I'm just saying that it's been a great tree. It's served a wonderful purpose. It's not like I am building a garage. I am going to put another tree there because I do see the importance of the tree. And I moved to Dilworth because I like the canopy. So it's just that we had to put artificial turf down. We can't grow grass because of that tree. So we've done a lot, and I feel like we've spent thousands in doing all that. So
I feel
think-
your pain.
I think I don't know. I would just think that it's served a wonderful purpose, and it's not producing like it should be producing.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions or comments that you want to direct to Linda before we close? Yes, Commissioner Wojcik.
When you reference street trees, I'm not familiar with this part just yet. The city is required to take care of those? They plant those? What's the relationship between your property and what you're calling a street
So
tree?
you have the sidewalk and then you have the grass. These are the trees that the city does plant, and I'm not allowed to even touch those. I
Okay.
mean, we trim them up if the branches are low, but I could never make a decision to do anything about those trees at all.
Okay.
But trees that have been planted and they're relatively young. And I think they're at a disadvantage because of that one leaning into it. And as the arborist says, it's not like I can trim up. It would unbalance the tree for me to try to protect what's happening to the street trees.
Christy, is there some precedence between historic canopy trees and street trees?
The street trees are handled by the city arborist.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions before we
Can I just
close?
ask a question?
Sure.
What did your city arborist say about
Well, so we have two groups. We have city arborist who does the right-of-way trees, and then we have urban forestry who works in land development. And all of that information's online. It's in your agenda packet that went out on like the 28th.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all there. So he just said it seems fine from the photos. And, he was agreeing that chemically treating the tree would minimize production and damage.
since I didn't say how bad the damage was. Okay.
Yeah, he didn't say how bad. Yeah, and then he provided information about pecan trees from Clemson's Cooperative Extension.
If we were to, one of the ways we decide to grant you leave to get rid of the tree is by proving, beyond the shadow of doubt, that it's dead or dying or diseased enough so that it poses a major problem to either you, your neighbors, or your property. And we don't have that in your application.
You don't have just that I think.
They do all kinds of tests. So you would need to get a certified arborist to do tests that show that this tree is dangerous because it could fall over at any moment.
So you're saying it has to be dead or dying to be removed?
That's what our standards say. Okay. Commissioner Barth, you look like you want to say something. Okay, all right. All right, so anything else you want to add, Linda, before we close?
Well, I just know what I've seen other people do, and I feel like I went about this the right way, where I know that there were other people who were just ripping these trees out, and I was trying to get your approval.
Yeah.
So.
But you're not that person, are you? Thank you for being a good member and a good steward of our neighborhood. All right, with that, I'll close for deliberation. Our Commissioner Goodwin, thoughts, sir?
I mean, the standard is clear that this is a 8.5. Tree removal is needed due to documented damage to its structure or arborist must be consulted.
Oh, sorry. It was great.
to start
Just one more time with Philly.
I need to start over.
And your mic on, yes.
What I was saying is that the standards are clear, and 8.5, number 2, when tree removal is needed due to disease, documented damage to historic structure or other reasons, or desired, a certified arborist must be consulted, and the written recommendation must be provided to the HDC before removal is granted. So the bottom line, I mean, you've got a report here from Arborscapes, but there's nothing in here indicating that it's diseased or dying. And so I think the standard's clear.
Do you want to make a motion, Commissioner Goodwin?
I applaud you for coming before the board and with this application, and I wish that everybody would do that before removing the canopy trees that are so valuable to Charlotte, and even more valuable as we've lost so many canopy trees. But I'm going to make a motion to deny this application based on 8.5, number 2.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. Motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Barth. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins.
No.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to deny passes 7-1. Thank you, Linda. All right.
Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Who thinks we can get through the next 3 and then like a 10-minute break?
Can I just make a request if we do decide to see one
Uh-huh.
and one of these consent agendas? and we take a
Then
break?
take our break then. You know what, Commissioner Barth, you drive a hard bargain. That's a fair deal.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Your
Okay,
next applicant is in person, and you've been here a long time. We appreciate your patience. You've been sworn in, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. We'll see what the commission has to say. The next application is 215 East Worthington Avenue. This is a commercial structure at the very edge of the district, and we had rigorous discussion about the removable planters and everything that was put out a couple years ago, pre-COVID. But they are needing to make some changes to their mechanical systems, and the new units, as you know, are much bulkier, they're much taller than the existing units. So with that, they're very visible, and we do have a requirement to screen visible units, especially when they're placed, kind of close to the edge of the building. So they have come up with a wood screening system that will completely screen the units, and they've included, length, width, setbacks from the sides. They have some images showing what it will look like once it's complete. And because it's a change visible from the front, staff can't approve it. So I have added it as a consent agenda item. And thank you for their very thorough diagrams. But with that, I will turn it over to Kim.
all right. Anyone have an objection to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right, well then, let's make a motion. I am going to kick this one over to Commissioner Wojcik.
I would like to move to approve this request for screening of the additional HVAC systems that would be placed on their roof. I don't have guidelines. I did not look up guidelines.
Or down.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
4.5 roofs.
And 2.5.
5. Thank you, Kim.
Just had that open. We are approving it because it is not in congruence with our standards in reference to 2.5 Secretary of Interior standards. We are approving it based on rehabilitation of building elements, roofs, number 7.
4.5.
4.5. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. Motion made by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Barth. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 8-0.
Great. Thank
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Okay,
next
thank you.
one.
No, I agreed. The next item is 1730 Thomas Avenue. Jana, are you with us? I believe Jana was joining.
I'm here.
Hi, Jana.
Hey.
Welcome. Nice to see you.
Good to see
Former
you.
Commissioner.
Jana used to be a commissioner on this board.
Okay, so this project was approved already by the commission, and it was approved under case number 2023-16. I even issued a COA, but COAs are only good for 12 months, and it expired before permits were pulled. There are no changes to the previously approved plans, and they're just here asking for a reaffirmation of the COA.
Okay. Anyone have an objection to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right, well, let's get a motion going. Commissioner Bell.
So hearing no objections and given the staff notes, I make a motion to approve the project. It's not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for additions and new construction in Chapter 6 and accessory buildings in Chapter 8, 8.10. And given the project is unchanged from the plans previously presented to the commission in 2020.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Bell. Motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Barth. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 8-0. All right.
Bye,
Thank
Jana.
you.
Thank you.
Bye, thank you.
Bye,
Good to see
Jana.
you guys again.
Okay, our next application is 216 South Summit Avenue. Margaret, are you with us?
I'm here, thank you.
Hello, have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Hi, Margaret. If you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much.
This next application is for tree removal, and it is for the removal of 2 trees. 1 tree has already been completely removed, a 24-inch pecan in the center of the lot, and a deodar cedar has been partially removed. A stop work order was issued to halt the total removal of this tree. This project is considered an after-the-fact review, and the commission is reviewing the project on its merits according to the design standards as if work has not occurred. The trees in question were required to remain and be protected as part of the new construction of this house that is shown here. But the arborist, the urban forestry, Henry has reviewed it. There are letters from the arborist that say the rest of the deodar cedar needs to come out because of its current condition. So with that, staff has made recommendations just for replanting. And I would also note that when the original project was approved, there were 2 trees that were supposed to be planted in addition to the pecan and the deodar cedar that were to remain. And those trees have not yet been planted, but those are what's being proposed as the replacement trees for these. And so that's why you'll see in my staff recommendation that those, to me, those don't really count because they were already required to be planted. So my suggestion is that you require an additional 2 trees to be planted. But again, given the health conditions of the trees and everything above, it is on the consent agenda.
Okay. Commissioners, any objections to this remaining on the consent agenda?
I would like to remove this from the consent agenda. I'd like to
Okay.
hear from the applicant because I want some clarifying details.
Okay, so this application will be heard in its entirety. And based on a prior deal we had with Commissioner Barth, that means that we will take a moment and we'll take 10 minutes for a break and then come back and hear Maggie and this case, okay?
Okay.
All right, so 10 minutes, that will be 3:56. Thank you.
I'll get you, you can get up and get coffee after you sit first. Hello, this is Christy. We're back. Okay, everyone ready? Everyone
We
seated?
are,
Seated.
yes.
Okay.
Okay,
If anyone needs me to get them coffee, I will after I turn this over to Kim.
so great to have coffee.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
All right.
So this next application, I've already walked through it. Maggie's been sworn in. We are on slide number 4. And I'm going to turn it over to the applicant and the commission, and just let me know where you'd like to go as far as slides go. I should also note there's also information in the supplement from the urban forestry staff. It's very brief. It's just a one line on page 3 of the supplement. So back to the original PowerPoint, slide 4. Margaret, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure, Margaret Pollard, 216 South Summit Avenue.
Okay,
Charlotte.
and the floor is yours. Yep.
All right, great. So we have context adjacent structures. I think everyone's familiar with that. If we move on to
Margaret, we're having a hard time hearing you in the meeting room.
Is that any better?
Oh, yeah, so much better.
Okay,
Thank you.
Cool. All right, I think we're all familiar with the adjacent structures. If we move on to slide 5. So the request, as Christy had mentioned, it is the after the fact removal for the deodar cedar in the front of the lot and a pecan that was inadvertently and incorrectly removed while the lot was being graded. If we go on to the specific request on slide 6. So prior to construction and in obtaining the approval for build, a certified master arborist was retained to assess the trees on the lot. Specifically, he had recommended both through multiple site visits, written correspondence, as well as even attending an HDC meeting, that he was very concerned about the safety of the tree as it pertained to what would occur during construction. A tree protection plan was established for the deodar cedar in the front of the lot, as well as engineering techniques for the construction, such as pier and curtain, that was established. During construction, over 40% of the root system was severed, and Christy can flip through those. And those roots became severed as a result of digging to the city established water line, as well as digging for the cement pathway from the home to the sidewalk. And so you can see that significant damage to the cedar in the front of the lot. In addition to the significant damage, the root system has penetrated the sewer line. So in early September, the sewer started rapidly backing up into the home, causing damage. Emergency services from Charlotte Water had to come out to provide a lateral repair to that line. And I know that that is not a permanent fix, that oftentimes those need larger fixes in the end, but that ended up causing extensive damage to the house. In terms of safety, being that this is in such close proximity to the sidewalk, there are a number of dead limbs that are also photographed. There have been dead limbs that have fallen on the sidewalk. And so it is causing a safety hazard at this time. And you can see a few of those dead limbs that are hanging precariously from the tree today. So we're unable to walk under it or to utilize the property. In addition to retaining an arborist to provide a recommendation, that individual, and if we can scroll, Christy, to the letter from Schneider Tree Repair, they have come out to the property. They have identified the safety hazard for the tree to remain, and that would result in an impact to residents, power outage, damage to dwellings since it's in such close proximity to 220 and 216 South Summit, as well as the adjacent homes, and most importantly, a fatality. As many of you know, and Commissioner Parati, as you mentioned earlier with the black walnut tree, right, the safety is of utmost importance, and being the fact that an expert or certified arborist has attested to this, we are looking to address the safety concern as quickly as possible, as knowing that this is a safety concern, we would be deemed negligent in a court of law if we did not expeditiously remove the tree. So that is about it in terms of what I wanted to cover.
Okay. Thanks, Maggie. Christy, there's no one on the line wishing to speak for or against this, correct? All right, commissioners, questions of Ms. Pollard, Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, hi. I do have a question. What was the diameter of that cedar?
I believe it's listed on the specs. I want to say
No, it is. I can't remember though.
37, I want to say.
So my question would be how someone could inadvertently remove a 37-inch diameter tree.
I don't.
Oh, wait. It was another tree that was, what was the other tree that was removed?
Pecan.
The pecan. Yeah, that, I guess that one is 20 something and 24 inches in diameter, your pecan tree that, yeah, I'm curious how that, I'm sorry, that was the one I was questioning, how that could have gotten inadvertently removed.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. We were very much endeavoring to retain the tree. If you go to slide 18, Commissioner Walker, you can see there's this second picture where the site was initially graded. And so we were baffled by it as well. When the site was initially graded, you can see the tree is retained there in the center of the lot. I believe that it was a misunderstanding in a subsequent grading, and that was not the intent at all. They were I think perhaps what the confusion was, Commissioner Walker, was that there were two trees back there. One of them was approved for removal. It was also a pecan. So I can only suspect that those that came in for grading had inadvertently removed that pecan.
Yeah, because I think it's typically about $2,000 or something to remove a tree of that size.
Okay.
Okay. And then my other question is, I didn't see in any of the photos any kind of indication of a tree protection plan going on around the cedar. Did I miss photos that showed that?
There was a tree protection plan around the cedar, and that established a fencing when the water line had to be connected to, when the plumbing had to be connected to the city water line, that you can see that fence there. That did have to be disrupted just given the angles by which they had to connect to that city water line. But you can see the fencing there.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Lineberger.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to Commissioner Walker's questions for a second. But the pecan in the back, I guess I want to understand the sequence of events. That photograph shows the pecan after it was graded, but also after the second pecan was removed, the one that was supposed to be removed. Am I understanding that?
The picture on the left is, I think, prior to us even owning the property, and then the picture on the right was at some point during the grading process. Commissioner Lineberger, as I was not the foreman on the job, I'm not clear on the sequence of events in terms of how that happened. certainly a disappointment to us as we were excited to retain that tree.
I guess we're just, I pulled this off of the consent agenda because I was just struggling to understand because I know typically whoever is grading a property is different from who would remove a sizable tree, as Commissioner Walker started to refer to. So I just wanted to understand how that happened and about, I know you addressed the tree protection plan for the cedar on the front, but what about the tree protection plan for the pecan? Because that I would think that at the grading process, that would have all of that protection around it as well. And that would be clearly, by that being in place, that would clearly state this tree is not to be moved. I mean, not to be removed.
Understood. That was the intent. Again, in terms of the, they were approved to move the other pecan tree in the rear of the lot. And there was not any approval nor a tree removal company engaged to remove the one in the center of the lot.
Okay, I'm sorry, it just doesn't make sense. So your grading company paid for the removal of that sizable tree? You didn't have to pay for that? I mean, that's not under our purview. It's just we're trying to understand.
Again, I was alerted to it after the fact, Commissioner Weinberger, and so it was not intended to be removed.
So you don't know how they were compensated for that work? You have no idea?
From my understanding with the builder, that the tree was inadvertently, I don't know if they pushed it down. I'm not aware of the technique, but that it was not removed by a tree company.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Hawkins.
Hi, Maggie. So I did notice in in the staff analysis, there was mention that basically at this point, it should be 4 trees replanted. And I know we haven't gotten to that point.
Yep.
But is that clear to you that that's what would be required?
Yes, Commissioner Hawkins, absolutely. We are eager to replant the 4 trees. I also saw the note around one of the trees to be a Deodar cedar, and happy and looking forward to doing that. We were waiting for the next replanting season as we have only just moved into the home, but that is certainly the plan.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions before we close? Yes, Commissioner Wojcik.
Well, this might actually be for the commission and not for her. Is that okay?
Absolutely. Yeah.
What's the point of a tree protection plan if they can remove the tree protection for the sewer lines? Like, isn't there some, well, and for that tree, but is that?
I think
kind of
that's the
whole point?
frustration.
Yeah.
Is because we do all of the things preemptively to protect the trees.
And then they just ignore it.
And then yada, 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 the tree's not there.
Yeah. Okay, that's all.
Yeah, okay. Maggie, is there anything that you'd like to say before we close?
But just again, looking to address the immediate safety hazard that this poses, both identified by an expert arborist as well as urban forestry, who has been to the property multiple times, as well as writing their endorsement and support of the trees removal. Again, looking to ensure that that we can address this, recognizing that we would be deemed negligent if and when something did occur as a result of the tree.
Hey, Christy, will you speak to this, please? Just to shed a little light on.
I'm not aware that urban forestry has made a site visit They reviewed the materials I provided to them, but in that review, that typically doesn't encompass a site visit. So, I mean, it could have been a city arborist, I don't know, but it definitely, I don't think it was Henry. Cindy.
Hey, Maggie, can we have you back, please? Thanks. So Christy's saying urban forestry, did they?
Really don't think they did. I mean, I can't speak with 100% certainty, but it would be highly unusual for them to make a site visit.
Do you have a name of the urban forestry representative who came out, Maggie?
I want to say his name was Yogi. I would have to confirm. I don't have it immediately available to me. He did come out as a result of, I think, zoning perhaps reached out to urban forestry, recognizing the safety hazard. And again, we got put in the right direction and hooked up with the historic district. But there was somebody from urban forestry that did come out.
Okay, all right. Well, we will close for deliberation. Thank
And then
you.
I just may I make one more
Before
comment?
we close, then we're not going to close just yet. All right, Maggie?
I completely respect the comment about the tree protection plan and the fencing. Again, I want to reaffirm that the fencing was taken down as a result or moved to the side as a result of connecting to the city established water line. There was, recognizing that this lot had not had a property on it for 40, 50 plus years, there was the ability for the city to move the water line, but that did not occur.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
All right, so now we will close for deliberation. Commissioner Bell.
I'm sorry, I want to probe just one more time.
Oh, so we'll reopen, okay? You want to talk to Maggie?
I do.
Okay, so let's reopen and Commissioner Bell, take it away.
Sorry, I'm looking at the tree in the back and I'm just curious, when it was removed, what was that because it doesn't appear that there was a bill that needed to be paid, as some of my colleagues have noted. So what was that conversation like for you and the person or persons that removed the tree?
Sure. And I also, I have my husband here. He's not sworn in. I would like I think he has some additional details if you wanted to swear in quickly, Joe, and then.
Hey, so Mr. Pollard, if you are going to give testimony, then I need you to raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and if you'll give your name, your full name, and your address, please.
Yes, ma'am. It's Joseph Woodson Pollard at 216 South Summit Avenue, Charlotte.
Perfect. All right. We're ready.
Yeah, I'm a visual person. I understand the confusion. So there were 3 trees on the property when we first started to build. One of them doesn't appear in that picture that we were looking at from the rear. The tree protection plan, let's call them from front to back, 1, 2, and 3. The tree protection plan was for tree number 1. Tree number 2 was supposed to remain, and tree number 3 was authorized to be removed because it was occupying the footprint of the garage, or excuse me, the additional dwelling unit. So the conversation that went was, we're basically coming to remove the pecan tree, meaning tree number 3, and we were ready for them to remove it. When we came to the lot, subsequently, they had removed tree number 2. So that's how the kind of the story and the confusion went, is when they said we're coming to remove the pecan tree, we never even thought about tree number 2 because it was clear that tree number 3 was in the footprint of the ADU, and that was the tree that needed to be removed. So that's how the kind of the 2 and 3 that's how that all went down. So we did pay to remove tree number 3, and that's what we actually paid for. They took out 2 by accident and then had to come back and get 3.
Okay. We have a questioner by Commissioner Lineberger. Thank you, Joseph.
So then I want to go back to our question before. Where was the tree protection? Where was the fencing on tree number 3? That speaks volumes to someone coming to remove a tree. If one is protected and has the fencing around it and one does not, it starts to be pretty clear that they might need to seek clarification.
And by tree number 3, Commissioner Lineberger means tree number 2.
It sounds like tree number 3 was approved or removed.
Tree number 3 was approved, yes. It's tree number 2 that they took out. And so Commissioner Lineberger wants to know where the tree protection plan, the fencing was around tree number 2.
We didn't need tree protection plans for tree number 1. The tree number 2 was not expected to need a tree protection plan because it wasn't at risk.
And it was,
In the middle of the lot, so you can't, well, you can, now you can't see any other pictures, but the house sits before that tree that you're looking at right now, and the ADU sits behind it. So it wasn't deemed at risk when we first got approved.
Christy,
There
I
was no
think,
tree
Christy,
protection plan needed.
could you confirm this?
I've pulled up the site plan that might help everybody, showing, so the one on the left shows existing and then proposed.
But the original approval was for a tree protection plan for both 1 and 2, isn't that correct? Or am I wrong about that?
I'd have to check. I don't want to misspeak.
Okay.
Okay, so I will say that at this point, the trees are gone, so we have to deal with the situation as it is. All right. So barring any additional comments from Mr. and Mrs. Pollard, we will close again and start deliberating on what to do now. Okay. Commissioner Walker.
Okay, so I can just make a comment now? Is that allowed?
Oh, that's what this time is for.
There are, in the last several years, there's several times when I have questioned all the time and effort I put on this Historic District Commission. And without a doubt, one of the things that I have been most proud of and have said frequently to friends is the preservation of that tree on your lot, because it had another 900 years left on it. And I remembered very specifically working hard with the commission to make sure that we found a way to protect that tree as much as the homeowners were really more interested in its removal. So I'm just going to get that out. I think that the tree is probably going to be gone. There's nothing we can do about it. And there won't be compensation that can provide enough to remediate that. And given that, I'm not sure where to go in terms of what to do for a motion.
Yeah.
Or what, that,
Yes, Commissioner Goodwin.
sorry.
Yeah, this is
that
for
say?
Christie. In our workshop. Yeah, it's on. Krista turned it on for me. In our workshop, is there any way that we could evoke the UDO standard?
We
The
can't.
Heritage tree?
It doesn't go into effect until June 1st.
Okay,
I know.
all right, thank you.
Yeah, good thought, but we
Yeah,
can't. Yeah.
we're going to go to Commissioner Wojcik and then we're going to go to Commissioner Lineberger.
So my question is, if now that they've damaged this tree and now that it's a hazard because of the way that they chose to do this project and carried through the construction, we have a responsibility for protecting people that may be around the tree, but is there a way that we can approve removal but still have consequences to that removal?
Christy?
What you've done in the past actually has been to deny removal and require replanting conditions.
Okay. Commissioner Walker?
I wouldn't be opposed to a second opinion, and I say that because Schneider Trees was on my block several months ago and pretty close to decimated two oak trees that we have out on our planting strip in preparation for some stormwater work. Completely unnecessary destruction of two gorgeous oak trees.
Yeah, so and what I was referencing was trees that have already been removed. So we did that over at 628 South Summit. They had removed a big tree. And I think it was in the July or August meeting, the commission denied it, but required replanting during the next replanting season.
What does that mean really in actuality?
That means that like for replanting, we write a
Or
COA.
to deny it and then ask
It
that they
just-
replant it anyway. What long-term consequence does that
I think
achieve?
I think what it does is it sets the record that the commission is not okay with this, ask for forgiveness rather than permission, by denying it, you know.
So it just puts it on record.
It does. It
Okay.
does, yeah, because otherwise it shows, if you're approving it, it shows that, okay, well, we're
You
in
can
favor-
ask forgiveness
favor
instead
of
of
this.
permission.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but, you know, Henry Kunzig with Urban Forestry did review all the documentation and did concur. So,
Okay.
yeah, that's why we asked them for their second opinion. I know.
Commissioner Lineberger and then Commissioner Hawkins.
So Christy, that's officially our second opinion that Jill was just requesting.
So we started that, when did we start that? Last year? Because, you know, they're the experts at urban forestry. They're certified arborists. They're actually track qualified. You know, they have all the highest levels of certification, and we depend on them to evaluate these letters because, you know, with tree letters, someone's writing a letter, but they're also going to financially benefit from taking out the tree. So this is kind of a safeguard of, okay, well, urban forestry, can you read between the lines of this and evaluate it and tell us lay people, you know, is this right? Or
Gave us
do you
some
need more
support
information?
in, you know, to your point, Commissioner Goodwin, once the UDO kicks in, we're going to have additional support that, you know, comes with consequences if you take out a heritage tree.
Right. Right.
And so we don't have that now,
No.
but it sounds like Commissioner Walker, and not just Commissioner Walker, has, I think that we have all the power here to do what needs to be done. Commissioner Hawkins.
Can I say
Oh,
one thing?
yeah, sure.
Sorry. I just want to, you know, let people know that staff is here to work with them. Like, this front walk, it doesn't have to go there. Like, we have done alternative things for front walks all the time, whether it's maybe peat gravel or you're winding it around or something different. Like, you know, this is something that we could have avoided, you know,
Yeah.
damaging some of those roots with the installation of that side of that walkway. And that, I want to make it clear that we were not requiring that walkway to be in that location. And we would absolutely work with people to protect the tree because I think that was pretty clear. It was the commission's utmost importance
Yeah.
that this tree be protected. So I just, you know, encourage anyone out there watching that staff's here to help. Call us before you dig or before you do something, and we'll help problem solve.
Yeah.
So anyway, back
Thank
to you,
you.
Kim. Sorry.
No, thank you for saying that. It helps us be a good steward of these neighborhoods we're privileged to live in. Commissioner Hawkins and then Commissioner Lineberger.
I hate to pile on, and Commissioner Walker said it so passionately and eloquently, but I feel like this is something that we probably need to talk about as a commission. It seems that people are taking the approach of ask for forgiveness. And if there are no long-term, and I'm hearing that maybe longer term consequences may be on the horizon, but it's not fair.
Yeah.
And I just want to make that comment.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Commissioner Lineberger.
I just, on the record, wanted to add, I believe, I remember when we reviewed this project and approved it, in addition to what Commissioner Walker already stated, I believe that we were very careful about requesting there be proper distance to the porch and how far that setback was. I just wanted that on the record too, that we were very passionate about this tree, I believe,
Yeah.
at that point.
We did work really hard to save it. Okay, but alas, it is on a out. So what do we do now? And not to complicate things, it's 4:32 and we are only on application number 6. So let's be creative quickly. Commissioner Walker, I'm really going to kick it over to you, please. What are some, Christy's told you what some options are. So,
I don't think I want to do this.
okay, Commissioner Lineberger.
So I think I'm going to make a motion to deny the application. So Christie, stop me anywhere if I'm out of line here.
There's some nuance to this one simply because like half the tree is there, but it needs to come out. So, you can make that like,
I was going to do approve, but
would you do a condition? Let me ask our attorney. Would it be like a condition of the denial? Well, taking out the rest of the tree, like you're denying it, but as a, like a condition, they're taking it out or would they do a denial of the pecan?
Well, that was actually what I was going to say. Can we do a denial of
The pecan?
pecan removal and then almost treat it like two separate line
I
items?
think you're gonna have
Like,
to simply
do we need
because
in two separate motions?
I
So
think
wait,
I
could
think
I would love to hear what the attorney has to
Sure.
say.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest that you could do two separate because the circumstances surrounding each tree sound like, from the discussion, sound like they might be different.
Mhm.
So.
Okay. Commissioner Goodwin?
I have one quick question. In our standards, it says, this is in trees, 8.5, number 6, the HDC may require the planting of additional trees, doesn't say how many, to replace a mature canopy that is removed. So with the UDO, the mitigation is $500 plus more trees, $250 a tree. So could we ask for more trees to replace the heritage tree? Even though it's not UDO time, but it does not spell out how many trees.
it is at your discretion how many
Yeah.
trees. My only request would be, as shown, they're only proposing to replant the 2 trees that they were already supposed to plant, because of approved removals. So, I recommended in my staff memo a minimum of 4. But if you want to do more, you can. I just don't know if the site would handle it.
Yeah,
Handle
because
more
the
than 4.
UDO, as Henry explained it, also said that it had to be, there was a range, right?
Yeah.
What was it? 27 square feet or 10 square
I
feet?
don't,
26 inches.
I'm not exactly
Yeah,
sure.
Oh,
But the point was that here's what was approved. So they were gonna take out this tree. They were gonna plant a new tree back here and a new tree here. And this is the pecan that was removed, and this is the deodar cedar. And so from the looks of it, there needs to be 2 more trees to replace the pecan and the cedar that's been lost, in addition to these trees that you're already expecting to be planted. I'm just not sure if there's room for more than 4. But you can ask, and if you give me flexibility to work with an arborist as staff, I can work through that.
All right. Thank you, Christy.
So,
Yes, Commissioner Bell?
sorry.
No.
So can we make that part of our motion
Mhm.
to outline specifics, not just the quantity, but the quality of the tree, as well as come back from a notice from an arborist outlining the capability of the property regarding that quantity?
That sounds like a great idea.
Can we do that?
I was heading that way. I was
Okay.
heading that way. Thank you, Commissioner Bell.
Okay.
So you can help me word this.
All right. So Commissioner Lineberger.
So I'll do this in 2 motions. So I make a motion to deny the removal of the pecan tree and that it be replaced with 1 large maturing hardwood canopy tree. And in addition, an additional tree? Do I need to specify caliper, Christie? Do I need to get that, or as approved by staff? or-
Typically, we say 3 to 5 because that's what will grow faster. I think, oh, no, wait, I'm wrong. 2 to 3. 2 to 3, not 5. Not 5's too big. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and did the applicant plant an additional tree of their choosing that's 2 to 5 inches in caliber?
Okay, so we have motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any discussion, questions, or anything surrounding the motion? You have a question? Okay.
Should a maintenance program or some kind of maintenance program record by the homeowner be included? Because I know with trees, if you don't take care of them and water them and do all that, you could have a dead tree in a year.
Is that within our power, Christy?
I don't know if you can require a maintenance program, but isn't there some way to require that if the tree dies, you need to have this many trees on your property? Can you
Yeah, I
just leave it
think
at that?
given the situation and the care that was taken on the trees that this property owner had, I would like to ensure that these next trees do stand a chance.
Okay. All right, so how would you word that, Commissioner Walker?
Um,
So is this a friendly amendment? Or do you want to just add this?
Yeah, I don't know what would be considered appropriate, I guess. 'Cause this is a very unusual situation.
I would just state it as a contingency plan. So if the trees, so I think what you're saying is if the trees that are planted or replaced do not live for whatever reason, then they need to be replaced. So implementing some kind of contingency or replanting plan or something like that.
How you feel about that, Commissioner Lineberger?
Can we just accept it the way you just said it as a friendly amendment?
Can we? Is your motion?
Yes.
All right.
I accept that.
So friendly amendment accepted. Any further discussion of the motion or friendly amendments to be made? All right, let's vote.
Kim,
Oh.
just 1 second. Staff has a question about clarity. Maybe Christy is clear.
Okay.
Krista, are you looking for replanting of 2 large canopy trees?
Yes, what I
You
said
applicants
was,
choosing, and I wasn't sure if they were going to be clear whether you were
Yes.
looking for large canopy.
thank you. Yes. That the pecan, my motion was to deny the removal of the pecan tree, but since it has been removed, that it be replaced by a large maturing hardwood canopy tree. And in addition, an additional tree of the applicant's choosing that is
A large hardwood canopy.
the second one as well. So 2.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because otherwise you'll end up with like arborvitae or a
Okay,
myrtle or
okay.
something. Mhm.
Okay, all right. So friendly amendment accepted. And is that still good with you, Commissioner Walker? Okay, perfect. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to deny passes 8-0. Okay, next one?
Okay, I make a motion to approve the removal of the deodar cedar and that it be also replaced by a, replaced and then also an additional tree planted, so a total of 2. Be replaced with 2 large maturing hardwood canopy trees.
All right, so motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Bell. Any further discussion of this motion?
As a additional or further penalization for taking down this heritage tree, do we request that they come back with a deodorus cedar in replacement?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Barth.
So we'll treat that as a friendly amendment. That has been accepted by
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger. Is that still good with you, Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion of this motion? And it's clear, it needs to be clear that these are in addition to the 2 trees that were already supposed to be planted. All right, so we have an additional, what, 6 total, but 4 new trees to replace these 2 that were lost, that were and are being lost. Okay, Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 8-0. All right, thanks, Ms. Pollard.
Okay, our next application was continued from our July meeting, so reach back in your brains to remember 465 West Worthington and 1901 South Mint. I am looking for David. David Wales, are you with us?
I am.
Hi, David. Have you been sworn in?
I have.
Oh, wonderful. Can you turn on your camera?
I can.
All the right answers today, David. This is great. Thank you. Good to
Just
see you.
knocking them out. Good
Uh-oh.
to see you as well.
All right. Great. Okay, so again, this application was continued from July to revisit the height of the ADU and further study the impact of the alley and rear driveway placement about the curb cuts and provide a clearer understanding of that the project meets tree protection plan. So talking about clearer understanding of this alley and the driveway here is what was being asked for. And then the design of the project has changed as shown on slide 7, the original versus what you were asking to review today, which is the proposed. At this time, David, I'm going to turn it over to you. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please. Oh, no, you're frozen. Okay. Given that, we might have you turn off your video. so you have-
David Wales, 400 Roselawn Place, Charlotte, North Carolina, 282.
Thanks, David. Hey, David,
Okay.
I know we love the video, but it sounds like your bandwidth might benefit from turning that off.
I did turn off the video.
Okay,
Is
good.
it
Okay.
still showing?
No, you're
Okay.
not as staticky anymore.
Okay, great.
Okay, so I'm on slide 7.
Do I
let me
need
know.
to restate my name?
No, we're good. Thanks.
Okay, as far as the slides. Okay. So as you remember, the main issue that we were ADUs, one not seeming secondary to the main house due to the height, as well as the question came up in the previous presentation of whether the front stoop and portico was appropriate for a secondary structure. So there has been I was able, as many of you know, this house has been, the foundation is in place, and the initial first level of floor framing was in place as well. The new design takes advantage of what is already existing while adding some additional square footage on the first level by adding a couple bump outs to either side. As you can see in the proposed design, all the materials are staying the same, but there's the 2 bump outs that utilize the original windows that were ordered for the second floor on these 2 little bump outs. The foundation will continue to wrap around brick foundation with a row lock at the top course. The siding is going to be a solid wood Dutch lap siding to match the addition that was done to the main house and the roof. One of the other things that we had proposed and was being discussed was because we were trying to lower the overall height, the top roof was we were having to lower the slope of the dormer roof and then because of that put metal on that roof. But now with the lower elevation, we are able to do just a standard architectural shingle everywhere. Other than that, everything else on the front remains the same. On the back side, which is now up, there is a little bump out in the back, which is actually more of a, if you were able to see a section, it's more of a mezzanine. There's actually a few steps up to this, what is now the bedroom bump out that was previously on the second floor, and 3 of those windows that were part of the original second story have been reused on the backside here. The owner has requested also adding the skylights that are shown there on the back, but they would not be visible from the street. The materials are all the same on the backside with the Dutch lap siding to match the existing, as well as the brick foundation. And the roof slope on this little bedroom bump out is a 312 slope that allows for shingles as well. Next slide. And the roof slope on both the 912 slope matches the slope on the existing house, while the 312 slope on the bump out is a new slope and is not existing on the main house. But this is on the back half of the ADU. Next slide. There would be a secondary entrance on the right wing that would be accessible from the main house. Other than that, it's you can see in this view that the portico has been removed and is now the front of the house is just a brick stoop with no covering, which kind of, I guess, creates a more secondary looking structure from the street. Next slide. And as you can see, the new ADU is significantly shorter than previously designed and is much more secondary than the original. And so essentially we've eliminated the question of whether this is a secondary structure to the main house. It's the roof, the ridge line's now 3.5 feet below that of the existing house, and again, you can see in this one where we have eliminated the portico on the ADU. Next slide. Oh, that's it.
Okay, thank you, David. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
Yes, we do, and they've joined us via WebEx.
Okay.
Justin, are you with us? Hi, Justin. Oh, you're muted.
And you hear me now?
Slightly, can you turn on your video?
No, I don't have a webcam. Actually. Wow.
Okay. You are breaking up.
Can you hear me about now?
Yes.
Switch. Okay.
Justin, have you been sworn in?
No, I haven't.
Okay, we'll do that first.
All right, Justin, if you will, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Justin. I have your information pulled up in the agenda supplement. And if you would, before you start, state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure. Justin Bell, 1829 South Mint Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Thanks, Justin. The floor is yours.
So I guess my main concern or comment, again, I'm not really for or against, but I guess it's because it's again up to the historic board or the historic commission to make these decisions. The idea of two houses on one lot. Now, I understand legally, I think it's all legal to do that with even two addresses. I guess my comment to the board is what is the purpose of the historic board if not to make, these things historic? I mean, if not, take us out, eliminate us from being as part of the historic board, because I don't know of too many houses out there that have a house in the backyard. And especially in historic districts. I mean, maybe in non-historic it might be, but I mean, I've lived here for 5 or 6 years, and I'm yet to see someone who, maybe a mother-in-law suite, maybe a garage with a, office with it. Those are something that I see, but I mean, another house. Now, the example that I have found is that on Spruce Street, 101 Spruce Street, there's two houses on that lot. And again, I'm part of Wilmore. I always pay attention to what's being sold. I like knowing, what my place is worth, what everything else is going. Is it a, growing neighborhood? Is it not a growing neighborhood? So, this one always caught my eye because I always wondered why this was going for sale for like 600,000 and it was just a small house. Well, it turns out there's two houses on it. And this thing stayed on the market for over 2 years. And then I don't even think it finally sold. I think it's now being rented. So I guess my point is, with this house in particular that we're talking about with the ADU, I mean, will this always just be a rental, or both houses always be a rental? I mean, what family is going to buy a house with a house in the backyard? And so this all ties back into, I guess, my comment to the commission is, how is this historic? I understand that they're allowed to have an ADU and there's provisions in the historic board guidelines for an ADU. I get it. But if this was not a corner lot, this would not even be a, discussion. There would not be this issue. This would not come up. Someone might build a garage in their backyard. They might build, again, a mother-in-law suite, that kind of stuff, but not a whole nother house for a rental. So that's my number one. My number two is that as far as I understand, with ADUs, there has to be a certain percentage of permeable land versus ADU space on a lot. I haven't seen yay or nay if this does meet it, if it doesn't. So that's just a question, I guess, to the board. And then the third being is that, when we spoke about this, or when this was spoken about back in June or July, I think you said, there was a discussion on the building pad and the use of the alleyway. And I understand the alleyway is for, first come, first serve. You're not allowed to block it, but anyone's allowed to use it. I understand that. But as I'd mentioned before, there is a stormwater drop inlet, otherwise known as like a storm drain. And there's also what appears to be a pretty large electrical box that would be both in the way of where this alleyway meets West Worthington to be able to use it. So my question is number one, how like there it is, and you can see the electrical boxes where those garbage cans are actually, they're on top of it. So who's responsible? I mean, is that a taxpayer thing? If this alleyway has to be turned into an actual drivable alleyway, does the taxpayers have to pay to have that drop inlet and the electrical box moved, or is that part of the owner's responsibility who wants to be able to use it to access the pad? And then with both of those being said, I was under the understanding that they were going to go at a different path, I guess, for the building pad. And also, lastly, does that building pad, what is it going to be made of? Because does that affect permeability? If it's gravel, then I assume it doesn't affect permeability, but if it's concrete or asphalt, then that does. So just, I guess, some more clarifications on that. Those are my 3 comments.
All right, thank you so much, Justin. David, I will let you speak to those 3 major concerns of Mr. Bell.
I'm not really sure how to respond against the addressing the 2 houses on one lot. You know, I was hired to design them and went through all the appropriate channels to get approvals and have done so. And that's, I mean, it was the owner's request to you know, to design and build the ADU. And you know, beyond that, it's that's not really up for my decision. Again, just went through all the appropriate channels with zoning, planning, and historic district. So what the owner chooses to do with that building when it is complete is not my decision. Regarding the building pad or the pad to the left of the ADU, you know, that's the electrical pad in the or the electrical box in the stormwater do provide for some difficult access points, and I don't know that we will be able to utilize the driveway the way we had originally planned. There is a driveway that has been recently approved, a new one for the main house, and there is street parking all along this area along West Worthington that whatever tenant or owner of the ADU and main house can utilize. But there is going to be a driveway along the left side of the main house.
Okay. All right, Justin, any follow-up questions?
No, I mean, as I said, the first question was more generally to the board, so it really wasn't his. And then this regarding the driveway and everything, I didn't realize the main house was now getting a driveway, so that's actually nice to hear. But then again, the last thing was just that permeability. How does that fall in line?
David?
Yeah, no, I mean, originally there was a gravel access. I think I'm trying to remember. Can you pull up the site plan? This project's gone on for so long. So we are showing a concrete parking pad over there, which obviously would affect permeability, but you know, the overall site had a permeability calculation done, and it was within the standards. But again, I don't know that we'll even be including the parking pad as part of the project, since you can see the new driveway on the left there.
Okay. All right. Thank you for calling in, Justin, Mr. Webb. All right. Do we have anyone else wishing to speak for or against this application?
No.
Okay. All right, commissioners. Question for Mr. Wales. I'll start off. David, you brought the height of the ADU down. What is the width now versus the width of the ADU we approved?
The width you approved was 20 feet wide, and now the new width is around 28 feet wide, I believe.
28 feet wide. And what's the square footage?
It's around 640 total square feet, which is below the threshold required for an ADU.
Okay. And this one is this next question, I just need clarification. I'm confused by it. I'm looking for the slide where you reference R5 as the zoning. Do you remember where that is?
Is it the purple?
And that you did reference that, right? I didn't make that up.
On the site plan
On the site plan.
and the street, the left-hand side, it says minimum width, lot width.
That's right. And so, why are we referencing zoning for single family on an ADU?
Why are we I don't understand the question.
What's the page? Or the slide? 6. I don't see it on 6. Right here. Okay, so, and again, educate me, please. I'm looking at the ADU and it shows minimum lot width for R5.
Yes.
And this is an ADU, so I was kind of confused about why that was even listed there.
That was something that was required when I was working with zoning. They wanted that included on the, they wanted that as well as all the appropriate setbacks indicated on the site plan.
But why for single family? R5 is single family. It's not an ADU. Or, and if I'm wrong,
Well,
then educate me about that.
well, it's all part of, since this is still considered a, a single property, it is still R5.
Okay, so even though it has different addresses, it's considered the same property.
Yes.
And so this minimum lot width for R5 that's directly in front of the ADU is for the entire property.
Correct.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Yep.
So if you will, please go to slide, I think it's 44. I saw, in the original foundation, David, I see how the foundation turns and how it tears up.
Yes.
I lost that in the drawings of the new ADU. So will you help me / us understand that? I'm trying to get to a slide where you.
Are you
where it might
talking
be.
about this right here?
Yeah, so that was for the old, but I'm now wanting to go to the new because it with the bays, the additional wings, it gets lost. So I just want to understand it better.
Do you remember when I was discussing how there was going to be somewhat of a mezzanine on the back?
I do, yeah.
Yes, you can see there right above the cursor where it steps
Hold
up.
on, let me get on that slide. Just give me
Yeah.
a second, please.
No problem.
We're on slide 9.
Okay,
We were previously on slide 44. So.
okay. All right. I'm with you, David.
Yep. So the just on the back half, just past the small wings, the foundation steps up, and in that back corner, and that line is continued onto the little mezzanine area on the back side.
What
But-
happens with that bay that's facing us, that wing that's facing us between that wing and turning the corner? Yeah,
Yes.
right there.
What do you mean? What happens there? You mean what's the foundation?
Yeah, what happens with the foundation there? The foundation
I
we're
believe
talking
it's
about.
still
Yeah.
low in that part. Yes, it's still at the lower level.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll get one of our architects to help translate that for me. Thank you, David. Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on some of my other questions. I'll let other commissioners speak up now. Yes, commissioners. Commissioner Wojcik?
Well, I would like to respond to your question, and it looks correct on the drawings, but in real life, there's probably going to need to be some grading that adjust that grade. So I'm not sure that you'll really be able to see it from anywhere, but the actual retaining wall of that structure, there may actually be a retaining wall to get the grade away from the house.
So a retaining wall that we don't currently see.
It will be integrated into the structure.
Okay.
I think when they do it, they would have to, I don't think it'll be an exterior element, but I
Okay.
think we'll actually see more brick than we see right there.
Okay.
Because you
Okay.
can't have something coming out and having water going straight towards it.
Right.
You have to be able to go this way.
Sure, and that I get.
Yeah.
So, okay.
So I think you're right in asking that question, and that
Yeah.
I do think that might be a little bit different.
Yeah.
And
So it won't be exactly as it's represented here.
so, and David, can you address that?
Are we talking about along the very back edge or the back edge of the wings?
The
Back edge of the wing. Of the wings, both of them.
Well, if you go back to the I mean, the grade does slope pretty steeply at that point. So I don't know if the question is whether there would need to be a retaining wall on the wing. If that is the case, I don't believe so. I guess there would be the interior floor in there is a slab, so it's not a crawl space. And so there wouldn't be any water coming into a crawl space area. It comes direct, like basically the edge of that slab is, I guess not encased, but has a small brick wall outlining the edges of the slab. And then where the grade starts to jump up, the whole, what you could call that back half where the brick is higher, it is acting as a retaining wall and would do so along the back edge of the rear mezzanine wing. That would be acting as a retaining wall, correct?
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. Commissioners, questions for Mr. Wales? Commissioner Lineberger?
Yeah. Hi, David. Maybe I can help clarify. This will help clarify. When your existing structure and that existing foundation, when we look at that photograph of what is built currently, will that foundation look the same? Does that help, Commissioner?
Absolutely, yes.
If you go
Because
back
I don't think it will.
To the photograph?
44, slide 44.
The front stoop would look the same, but the front left corner there, is where the wing will step out from. So that the wall, basically where you see that pipe coming up, all of that will be demoed out, and the new wing will continue, or you'll have that 4-foot bump out, and then turn 90 degrees back perpendicular to the current left wall. And so there will be, for the most part, everything that is on the wings will be at the same level as that the front area with the stoop. But that back little area where the pipe is coming up, that will all be demoed away. Yeah.
Okay. That good? That makes sense.
It makes more sense.
So just so I understand, so the foundation will not be expanding to the left of that ADU as you're looking at the front of it?
It will be expanding to both the left and the right by 4 feet.
Yeah, because it's 8 feet longer than that.
So then can I ask, so then how close will that be to the tree that's to the left of that?
Well, that's part of the reason why, if you go to the one of the side elevations, why the whole wing is kind of pushed towards the front of the elevation to stay out of the drip line of that tree.
Which means, what do you mean specifically by that?
If you go to that one, you can see how it's not centered on that elevation. It's
Right.
pushed towards the front with a 1-foot setback in order to stay out of the drip line and keep that tree safe.
So the foundation will be approximately how many feet from the tree?
It'll be about 12 to 15. I don't know exactly, but it's around the recommendation from the arborist at the beginning was to stay 10-foot minimum off of that, and we're going to be around 12 feet.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner Lineberger.
David, I have another question still. While Christy, I'm so sorry to go back to the site plan again. I just wanted to clarify the distance between the main structure and now that that ADU is expanded to the side.
Yep.
That distance is, I mean, I see the dimension of the 12 feet, 1.5, I guess it's 12 feet, 1.5 inches.
That's correct.
But if you take that to the shortest point, that's not quite, it doesn't look like the lines, and it might be just in the drawing that way, but what the dimension really is, like from the shortest point, I guess that would be closer to the stair or that corner.
Yeah, that's all, but that's a back deck back there, but it's still about a 10-foot gap between the two.
Okay, just, I don't know what the requirements are. It just seemed really tight to me. And then also, is there a reason that the red dotted line that's showing the lot, that it's divided into two lots? I mean, it appears to be divided into two lots. I guess, is
Yes,
that just
because
of
of
the address?
because for the ADU and for establishing the setbacks of the ADU, you have, even though it's still considered a single property, zoning wants to establish the setbacks for the ADU separately from the main house. So since the ADU is oriented towards West Worthington, the front setback is different than the front setback on the main house, since we're on a corner lot here. So this all was the result of a pretty extensive coordination effort with zoning and planning to make sure that the ADU was situated properly and was meeting the setbacks of the setbacks for the ADU, independent of the setbacks for the main house.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Hawkins?
I do remember this conversation before, but I don't really remember where we landed on it. So the concrete parking pad, how will you access that concrete parking pad?
I think I mentioned this, or I mentioned it during Justin's questioning earlier, that that concrete pad most likely is not going to exist. I know it's shown there, but because of the issues that we've recognized on the site with accessing it, because originally we were planning on accessing it from the public alley until the electrical box and stormwater, it was realized that those were going to be a problem.
Okay, and probably also with the tree being there, it might be a good idea not to have anything nearby it. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, one also related to that tree, I saw in the photograph that there's no protection around that tree. There's construction debris, there's dirt piled up around the root zone, which very dangerous to the health of the tree. And just wanted to mention that supposed to have a tree protection zone.
Yes, we will establish that once construction resumes.
Okay. Commissioner Bell?
Just one thing I noticed and that I've heard in this discussion, it feels like based on the staff notes that the revised plans or drawings, we've addressed number 1, but I don't see detail around, I've heard mention that the parking pad is not likely going to be used, but is it going to be used or is it not going to be used? And then the tree protection plan. So it feels like, and I wasn't here in July, so forgive my ignorance, but I feel like the new conversation that's happening today, we've had a good conversation about the height, but not some of the other items that staff has brought forward.
Yeah, so the design is completely changed, and during this process, when that happens, that opens up new questions about like wings and setback and impacts to trees and all those things. So you're absolutely correct, Commissioner Bell. Yep.
And I agree, so much of this focus and my focus has been on trying to design and get the ADU architecture in order that, like I said, the concrete pad is a holdover from the very beginning. And, once the project was under construction and we became more familiar with the site, we realized that that was not going to be achievable. And so it got left on the plans because it was, for better or worse, it was neglected because all the focus was on the building itself.
Thank you.
David, you have these, again, 44, with the eaves, the pork chop treatment that is not being carried over to the ADU. Is that correct?
No, it will be, the two will match architecturally.
Okay, all right. Any other questions, commissioners, before we close for deliberation?
I think Krista had one. I had one as well.
Okay, all right.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Commissioner Barth.
I apologize if I'm being redundant and this was already brought up, but on the proposed east elevation of the EDU, would you be willing to put a window at least on that gable end, since it does face the down street end of what's that cross street? Is it Worthington? Yeah, Worthington. Potentially the same window that you show on the previous iteration.
Can I just clarify one thing? There are two slides labeled east. I know that's an error. So if you could just use the slide number, are you referencing slide number 9?
Slide 9, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So David, would you be?
Yes, definitely. I'll look to see how we can incorporate a window on that elevation.
Don't know what your program's doing inside, but I think we would all appreciate some sort of articulation, especially since it's a complex elevation.
Yes, agreed. I agree that it needs something.
Thank you.
All right. David, anything you want to say before we close?
No, just that I know that this project has been a bit of a frustration for all of us, and I'm ready to move forward and get the current eyesore on the site finished and get it off your plate and off my plate.
One more question. What is the pitch of the roof on the main house?
It is a 912, I believe.
Okay, awesome. All right, we will now close for deliberation. Let's see. Jill, will you kick us off in discussion about this one, please?
Sure. How does everybody feel about the tree protection plan that this project has or does not have?
Well, I think we agree that according to Phil's comments and your comments that we need to have it. I mean, we've seen how if trees are not protected, they go away. So I think that's
and if you
important.
read the page 32 to 35, I would venture to say that would not constitute a tree protection plan, I don't think. So I'm a little concerned about that.
Mm-hmm.
The The slide that shows the house with the driveway, I think it might be slide 8 or 9. No, it isn't. It's slide 6. I guess that it is okay that that side driveway only goes to the partial side of the house because it's limited by the dimensions of the house with regard to the lot. Because typically, I think the rule is that the driveway should end at the back end of the house. Is that?
Yeah, so it's not encouraged.
So staff I approved it.
Okay.
Because it goes back as far as possible to the lot and they can't put it over here. There's no room. And it avoids the trees. So it gets at least a full car length behind the back of the house, which is the standard set by the commission. So it's been approved. If you'd like to undo it, work fast.
So this would be, I mean, since it's a corner lot, it's not really considered the back of the house though, right, Christy?
What do you mean? Well, right, this is a secondary kind of.
Yeah, so essentially it is front yard parking.
I mean, this is the
it's
front
a
yard
very-
right here.
But it's a corner lot with more than one prominent elevation.
Okay, so where,
I have no idea. I'm just bringing that up to say, I mean, is it an exception because of the?
I think it's the lot limitations and the fact that they can get it back as far as possible. And we are used to approving driveways that meet standards like this. So if you want us to change, we will absolutely change.
Commission-
And, like moving forward, giving us direction as staff, we
Mhm.
welcome input.
Mhm.
And if you want to override staff's approval, that's fine too.
I don't want to override it. I just want to understand it better. Commissioner Lineberger?
So it brings up a question for me. There wasn't an existing driveway for this property, correct? I mean, not every house has a driveway to begin with.
Correct. We have plenty of parking that goes off the side though for many, many properties. Like there'll be like a little side driveway here or here, and it'll be all accessed off the secondary. So, anyway, I didn't see a problem with it, but again, I'm glad to give myself and Cindy and Jenny and Candace direction moving forward if you would like to. He was offering it in exchange for the public alley.
I feel like you all see these applications all the time, so we defer to you, and this is a teachable moment for us.
I mean, I'm glad to,
Yeah.
revisit corner lots. Like if we need to, it's no problem. We're
I-
always seeking to do better and grow and learn. So absolutely.
I have to say that my challenge in this is the same as it was really from the beginning. It just really looks like two houses. And I know when I mentioned that before, it wasn't taken too kindly, but it looks like two houses. And with the orientation of the ADU facing the street and in line with the next house, it really just looks like two houses. And I don't know what to do about that. I don't know how that's okay.
Yeah, it seems like what you have is originally you had an American small house.
Yeah.
On the lot.
Very simple.
And then that got expanded or is getting expanded, so it's
Has been expanded.
something else. And then you've added another American small house behind it.
Yeah.
Is what,
Go back to your design standards. Go to your open accessory buildings.
so, yeah, I guess we have to decide, is that diminutive enough with regard to the main structure that it,
Secondary in all ways, not just height. Like remember, we look at everything, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not just height.
Yeah, so yeah, I talked to Christy about that the other day. It's like another house is substantial, right? That's its own primary thing. It is not secondary. And to the Mr. Webb's point, it doesn't look secondary. It looks like two houses on one lot.
think it's Mr. Bell, just Mr. Bell,
What did I say?
Webb.
Oh, thank you.
It's okay.
Mr. Bell, Justin. I'll
Yes.
call him Justin.
Call him Justin. Yeah.
Yeah, what Justin, as Justin said, I completely agree. So Commissioner Lineberger, help.
I totally understand what you're saying, but I want to go back to this particular application, what we've already approved. I feel like we already got through that point. So,
But then it was taller. We got through that point because we felt like the design and the height and the positioning was secondary.
right.
Then it got taller. And then we said, okay, well, we don't want it tall. And so it gets wider. So what we approved, in my opinion, was on the verge. And now this is over it. And so I welcome a designer, architect, builder to explain to me how this one is secondary. I really just want to understand that because I want to go for the win, but not just for the applicant, for the community as well.
My problem is how this is any different from any other accessory dwelling unit. I think because this is an American small house application that presents its own problems. They're notoriously difficult just because they are smaller houses, and everyone that owns them is trying to gain any last bit of square footage they can. Not only that, this corner lot, as the owner of a corner lot, I can sympathize with their parking needs, their square footage needs, all of that comes into play. So, I mean, I would, look back at some of the other cases we've approved where, we have entrances and doors on corner lots for ADUs that face the right of way. So,
Yeah, there's one in Wesley Heights and we're past the 90 days. So,
so that would be my thought. I mean, they've come down on, they've made certain sacrifices. Granted, there were some errors made during the construction, but it's not easy. I think taking away the portico was a good move and it's a step in the right direction. Certainly makes this look less like a primary residence, at least in my opinion.
Chris, looking at slide 9, to my layman eye, the side elevation looks pretty complicated considering that it's secondary to an American small house. When you look at that and the geometry of that, what do you see?
I'd say it looks like an American small house. I mean, it's complicated, but it's not a garage. That would be a rectangle like it looked like before. So I think you have a point there. I think it's stylistic architectural cues complement the American small house. But,
Okay.
does that go against our issue of looking at this as a secondary house? And that's the nature of these American small houses, is they're simple.
Yeah.
I mean, this could pass on some other lot somewhere else as a little house, but I mean, next to an American small house, anything could.
And so it's a challenge because I know that we want to get as much square footage as we can, and we want to use our space as much as we can. But at what point do you say, this is the lot you've been given, pun intended? You just can't. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Commissioner Wojcik?
Well, so specifically to that question, isn't that kind of what the permeability percentage is supposed to help us with? And
Yeah.
that has not been updated since
right.
the scale has changed.
Mhm.
Architecturally, I feel like it's appropriate from a secondary standpoint. And I think he's done a really good job in response to what our original requests were.
Mhm.
I get that his focus from a design standpoint was on the structure, and I think that the trees and all those other things still need to be protected, but I think that permeability is helpful for us.
Okay.
And I think just my thought is that we should tell them he can't have a concrete pad.
Mhm.
on the side of the structure. You know,
Mhm.
there's lots of things that take up volume and space and visual use of a property and are impactful in how it's perceived. So I do think we have a justification to request that information.
Thank
And
you.
that might help.
Yep, I think so. Commissioner Bell?
I'm good right now.
Okay. Commissioner Hawkins? I heard the beginnings of a thought that wants to come out.
I know that we're talking about this, and I feel like Chris probably already addressed it, but I'm slower coming up to this. And for accessory buildings, is it appropriate for it to look like a house?
I feel like we kind of ask everybody to make it look like a house. We want it to match the roof, we want it to match the siding, we want it to match the overhang, so my response to that would be yes, because if it doesn't, then we'd say, well, why doesn't it match? Is that what you need?
But not all.
Commissioner, you're not on mic, Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, I think what you're thinking about is we usually have garages that get expanded in such a way to have, you know, a bedroom and bathroom, et cetera, on top of them. So it's just a garage modification. But there's not, that I'm familiar with, you know, just a house that's added onto the property, which is maybe what you're thinking about? Yeah.
Yes, that's what, I feel like it's obvious that it's an accessory building. This does not look like an accessory building to me. And so is that what we're struggling with? Is that what the neighbors are struggling with this entire project?
Right, because it actually could function as an independent structure.
Correct.
Right, so just keep in mind, I think you guys are on the right path. We don't get into use. It's all about the appearance. Is it secondary? Is it subservient? Does it look like it's meant to serve the main building? So, and that's all, you're all kind of talking around that, but I just want
Yeah.
to remind you of.
And that's 8.10, number 3. Commissioner Goodwin?
Well, you read my mind. That's exactly what I was going to read.
Well, you take it further. I didn't mean to still, yeah.
New outbuildings to be compatible with the style and character of the primary historic building on the site, especially in scale, massing, and other architectural elements. And, you know, I think that our chief concern was the height. It did not look secondary, and that's been, I think, addressed.
But height turned to width. Commissioner Lineberger?
I'm going to follow up on that thread because when I look at this application and I see what was approved in December of 2021, this ADU, the taller ADU, it was approved. And I realize we have people that are not on the commission anymore that were part of that conversation. So we're revisiting this and I just don't, I'm concerned about the precedent of revisiting something that we did approved and they had, the only reason this even came back to us is they went higher than what we already approved.
And then they came down.
Yes.
And went wider than what we already approved.
I understand, but I believe that, I agree with Commissioner Goodwin, what he just said, and that I still feel like the height decrease for me, it meets that parameter.
We got 8 inches more, or I'm sorry, 8 feet, excuse me, more on 4 on either side, 4 feet on either side.
I understand.
So it came down, but it got, I think that's significant, right? Significantly wider.
It's significantly wider, but I think there is a dramatic difference in when you look at that elevation, you know, the elevation in the two structures side by side, I think you do see that it's subservient to the main structure. But I also agree, I think we need the calculations for the impermeability. I think we need to, you know, request that there's no parking pad, that definitely goes away, that there's a tree protection plan.
Would it be throwing? Okay,
Could I say one thing?
Why don't you ask for width measurement comparison to the house? You asked for height measurement. If you're hung up on width, what's the front width of the house compared to the width of this?
That's a great question. I had it written down and I did not ask it.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
great.
Because secondary means that and I don't want to chase our tails on this one. Secondary, like you said, is not just the height. It might have come down, but it got wider and looks more like a house. A house behind a house, in my opinion, is not secondary. Yes, Commissioner
I
Bell.
was looking at number 7, and it does seem that there are exceptions to corner lots. Now, they do have height, they don't have width, so to Christie's point, we should ask that question in relation to the main dwelling, but it does seem like the team has the ability to sign off on something that may be a little different based on a corner lot.
Mm-hmm.
So we
Yeah.
might want to think about that as well.
Isn't it wonderful when we refer to our standards? Thank you, Commissioner Bell. Okay, we've talked about this a lot. So who wants to start making a motion? Commissioner Lineberger?
I don't want to actually start to make one, but I would like to
Okay.
request that when we do make one, that we include in it what we talked about from the very beginning with this one, and that was because it was on the edge of the Wilmore Historic District and adjacent to all that new construction, that we were looking at it with a different eye. We weren't as particular about it adhering to our typical, rigorous guidelines as a nod to the sensitivity of the situation that the house was in.
Okay, so you don't want to make a motion right now? What would you like to do instead? Okay. Okay, just, that's very helpful though. Commissioner Wojcik.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So, can I also tell you, square footage wise, the proportions of the ADU in comparison to the main house?
Yeah.
It looks like it's about 50%.
Yeah,
So if you do it from that, even without the actual
it's
numbers.
secondary.
It is secondary.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I didn't make very good notes. I was just listening. So, I might
We will
ask
work
you
as a
guys
team.
information. So I would like to continue this project with the request of some additional information to be presented back to us. The first document of information we would like to have is the permeability of the site with the ADU new size documented.
And without the pad or with the pad?
Without the
Okay.
concrete pad,
Mm-hmm.
parking pad. We would like to request an actual tree protection plan be documented on the site plan.
Say one thing.
Yes.
So regarding the pad, it's whatever it's going to be. So I don't know that I heard from the applicant that that was a final decision. So whether the pad is in there or not, it's whatever the final plan is.
I think that's a good idea. That's smart. Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
not without
Mhm.
it, but
It's
with
whatever
whatever
it
the.
David is more than capable of giving us what we need.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we talked about permeability. We talked about tree protection. And there was something else on the staff.
Yeah, the skylights. The yeah.
We are requesting, is that a specification requirement, a product selection? As far as I know, skylights have to have some sort of flange on them. So how do we document that, Christy?
It's just a note that you're requesting a note that they're flush mount.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I keep going or do I need to start over again? Okay. We also request the skylights be noted as flush mount. We request the fenestration of the left side of the ADU be addressed. We are requesting measurements of the actual overall building size and the width of the existing house. Do we still need the ADU setbacks? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it meets the rear yard setback because it looks like it's to the foundation and not the eave.
Okay, so we're requesting the ADU setbacks be documented on the site plan. And HVAC locations.
You go first, Commissioner Lineberger.
I was also going to just maybe reference 8.1, number 3.
8.10.
I'm sorry, 8.10, number 3. Thank you.
And
Getting
number,
late.
and number 7, that came up too.
Yeah, to match the details. We talked about those eaves and the returns. You brought that up, actually, Commissioner Wojcik.
I did. Just, I was proud.
Number 3.
I needed Phil to
and
tell me that there were workshops.
Requesting the address that the 8.10 number 3 details, architectural details for the outbuilding to match. Oh, no, that's the secondary. I'm sorry. New outbuilding combination.
Commissioner Wojcik, we did say that we wanted to get not only the width of the ADU, but of the primary structure as well.
Mm-hmm.
Do you mind if we add that?
I said it.
Okay. All right.
To just address 8.10 number 3 and number 4. And I said the ADU setbacks for the property documented on the site plan. And we want to know if the parking pad is going to be part of the scope that we need to review. And we need window and door specifications.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. We have a motion made by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by Commissioner Hawkins. You have to be on record, Commissioner Bell. Okay, so any discussion of the motion, Commissioner Goodwin?
I have certain alarm bells going off with these flush skylights. I don't know how that could be done. And doing skylights, we always have to do curbs to keep water out. So I don't know how. to do flush.
You're misunderstanding me.
Oh,
There are tilt mount skylights and there are other, I think flush mount's pretty standard. We don't want them tilted. We don't want them like 2 or 3 feet above. It's still with all the things needed, like the Velux. Thank you. Yes, deck or
Yeah,
curb.
thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Barth just showed a
Thank you.
picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're on the same page. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, all right. So,
Friendly amendment.
friendly amendment,
Yeah.
Commissioner Walker?
With what I was talking about before, and that something to the effect that the commission makes this motion in consideration of the unique location of this house on the edge.
And lot configuration?
The unique location of this property on the edge of Wilmore adjacent to all new structures.
And I'm asking maybe in lot configuration because it's kind of special and so it's handled,
Mhm. Yeah, that as well,
yeah, differently.
just to avoid a precedent.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
accept.
Good. Are you
Good.
good with that
Yes.
friendly amendment? Okay, thank you, Commissioner Wojcik.
One more?
Oh, since you're good with friendly amendments, here's another one.
A lot
Commissioner
of
Barth.
opinions, yeah. Since we are going to see this one again, would like to see from the applicant a window added per slide 9 to the, I guess, rear elevation of the ADU referencing the original proposal to the left, taking that window and putting it on the gable end. Oh, did you have that?
Illustration.
That's right.
For slide 9, sorry.
Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Wojcik. Should we restate the motion? Yeah. Yeah. For posterity. So, Commissioner Wojcik, this time with feeling.
I move to continue this project with the following requirements. We are requesting permeability calculations for the property. We are requesting notes to be documented for flush mount skylights. We are requesting window fenestration to be addressed on the left elevation of the ADU. We are requesting the footprint measurements of the proposed structure, but we are also requesting the width of the existing main house. We are asking for the ADU setbacks to be documented on the site plan from the eaves, not the foundation. We are requesting documentation of the ADU adhering to zoning. Oh, we already got that square footage. We would like the square footage documented on the plans so that we know that it adheres to the ADU zoning requirements. We would like confirmation of use for parking pad or not for the ADU structure, and we would like window and door specifications. We are approving or continuing this on the basis of the unique lot and its location within the neighborhood. I am documenting 8.10, number 3 and number 7 for consideration. I think that's it.
All right.
You're done. Okay.
Well done, Commissioner Wojcik. Motion made by Commissioner Wojcik. Are you seconding it again, Commissioner Hawkins?
Yes.
All right. And any further discussion of the motion? There's always one.
Here, the tree protection documentation for that big tree back.
Well, it's a friendly amendment. Is that accepted?
I accept that.
And are you accepting it, Commissioner Hawkins?
Yes.
All right. Anything else? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 8-0. Thanks for your patience, David. All
Hey,
right.
Carrie, are you with us? Carrie and Camille? We are looking for,
Hello?
hi,
Hi, good afternoon or good
Is this-
evening.
is this Carrie?
It is Carrie. Unfortunately, Camille is unable to make it.
Okay.
So I will try and do my very best. I'm the owner. She's the GC architect.
Thank you. Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, we'll do that first.
All right, Carrie, if you will, please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, this application was continued from the September meeting for the items listed on the staff memo. At this time, I'm gonna turn the project over to Carrie to present the changes. And Carrie, if you would just state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Carolyn Clark, 330 West Boulevard, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Thank you. I'll start you on slide 4.
Is it slide 4?
There's 4, and then 5, and then I think 6 was your new one, maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're starting with 6?
We can start wherever you'd like to start.
Oh, okay. So I know that from the September meeting, the 2 questions posed were correct, were here. And I believe they were addressed in 6, now in slide 6. However, there is one aspect to part 1, 4.8, that was not placed on the rendering, which is the gable. So in 6, yes, ma'am. In 6, it shows as if it's a brick facade, but it's not. And the gable was not shown on here. And unfortunately, I missed it. But that is not changing in the original. The only thing that's changing is based on the picture in 4, I believe. Yeah, so 4 shows the rendering of the front. So the doors aren't changing. The gable is not changing. The steps are, and then and then the columns. So in 6, I'm sorry, I'm going back and forth. In 6, we do show the columns and the column detail that was taken from the referenced number that was provided to us. So it would be 4 columns as shown, the same 4 that was in the original version, but the original version was wrought iron. This would be wood. And I know there's a notation that she made at the bottom stating the change, what that would be, yes. So it was beyond repair, so be placed. We were not changing any of the exterior doors. We're not widening the doors or anything for the entry door. It's just the wrought iron post to be replaced with wooden columns. And then the sizing of those columns are shown based on the requirements in the guidebook. And then, forgive me if I'm not quoting the actual number. And then the porch floor is going to remain with the same brick facade. In the original, it looks like the brick was painted, but at the bottom curtain, it's actually red brick. So we're keeping that same red brick. If you go to the other, maybe scroll down, there's an actual picture that shows the original, thank you. That shows the original brick, yes. Can't really see it there, but it's on the side, so not the front. The front pictures, it looked like they painted the brick, but it's off to the side. You see the original red brick in the property. There it is. So it's going to be that same brick without being painted, and that's also going to be the same brick that's going to be on the top part of the porch. And that's the only change. If we scroll up to 6, correct. And then the columns, we're not changing the elevations on the side, the left or right side. So I'll pause there. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you can present everything. That's it?
I believe that was it because everything else is staff approval.
Okay, perfect. Chrissy, do we have anyone on the line?
We have no callers.
All right, commissioners, questions for Carrie? Yep, Commissioner Lineberger?
Hi, Carrie.
Hi.
I see the difference in the column, the columns are presented differently from the previous presentation. And I hear what you're saying, that you're retaining the original gable, but unfortunately, we really need to see that, and the drawings need to reflect exactly that.
Okay.
And all of those notes about retaining the original brick on the foundation, those all need to be included in the presentation.
Okay.
So I'm not sure that we can have a proper discussion on this without that.
Okay.
I mean, one other comment is that I noticed that there are the notes about the front door. A steel door is not an accepted,
Right, it wouldn't be the steel door. I think that was left on there by mistake. It would be the door, the wooden door that's noted in the guidelines. But once we update the rendering, I'll show that as well.
okay.
All right.
I don't think that we have
Enough
enough
information.
information to properly review this at this time.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, so, Christy, how should we handle that? We don't have enough information.
Well, you already started to hear it.
So then we should
it's
put
just
that in a motion form.
It's put it in motion as a continuance. Yep.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right. So Commissioner Lineberger?
Sure.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
I make a motion to continue this application as noted for the same points that were presented, the same points that were noted in the previous continuation. Do
Mm-hmm.
you want me to read those
You
out?
can say that it was continued for in September 14th. You can just
Okay.
say that.
Okay.
Okay. So motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any further discussion of the motion?
I just have.
Yes,
wanna say
Commissioner
something,
Bell?
though, because some of the other detail, like the door and things like that, I don't see noted in the staff notes. Am I missing something, Chris?
No, so she has just said that since she was originally proposing a steel door, staff can't approve that, but we can, since it's a replacement door, and if she's gonna go to wood, we can approve that.
But can that be included, I guess, in the next presentation?
Yeah, she would just need to note that the door's gonna be wood, and we can note that that's staff approvable.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes, motion to continue passes 8-0. Okay.
The next application is number 9, 1921 Park Road. We have a substitution, a pinch hitter tonight, as it were, for Alan. We're wishing Alan a speedy recovery, but in his place, Angie Lauer is going to be presenting. So I'm looking for Angie and Doug.
Here.
Hi, Angie.
Hey, how are
Angie,
you?
have you been sworn in?
No, I do.
I
Let me do my thing first, Angie.
do. Is Doug coming?
No, Doug is out of the country.
Oh, okay.
We love your shirt, Angie. If you will, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and the information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Angie.
I do.
Angie, I'm just gonna turn it right over to you. If you would just state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then let me know where you'd like to start.
Okay, Angie Lauer, in for Alan Brooks of AB Architecture. My office address is 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte 28208. So I know this was a very lengthy project last month, and I'm going to just read from your notes, Christy. It was continued for a couple of reasons, two primary reasons. One, to indicate the height and basically the subordination of the ADU to the principal structure, and to indicate the proper dimensions, as well as to minimize some of the height and possible dormers of the ADU. And then let's just talk about that first. So point number one, which you have highlighted on slide number 1, if you can go to the slide, Christy, where it shows keep going. So it shows the house and a couple more slides. Sorry, Christy, I'm not too familiar with them. 18 is a good one. So it shows the partial house as well as the ADU in the November submission. So the question last month was the height of the tallest ridge of the primary structure from grade, and grade varies, so from the rear to the front. So at the rear, if you can zoom in on that, Christy, I can read the dimension for you from slide 18. So the principal structure is 22 feet 8 inches, and the accessory dwelling from garage floor, which is not quite at grade because the grade slopes a little bit, but is around 19 feet. So, and that is to the tallest ridge of the accessory dwelling unit. And your previous month, you asked for clarification of the dimensions. So 22 versus 19. The slide number 21, possibly. If you can go to slide 21. Yes. So slide 21 shows you the relationship of the principal structure to the accessory dwelling and the courtyard in between. It shows the exact relationship from one to the other. The accessory dwelling was requested to lower some of the cross gables, and those cross gables were lowered by 12 inches so as to not be overwhelming of the accessory dwelling. So dimensions, I think one of your talking points, Christy, in your staff analysis was the grade or the foundation, the exposure of the foundation of the ADU. So just a technical point. So with an ADU where you have a garage entry, you really don't have a tall foundation wall, but you have enough to create a brick perimeter, brick foundation wall around that. So to answer your question of your staff analysis, so that's the reason where you have a minimum foundation exposure from the garage side. But as it slopes towards the interior, you're going to have a little bit more of exposed foundation. So this is from the right side. There is also a left elevation. Christy, if you could go back to maybe slide 18. 18.
Back to 18.
Back to 18. Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry. So this is the left side. And I know we were on slide 18 prior, but it does show that the dormers of the accessory dwelling are clearly subordinate from the principal structure. So I think that actually satisfies most of the first concerns that this was continued for. So as far as the height, and with that, it minimized the complexity of the previous October submission. And there is a slide, Christy, I think it's maybe 15 or so, where it compares the previous submission to I'm going to stay silent for a moment. There you go. Slide
I think
30.
it's further down. Yeah.
Yes, so slide 30 indicates the October submission of the principal structure as well as the November submission. So that is the upper portion of slide 30. The lower portion of slide 30 is the rear portion. So you can see the dormers were lowered on this. So slide 31. So again, if you look at the dormer and the proportions of the dormer, they have been lowered. So the knee walls in the interior spaces have been minimized. Also, the point of intersection where the cross gable ridge is to the primary ridge. So the upper portion of slide 30, you can compare the October and November submission. Christy, if you can, where the dormers are, if you can point to them. Yes, so the ridge of the dormers is lowered, again, clearly subordinate from the main ridge line of the accessory dwelling. So it minimized the height. It gave you the dimensions and the relationship from the ADU to the principal structure. The second portion that this was continued for, excuse me, is for the texture of the curved concave walls and slightly convex. And I believe Alan used the word serpentine at one point. So slide 35. So the change of materials or the use of material changes is not foreign to a bungalow style where you would have different textures. So you can have cedar shake, you can have lap siding, you can have half timbering, you can have stucco, all in the same structure. So to transition from a different pattern is not unusual for a bungalow style. I believe Alan submitted some supplemental visual images, Christy, and they were in your supplemental package. Yes, so slide 10 of your supplemental package shows the variety of use of materials and the addresses of these structures that are, some are within the district and some just in general. So you could see that they were either scalloped, siding, stucco, half timbering. So to question the use of material, even though it's the same material, just changing patterns on the rear portion, showing evidence that it's not a foreign element. And especially since some of these textural changes were done on the front elevations, as again, on slide 10 of your supplemental information, if you look at the upper left-hand corner, you can actually see that front gable. If you zoom in on that slide, Christy, you can see a variety of textures and how those shingles are actually used to create pattern. And I'll let you get there. There you go. So you have just a scallop and a horizontal shake. And so the material change is not uncommon in a bungalow, whether again, it is lap siding or a scalloped or diamond shape texture. And you know, as far as the context, there's a variety of addresses all within the district, as you can see on slide 10. One other point that I want to bring up is there was oh yeah, so where the transition of material is. So interior corner boards were common, and an interior corner board is typically a 2x2 or so that the corner board sticks out just slightly proud of the material of the siding. And last time Alan had 3/4 of an inch, where this is actually 1.5, which is a 2x2 typically. So where it changes from the coursed or just a standard shake to a diamond pattern, that transition trim is a 2x2, basically 1.5. And again, that is not uncommon. So even if you go to slide, that's on slide 35, on slide 36, again, as requested. So any interior corner or a transition from just a straight course to a diamond pattern would have this corner board, whether it's an interior corner board or I'm not sure what Chris called it last time, but they are corner boards, an interior corner board. And then let's see, and have timbering, diamond patterns. Oh, okay. So slide 33, I'm going to jump back for scale and proportion. So slide 33, this is a graph or chart, if you will, of accessory structures to principal structures. And this is based on your GIS information. So it is purely that GIS information, but it shows the square footage based on a footprint only of accessory dwellings compared to principal dwellings. And you could see even just the adjacent, which is 1917, that has a footprint of 800 square feet for an accessory structure, as opposed to 1921 park that shows, you know, in orange in the middle of slide 33, where it shows the addition to the principal structure as well as the accessory dwelling unit, which is accessed from the alley, which is a public alley. So this chart actually just gives you, I mean, every adjacent property that shows proportion, size of accessory structures, whether they're ADUs, garages, just accessory structures, shed to principal structure. Let's see, we talked about cross gables. I believe that's it. I don't think there were any other sticking points that were from the previous meeting. Based on your staff analysis, we talked about, I'm sorry, one other thing. So the window trim and the window size material is actually on the drawings. It does call out to match existing and the 4-inch trim around the windows, which I believe does match existing. So, and also your bracket detail, which was on the previous submission, and that was on page, it was on the October submission, page A 1.4. So I'm not sure what slide that was, Christy.
I have no idea. I need a slide number.
I know. So it was on the in the previous submission on the bottom right-hand side of the sheet. I'm sorry, October submission. Keep going. Sorry. 1.5, so it would have been some of the initial drawings where it showed the existing house.
3.0.
It was in the October submission.
That's what we're in that.
Okay, go closer to the front. So it would have been an A1 sheet. Existing elevations. So it would have been existing elevations. Keep going.
I don't, do you think it's in a photo? It's got to be in a
Yes.
photo. It's not
Yes,
a drawing.
so it's 1.4. A 1.4.
Oh, okay, for the photos.
Okay, so slide 63, shows the bracket dimensions and details. And so if that was missing or not included in the November, it was included in the October submission. So we have windows would be JELD-WEN sightline. The material trim and casing match existing. The bracket detail is on slide 63. The massing and the height proportions of the ADU have been addressed, and the foundation dimension has been addressed as well. That's it.
All right, thanks, Angie. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this?
No.
Angie, thanks so much for going over the materials and how they've been used in bungalows. Along with that, is it typical for a bungalow to have a curved wall in the back, just out of curiosity?
So, no, but I think you guys have addressed that with Alan in the previous submission. So it does conform to the site and what was done in surface, so that to kind of maximize the area of the rear yard without just building a box addition to the back. So while it, you know, is a little bit foreign to the architecture of a bungalow, the roof forms, though, are not. So the roofs are not curvilinear. The roofs, if you look at, Christy, if you can go back to the site plan of this presentation. So the roof forms are not curvilinear, but the interior walls do curve. So there are some structures that do have curved walls. You have turrets, right? There's some, like I believe the Rayner project, which was 300 East Worthington, has a circular turret. So round walls were not a foreign element to the district.
It's Victorian, right, or no?
Right, but but they're not foreign to the
Yeah,
district.
you know what, this was just a teachable moment because to your point, we've already addressed it, but you're just a wealth of information, so I was curious about that. Commissioners, questions for Angie about what we continued this application for? Okay, Angie, so it's about 3 feet difference between the ADU and the part of and the first tier of the house, the two parts of the house. Where the house faces the ADU, it's about 3 feet, right? Difference. And yet we've talked time and time again about how it's not just about the height, it's about the width, it's about the materials used. And a good portion of the ADU has the heavier material, the brick. And not to mention all of the other types of materials that are being used. And it still appears to be 2 stories. So that doesn't, to me, feel secondary. Could you educate me a little bit about that?
Sure. So Christy, again, if you can go to the slide where it shows the entirety in just relationship, like cross section of the site. So slide 21, right? So if you look at the primary structure, where the gables actually engage into the side walls is at the plate height of the wall. They're not a dormer, right? So right there. So the dormer, the wall itself extends up, creating that volume of wall. If you look at this section, it is clearly a dormer. It is not an engaged dormer where you just have a wall that goes up 1.5 stories. So you have roof plane, you have roof surface down to a wall with a dormer. So just in this elevation, to me, it clearly reads like it's a garage or it's an accessory where the wall itself is not 18 feet or 19 feet. You have 8 feet of wall and 8 feet of roof, or 9 feet of wall and 9 feet of roof. Does that help?
It helps, but let's go to slide 17.
Okay.
Where we are looking at the accessory building from the point of view of the back of the
If you're
house.
standing in the backyard.
And so looking at this, it clearly appears to be 2 stories.
Well, it has a lower level and it has like a small balcony to get to the upper level.
Or the second floor is what we would call it.
Well, it's not really a floor because, just to clarify, okay? So a story or a floor, so a story, a second story is defined by more than 50% of the square foot below it. This is clearly not a second story, just like the house doesn't have 2 stories. It's a 1.5 story house. So looking at this, I mean, other than taking that gable all the way down to the roof, and it might be that is the solution to extend those gable ends down, but it is clearly not, exactly. It's just like you did on the side. So if you extend those gables down, it might give you a different perspective, but the volume of the space internally doesn't change. So, and
So it helps with the massing, maybe? Is that a better way to put it?
So go to the other side, Christy. So go to the garage side. So if you're looking at it from the rear and you're looking at where the garage doors are, that's not a 2-story, right? That's the alley side. That's what your neighbors are going to see. Not that interior lots are, less important, but this is not 2-story, right? This looks like dormers are added to a garage. And if you think, like that space above the header of the door, I mean, I'm 5'8". I don't even know if I could stand up there, but 5 feet is the minimum. And so, as real estate, only valuable space is what's 5 feet and above. So,
it does look very different from the back than it does the front.
Right. So interior, into the courtyard has a completely different perspective. If I were to pull this up against the back of the house, you go, oh, okay. It's just a garage with a little room above it, a garret room, actually. I don't even know if I'd call it a full room because you don't have the use of the entire second floor of the garage. So let's go back to slide 21. So if you look at the section where that dormer is, that's the only area that you have use of, right? And then you have internally just a sliver to get to the window in the back of the garage. So to me, no, it is not 2 stories. It's not even a 1.5 story. It's a garage with a garret above it. So again, look at it from, it has 4 sides, not just the interior side.
Sure.
I hope that helps, Kim.
It does. Thank you, Angie. All right, commissioners, other questions? Yeah, we like listening to you explain things, Angie. Commissioner Lineberger?
Okay, I'm going off topic just a hair. Can you explain to me what a garret room is? I swear I've never heard that term.
So it's like an attic, and a different word for like an attic space or a room that you would have to step up and over into. I believe they were used more in the Victorian era. You had a garret room above, like a front porch or so, where it's not really a full room.
It does feel like this is the love child between a bungalow and a Victorian house.
Right. But this is like the end of World War II. No, actually, this was a 29 or so, I believe this house was. So, you still had a Victorian influence in that era, especially in the Dilworth neighborhood. You were not very far from East Boulevard, where you still had a Victorian feel. So, yeah, I mean, there were some influences. I don't know what the original architect or designer was thinking, but I know what we're thinking.
All right, any other questions for Angie, Commissioner Bell?
I have a question. It's related to the area that we're speaking. My question was, is it decorative, or are the owners wanting to actually step into that space for a purpose?
Are you talking about the room above? The little space above? Yeah, so it is intended to be used as, a bonus area, part living, but I mean, honestly, the volume that you get at 5 feet and above is so minimal. I believe Alan had the square footage calculated on one of his previous applications or on the cover sheet of this. I believe the calculations are there.
That was
So,
my next question is what
um,
is the exact measurement of it? So technically, are we considering it a
It's an
two-story or is it a?
That's the question. It's an accessory dwelling unit, so it's a garage and usable
The space above it. Okay.
yes. And so by current zoning, the ADU cannot be taller than 24 feet or greater than 800 square feet under current zoning.
Okay. Commissioners, other questions for Angie before we close? Angie, is there anything you'd like to say before we close?
Yes, so if there is anything minor, I would request that it could be resolved by staff versus having me to come back and wait till 6 o'clock to present.
Hey, we're here for like pretty late. You want to hang out? Okay, fair enough. All right, we will now close for deliberation. So Commissioner Barth, will you lead us in discussion on this one?
As always, a very thorough description by Angie. Appreciated, and I believe, at least in my opinion, have answered the reasons, the two reasons for our continuance. I will like to state that, given, I think we're approving this unique material change on the back of the house to speak to the designer's artistic expression, and that it will not be seen. I think that the few examples that the applicant has shown are sort of a little more seen experiences that we have versus this one, where it's a pure transition, especially at a vertical line. But that being said, I think I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as it is not incongruous with our district and follows our guidelines, and also requesting that the applicant work with staff for final architectural plans, permit ready set of drawings, and architectural details.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Barth. Motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by Commissioner Goodwin. All right, any further discussion of the motion?
Should we note the standards that it was approved based on?
Yep, we should. Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. And those are?
8.10, I think, is accessory buildings.
Mm-hmm. All right.
No.
Don't forget the addition to the house too.
And
Chapter 6.
Chapter 6.
All right, friendly amendment made by Commissioner Hawkins. Are you accepting it, Commissioner Barth?
Accepted.
All right. Are you so good with seconding that, Commissioner?
Yes.
Good one. Thank you. All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, no. Motion to approve passes 7-1. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Angie. Oh, Angie, you're sticking around for the next one.
Sticking around. Hey, Cindy, will you go get Chris? He's in room 266. Thank you.
Okay, why don't we make a call now? Because
Yes.
we are at, what time is it? It is 6:32. Commissioners,
Can I get through this really quickly and give them direction on number 11? Because I think they're both.
I think,
11 indicated that they just want continuous feedback. And so I think that could probably be handled pretty quickly, but it's up to you how you feel.
Commissioners, do you think we can get, I see some faces.
Okay.
Okay, So I'm just gonna ask 10 or 11. Shoot, Barth. 10 or 11. I confirm.
I could do 11.
Lineberger?
10, because I'm recused for 11.
Okay. Goodwin? 11. I'll go with 11. King, do you think you can get to 11, 10 or 11?
Yeah.
11. So who cannot go to 11? Not 11 p.m., but 11. We're good because really, okay, so we have 2 commissioners that will not be able to get to 11. And that means, well, we still have quorum.
We have quorum.
Okay, so let's get to 11.
Okay. And noting that, you can go as quickly as you need to go.
Do you hear that, gang? All right.
Okay, thanks.
Okay,
And-
welcome, Chris. Good to
we're
see you in
gonna
person.
go ahead and swear Chris in.
Yep.
Sheldon, Orlando, and Cameron, if you are on for number 11, please be sworn in at this time so we don't have to do that again.
If you all will raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you.
This application was continued from last month for more information about the siding, and you asked for a video or samples, and it looks like Chris has brought plenty of samples. I'm going to turn it over to Angie and Chris. Angie, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please. And before you do that, I also need to note that the window replacement was not reviewed at the October 12th meeting, and I believe it's not being reviewed tonight as well. Is that true, Angie? You're on mute.
Is that okay?
Yes,
Yeah,
we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry, I accidentally hit the button.
It's okay.
Okay.
So-
Angie,
You know the drill.
yeah, Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte, 28208. And I believe Chris is live in the audience. Is that correct?
Chris is in the room with us, yes.
Perfect.
Chris, do you have a... Just state your name and your address for the court report.
Chris Gray, 2315 Charlotte Drive.
Awesome. So I am actually, since Chris is also in the room, I am just going to address a couple of things. So in the previous meeting, you guys had asked for certification or verification. And in this package, I did submit a couple of documents from builder, from a paint company, as well as showed you Chris's certifications as an expert witness to the project. And so while he's there, he's going to present to you some samples, physical samples taken off the house as requested. And he's also going to talk about them, as well as talk about the German siding. So with that, Chris, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Hello?
Hello?
I think if we start with the German siding, just to get that out of the way real quick. I have reviewed that. There is really no way for me to say beyond any reasonable doubt that it's original to the house. What I can tell you is that approximately 25% of it has been replaced at some point. That wood that's been replaced is, as you can imagine, in reasonable condition. Of the remaining old German siding, about 25% of it is not a good condition and really not worth moving forward with. All of that's going to need to come off to reframe the wall for all of these new windows and doors. What we're asking is that, in looking at some of the tie-ins, it's hard to say that German siding was original, but in our opinion, we'd like to go back with shake. There are 76, I think, lights that'll end up being in these windows and doors. And with 14, 16-foot high walls. The shake and the amount of lights just to us presents a better aesthetic, and it's on the back of the house, not visible from the district. So that's all I really have to say about the shake. On the German siding. On the shake, I don't know where we are in terms of slides, but I'll let this shake do the talking, so we can all hopefully move on. Let's see. We started to pull back. The corners on the previous meeting, there was comments about the poor lapping, which is indeed true. So we began to pull those back, began to gather some shakes. And at this point, really not asking for a full house replacement. The right and the left sides, we've already blended. So we've taken out shakes that are totally beyond repair, blended in some new so that we're not trying to replace the whole house. On the front, there's a few things that are worth pointing out beyond the corners. See that little shake to the left of the window? I brought that one for you to see. There's another one also, I think it's on the next slide or the one after. I brought that one for you to see, and then a whole batch of shakes that I took off yesterday and today. So they're fresh. If we scroll down a little bit more, please, Christy, on the dormers, we briefly touched on the issues of improper tolerances on the rakes. So those shakes are touching the roof shingles. If you look towards the top, up in that area, you've got 2-3 courses that are definitely bad right out of the gate. At the bottom corner, same thing, another 2. At the inside corner here, same, and then running up that whole rake edge, again, it is smashed tight against, which, as we know, is not good. You flip to the other dormer, it's the same thing. If we zoom in, and I don't know how I can articulate this, but there's not just on the dormers, but on the front of the house, on the back of the house, we've addressed on the sides, where we can, there's double and triple, and in some case quad stacked keyways, which, as we also all know, is not a good situation. So if you look 2 over from the gutter, from the downspout, stacked keyways. Go over 2 more, stacked keyways. Same thing exists on the other dormer.
Turn your mic on, please.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What is a keyways?
Sorry, and I'm speaking quickly too.
No,
Yes.
I love
So
that.
where the verticals joints on the shake line up. Yeah. So they're not staggered.
Yeah, so if I may, in a proper installation, so as you layer the shakes, you're not supposed to put 2 joints right on top of each other because that's a water infiltration. You're supposed to stagger the joints, and that's what he's talking about at Keyway.
Same thing exists on the sides, which we've corrected. On the sides, and again, I don't know if we go back up on it, you'll see on the sides, you also had some spots where you had 1/2-inch keyways. And so we've gone back and fixed those on the actual sides of the house. So all of this is blended around these windows. On both the sides, we're done. Again, just to try to keep moving and control some costs, as well as shake is now, has been out of sight. I would say about 50%, 55% is still original on both sides of the house, maybe a hair more on the sides. On the front, I think I've said enough about the front. On the back of the house, and again, you guys are welcome. I brought you gloves. Come touch, feel. I know after I touch all this stuff to wash my hands, because there is definitely, we assume always on something at this age that there is lead in it. Okay. Additionally, you will see all over the backs of these shingles. I'm not a chemist. That was brought up in the last meeting, but I can look at this and see it looks to me to be black mold. Okay. So my suggestion would be grab some gloves. I've got a bag, we can dispose of them, and I'm happy to walk you through this and let this do the speaking on the shake.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Chris, can you tell me what that picture is of?
This one.
Yeah.
That is the back of the house above the back door between the main and second floor of the house.
Okay.
I'm guessing that at some point there was a large awning there because how all of that shake is now tied together is a complete disaster.
Okay.
So there's a few sections on the back like that one. All of that's got to be torn out. Okay, so same thing back to those front dormers. When you look at the small amount of shake that's on the dormer, when you rip the rakes going in two directions, fix the corners, you're left with a bundle of shingles. So it just makes more sense to do that whole dormer.
So today you're asking us for approval to replace the front and the rear siding.
Correct.
Okay.
Chris,
you.
for the sake of time
Mhm.
and health and safety to us, and because you are the expert, do you mind just giving us a demonstration?
Okay.
You might want to put on gloves.
Yeah.
So while Chris is getting ready for that, I had asked Chris to show you how disintegrated those shakes are. And it was either video or in person, as Christy had suggested. So it's in person. And
Yeah,
you'll
this is
see-
great. We appreciate that, I think.
So to save everybody, we've talked about how this paint will just come right off. And we've mentioned the dead skin analogy in the past. The beauty of bringing these in off the house is that you can also see what's going on, on the backside. And this is what happens when you have improper alignment. These were the front. So you saw in the picture where there were just two missing. And I'll walk some of these closer so you guys can see them. These are the ones I took off right before I drove into the city. From the back of the house, someone, I think Commissioner Whitwick, you'd asked what those, I did. So this was literally one vertical row over from the back door. Which to me says for a long period of time, it's probably covered by an awning. Don't know, but in any event, they're pretty red. And I did take a picture of that wall, if anybody would like, to see the context, but I'll pass these around so that I'll show the back. Then I'll look at these and show you.
I was about to say, could we get someone to follow Chris with the mic?
Sure. I'm going to hold this in
Thank
front
you.
of you.
Yeah, so here's, these are the three that I took off before I drove into town. Of the rear of the house, just to the right of the door in the kitchen. Incidentally, when these were pulled off, the sheathing, squishy little, spores. And I'd be happy to show you a picture of that.
Yeah, there's definitely water damage on the backside.
Yeah, you can see it from here.
So these are, there was a comment, I think Angie made earlier, like rather than going all over, so I did. I tried to get you a good sampling. It's the same everywhere. Just cut the deck, right? It's like this all over the house. We could pull them out from any section. I didn't bring scraper, sander. Yeah. So back in the spring,
Great.
when we did the sample section, that took 15, 20 minutes to scrape that and sand that off to get to that picture that we all looked at a while ago. I'll grab, let me.
Sure, I've touched
To
it.
get to that picture that we looked at a while ago. The issue with that is, and as I've said before, you can keep going and going and going. And it's not just a quick trip to the day spa for a little exfoliation. You're going to get to the point where you've compromised the skin of the shake. Furthermore, the manufacturer of the paint, which is in here somewhere, we can find Christy, they're not going to warranty it. As I said before, I don't look my client in the eye and tell them that I'm going to warranty it when the shake is in this condition. So again, I'm happy to dig through this with you.
Just out of curiosity, Chris, you did mention that you were able to replace the shake in some places. even though all around the house it's in this condition. So how did you determine what needs to be fully replaced and what could just be kind of patched?
Yeah, and as I think Commissioner Goodwin had mentioned one time, there's some that are obviously going to be bad and others. So on that right side of the house, we set up scaffolding and just climb the house. And the ones, as we went through and scraped them and touched them and felt them, and we felt like, okay, there's room to do this and hopefully get a little bit of life out of it, we did. The ones that were, just you tell once you get into them, they're beyond repair, we replaced them. Some of that started at the weaving in the corners. Others of it is around penetrations. So around your windows, there's a vent there, an exhaust vent. There's a conduit that's just a mess around the conduit. And we did these in a way to where when if you look at that picture, you're going to look at it and you're going to think that that circle is to make it, is to make it look good. So we got to the point where on those sides, I'm okay to look not only my client, but my neighbor in the eye and tell him we're in good shape. So the dormers, whole nother story. Back of the house is even worse than the front of the house. The front of the house, again, we start with the corners that are bad weaves. Along the bottom, as Commissioner Whitlock had mentioned, you're typically bad along the bottoms, which is true, but these are from higher up. So once on the front, there's so little on the front of the house and it really being what is visible. Once you start peeling back those corners and with what's behind these, I think my client or neighbor would also sleep better at night knowing that this stuff is not next to the room where their hopefully one day growing family will be, sleeping. So I don't know if that answered the question.
That does. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
So if I may, if we can just identify the slide number that you were referencing in that from the
Sure.
paint company, which is
Slide-
Sherwin-Williams.
Slide 14.
Yes.
And then you also have Brett Taylor's
That was
recommendation.
there was, I think, some question as to qualifications of me, and I've done work for numerous people that are on the recommended vendor list.
Yeah.
Architects, contractors, et cetera. I picked the one whose sign I see the most in the neighborhood. So that's how we got that.
Chris, we're going to add you to our list too, if that's okay.
Sure. Thanks.
Okay. So,
Oh, may I say one other thing?
please.
Christy, you had commented about the thickness of the shake one time.
Yes.
So this is new shake, right? So 3/8, just like the old, #1 grade, blue label.
Okay.
And individually applied, not
Individually applied, and this is.
Not a
they're
panel.
all 6-sided by us. So not this,
right.
they're all 6-side prime before we put them on.
That's critical. Great.
Okay. And so, while we have, Chris, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this?
We do not.
So I know, at the other meetings, our builders, Commissioner Goodwin and Commissioner Whitlock, were adamant about seeing this. So since we have Commissioner Goodwin here, I would like to turn to him and ask for any kind of feedback or clarification or questions that you might have.
Well, I think that this show and tell has been extremely helpful, and you've pointed out some additional factors that had not really considered before. And as far as lining up of the keyways, that is definitely, just like with shingles, you do not do that. They have to be staggered or else water will get inside. You also pointed out some of the misalignment of the shingles in the back, and that needs to be addressed. And then when you start taking these shakes out, it's extremely difficult to put them back because then you have to face nail through the other layers. So this has been, I think, very, very helpful for me, who, as one, we do have some experience working with some of these old cedar shakes. And some of these installation defects, I think, have contributed to the degradation that we're seeing at the corners and some other places, and also where the keyways are aligned. So it's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, do we have additional questions? Angie, Chris, do you want to say anything before we close?
Next time I'll come back to meeting one. I think the bringing this in is, I agree with you, Commissioner Gottman. I mean, it's very, very helpful once you see it. It presents so much better in person.
Sure.
And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Angie?
Yeah, I was actually going to say the same thing. You know, they say a picture's worth 1,000 words, but in this case, to see it, to physically see it, not just take our word for it. I know people come in and tell you stories all the time, but this truly was that you needed to see it. So I hate that it took this long, but I'm glad that we finally are here.
Well, thank you so much. Let's close for deliberation. I'm going to kick this over to Commissioner Wojcik and Commissioner Hawkins to lead us in discussion. I think this is pretty straightforward. So, ladies?
Yeah, it is very straightforward. I just want to clarify, though, that we are only talking about the replacement of the shake.
And the
Cedar shake
Cedar
and the lap.
in the lab, you're not talking about window replacement. And so in your motion, if you would reference that no decision has been, you did not review the window replacement, that would be helpful.
Okay. All right, I'll float a motion. I would like to make a motion to approve the portion of this application regarding the replacement of the cedar shake and German lap siding according to design standards 5.2 wood, numbers 3 and 7. And that we have not evaluated the window replacement.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Hawkins, did you mention the lap siding?
I did.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering where my parking ticket was. Please forgive me. Motion made by Commissioner Hawkins, seconded by Commissioner Wojcik. Any further discussion of the motion?
Would you just maybe add an addendum to say, due to the severe deterioration as demonstrated by bringing, samples in, that was critical?
Okay.
Yeah.
Friendly amendment accepted? Okay, is there anything you'd like to
Jill
add?
was nodding her head, maybe she will.
Oh, wait, it looks like Commissioner Wojcik wants to
great.
make a friendly amendment.
I would like to make a friendly amendment that the approval is being done based on physical evidence that the applicants came and presented to us and showed the deterioration of the existing siding.
All right, Commissioner Hawkins, are you
Accept.
accepting that friendly amendment? Commissioner Wojcik, are you good with that?
Yes.
All right, any other, anything else? Yeah,
Dormers, it was dormer locations back. In front facade, dormers and rear, yeah. Yes, please.
On the locations of the dormer, front and back facades that the repairs will be made.
yes.
Placement.
Replacement
Mhm.
will be made.
All right. And you're still good with that, Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve the new cedar shakes passes 8-0. Thank you.
Chris, thank you so much. This was great. Yeah. Angie, thank you so much. We are going to hear the last, take your time. Everyone else is online with us. I think we need to note for the record that Commissioner Lineberger is leaving the meeting. And Commissioner Goodwin is also leaving. And we're gonna, yes. You are in charge. You are in charge. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like, a minute to.
Okay. Do you want Commissioner Hawkins to take over?
If that's the case, I have to. So.
Well, oh, you mean need like 5-minute break?
Yeah, I just mean,
Oh, that's totally fine. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. We're gonna come back with number 11. Okay, we're back. We're gonna end the night with 306 North Graham. Sheldon, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here and we'll start
Sheldon?
the video up.
Oh, perfect. Have y'all been sworn in?
We said yes the last time you did the swearing in.
Just now.
Awesome.
Guys, we're gonna have to stop meeting late like this.
I know. Okay, I'm gonna turn it over immediately to all of you. If you would state your names, your addresses for the court reporter. The one thing I will add is that we do have some supplemental information, and the supplemental information, okay, if this will let me open it, includes a brick sample and information that was requested from zoning about setbacks. So over to you, gentlemen. If you would state your name and your addresses for the court reporter, please.
All right, I'm Sheldon Clark, 6204 Elkington Lane, Mid Hill, North Carolina.
Orlando Pizarro, 220 East Peterson Drive, Charlotte.
Sylvester Authentic, 220 Peterson Drive, Charlotte.
All right.
Cameron, are you
Do you
planning
need that
to
repeated? Hey, one more time. We need our last applicant to repeat his name and address clearly for the court reporter. Please.
Authentic, 220 Peterson Drive, Charlotte, North Carolina.
And then I see Cameron. Cameron, are you speaking?
Hey, Christy, I'm here. Cameron Connor, 505 20th Street North, Birmingham, Alabama.
And Cameron, confirming you were sworn in.
Correct. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Okay, over to y'all.
All right, well, thank you, Commissioner, for staying here late tonight. We wanted to keep it relatively brief compared to the previous meeting and probably compared to the next hearing that we would like to go before. We really wanted to make sure that we successfully knocked out, and you guys are in agreement, that we addressed the concerns that were raised in the previous hearing regarding mass spacing and size of the building. And if there are any further additional notes with regards to those issues, that we would take those, or if you quickly agree that we address those issues, that we may have some brief notes kind of in the next section going forward, sections 8 and 9 going forward through the design standards. Let's see here. So to jump right into it, the red line items here. So restudy the context per 7.2. We looked at the context, looked at and actually documented. It's not included in the exhibit here, but went through and documented every commercial structure that is greater than 50 years old inside the historic district. Sadly, there's not really that many of those structures. We took a look at our 3D context and our site plan, site maps that we included, and did verify that they are accurate with regards to an issue that one of the commissioners brought up of locating the Fourth Ward Park. And if you look in the exhibit that's shown right now, that is the edge of the park is shown when looking directly to the right of the structure that's neighboring ours. So that is the edge of the Fourth Ward Park. And if we actually go back, let's see how many slides back. So it would be like page 13 or page 11. Yes. So if we look here, that is Fourth Ward Park there. It's a block over opposite of our neighboring building. It is not in the sight line of our project. If you look directly to the south of our parcel along 6th Street, right there, one of the things that we wanted to highlight that also we highlighted in our narrative was just also locating like what are the nearest historic structures with regards to our project. If you go down past further south on 6th Street there, past the Harris Teeter there is what's that, St. Peter's or the old hospital. Would I be able to take the cursor or no? Is that not a?
You can like
Can you annotate?
Oh, let me see if that shows up on more options. Annotate, annotate, annotate. I do not see an annotate option.
Okay. Well,
But that's all right. That's,
okay, yeah.
here, there, that in terms of our narrative that was included in resubmitting, we gave addresses in terms of reference points in the historic district of what we felt was appropriate context. And one of the other things, when we go to number 2, in terms of the red letter items that you have here, in terms of providing the Zootwell survey across the street, so that has been ordered. And we're still waiting for that survey to come back. One of the things that we did want to highlight, just to make sure that this isn't an issue or a concern that is holding up the commission's judgment on our project, is there are no historic structures that are going to show up inside that survey. And based off of 7.3 in the historic guidelines, number 3, not historic buildings within the historic district and in the area of the proposed new construction should not be considered as design context for any new construction. We wish there were more historic structures around, but there aren't any historic structures that are actually in the immediate vicinity of our project for us to actually appropriately use as context. With that being said, we have reached out further in terms of where we're looking at the context for the project, where we look at what makes up the historic street context in the project. If we go down to, let's see here, we'll go through all mine so that I identify where this is. We'll start with number 34 on the, yes. So if we actually, sorry, we're going to start with 26. So looking at number 26 here, and we want to make sure that we actually included the diagram that's from the design guidelines on the top right there, where you see that step back that's happening in that 4-story structure. That step back is happening at the 2nd-story structure in order to match up with the historic context, the historic 2-story context that's adjacent to the building. We have taken, even though there is no historic context adjacent to our building, we have increased the step back and brought that on all 3 of the frontages of our building, that front 6th, 7th, and Graham, so that we have a step back there. And we diagrammed in the bottom right here in different shades of green what those different step backs and those different planes are. So if 0 is the dark green, and that's basically like our base or plinth of the building, and that's our starting point. And then as we step back, the next lighter shade of green goes to a -2-foot step back. And then we have a variation of -5 or -6 feet of where we're stepping back in other places along the building. So we get a step back that happens at the 2nd floor, above the 2nd floor of the building. And then there's another step back that happens in parts of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, but it steps back entirely again, even though it's outside of the context. Once we get above the 5th floor of what the Historic District Commission has purview over, we did step it back additionally then, so that it's, being, we think it's a good design element, but even though it may be irrelevant to the Historic District's purview. If we go down to the other views here, one of the other things to highlight on this is actually a good view to stick on, number 26 here. And it gets to the setback issue. If we go back one more slide, sorry. So with here, you see still the darker red brick building, the existing building that we're keeping on the site and that we're basically building up adjacent to. We had gotten feedback that staff had shared with us regarding zoning's openness to us bringing or matching the setback with the rest of the building. Unfortunately, with all the moves it takes for building up this size, that we weren't able to incorporate that into this submission, but we're also still in the middle of evaluating how much of that additional area that we want to take advantage of. Because what happens if we bring the entire block up to meet that historic building, and one, we can't even meet the historic building. It is just shy of the minimum that zoning will allow us to do. The minimum they said that they would consider was that 8-foot step back. But if we bring the whole building to that 8-foot step back, then we run into pinch points when we get to the corner of 6th and Graham, as well as when we get to the corner of 7th and Graham. So there's more to digest in that if we were going to take advantage of all of that. But we're looking at these overall massing steps that we took with your feedback in terms of making a project that's more in line with the guidelines and the feedback that we got from you guys. So that's to address that zoning issue that it's not as straightforward as just bringing all the building up to match that. It will be tighter than what zoning would allow. And it also creates other streetscape issues of having it too tight to the corner at each side of the building there. So if we go forward to the other aerial shot there and we see the step backs that are happening on page 27. And so we see along the more residential side there that we still also have a step back that's happening on that side. That is a change where we didn't have a step back really at all with our previous iteration of the building happening along that side. And so now we have definitely at that pedestrian scale, holding that 2-story building line and then stepping back beyond that and then stepping back again once we get up to the above the 5th floor of the building. If we go to the next slide, and it shows up in the aerial view, but also particularly in the site plan here, there's questions in terms of the mechanical equipment locations. And so in terms of the equipment, we have our condensers housed on the roof. They are all stepped back from the edge and the parapet of the roof, that they're pretty centrally located over the corridors, and so that they're not going to be visible from the street view or pedestrian view when someone's out in the context. Additionally, on the mechanical questions, it came up and I saw it in the notes or the feedback from us in terms of also talking about the backflow preventers and other mechanical equipment or pump locations. All of that is going to be housed inside the structure. So the only thing that's outside of the structure are the condensing units, which are going to be up on the roof, and then the transformers, which are going to be located inside screened areas on the site. When we go forward in our street level perspectives, starting on 34, here you can see that step back, and you can see how generous that step back shows between the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, as well as those deeper recesses that we're holding at the 6th and 7th floor. But those kind of channels are brought all the way down to the ground. So what we ended up doing is also breaking up the mass without creating large separations. One of the things that's important to look at when looking at the historic context, the larger commercial buildings that are inside the historic district, which are further to the southeast along 6th, or when we're looking all the way up at like 301 West 10th Street at the corner of 10th and Poplar. A lot of those buildings are holding the street face all the way along and don't have these recesses or that relief that happens in the building. That large historic commercial buildings are normally pretty flat all the way across in terms of what's happening inside the historic district. So, but we understand that it is something that's requested inside the historic design standards, and it's something that you guys would like to see. So we provided additional reliefs that you see here along 6th Street. We also provide some variation as we go down Graham to help break that up. If we go to 35 and 36, you'll continue to see how we have those breaks in the building, particularly 35 here. When we get into the residential buildings, that we have more of a strong vertical that also carries all the way up the building. We also, where we were having 3 stories of brick, when we're to the north of the existing red brick building, we dropped that down so that we have more of an open terrace that's overlooking the street there, and that we've dropped that pedestrian field and that pedestrian mass down to 2 stories rather than the 3 stories, and also to provide more of a continuous plinth and horizontal line and demarcation across the entire site. And the view, looking at the corner of 6 on sheet 36, or 7, sorry, looking down 7th on sheet 36 and 37, will also give you a sense of that continuous plinth that we've created all the way across the site. But then it's also much more rigorous in terms of the order and rhythm of the building by creating these regular breaks. One of the other things that shows up in these street level perspectives, it was one of the comments that we had previously, was about the rhythm of the windows, or the orientation and proportion of the windows. And so we looked directly at a couple of the sites in the context in order for us to pull the window sizes. So let's see here, we looked at St. Peter's Hospital in terms of the vertical window size proportions, as well as, what is that, the Frederick Apartments at 515 North Church Street, in terms of those window proportions, the configurations. And while they're still grouped in singles, doubles, triples, and quads and 4 windows, we do see that happening in a variety of the actual historic structures in the context. And so we felt comfortable with that, as well as a variety of different window configurations in the context of where there are what appear to either be casement windows with transoms above them, or single or double hung windows with transoms above them. So the window language that we have here is consistent with that. The units that are above the 2nd floor, below the 2nd floor, that we have a more of a commercial or industrial feel that is more consistent with the commercial buildings inside the historic district. And if we go down to our elevations, one of the things that we want to address in terms of the spacing, so you see the diagram here underneath our elevation that's pulled directly from the historic design standards, and looking at what are the gaps and spacing in the buildings. And so the diagram that we have below that, the horizontal line, is basically whatever the actual mass or building is that's along the street frontage, with small vertical ticks or hashes that are demonstrating like what are the actual visual breaks in the building, if there's some type of relief that happens there, or if it's a change of actual building to building. And so on our proposed block, which is that first line across the top there, you see that we have a long stretch uninterrupted at the street frontage. We have a gap, we have our existing building, another gap, and then we have another long uninterrupted portion of the building at the pedestrian level, with those hash marks showing where we're either having some vertical break or slight jog in the mass, so that it doesn't read as one singular building. However, when we look at actual historic buildings that are, greater in age than 50 years old, especially those that are greater in age than 50 years old from the time when this was established as a historic district, that we're looking at the 200 block of North Graham, the length of uninterrupted building that happens along there before there's a break at Candle Mill, and then the 2 adjacent buildings there, that we are breaking the building in our block and street frontage even more than those historic stretches that are there. And then looking at, granted, that 200 block of North Graham is actually outside of the historic district, but it's some of the strongest historic context that we actually have, and the only buildings that are older than 50 years old that are actually within sight or view of our project. So we felt it was important to look at those. When we go to the 300 block of West 6th, you see that spacing there, the long stretch of building, 1 break or hyphen for a service drive, not actual public alley, but just service break and curb cut in that block. And then the red line is a non-historic building. But you see that uninterrupted length of flat continuous building there. When we look at the 200 block of West 6th, where there is a historic building, and then there's actually an appendage of a new building that's stuck onto that. then there's the space, and then there's this other apartment building that's happening adjacent to that, that continues for the rest of the block. That line gets a little bit lighter right there because that's actually where they have head-in parking. We know that's a no-no for good urban design and something that zoning wouldn't allow us to do now anyway, but just in terms of looking at the reference of what is the actual pattern of building and spacing of buildings inside the historic context. Unfortunately, inside the historic district, there are no continuous blocks that have existing historic structures in them that make up that fabric. So we're looking at this in a piecemeal manner of what has that strongest context. And the only one that actually has that uninterrupted length is actually outside the historic district and just across the street from it on North Graham, 200 block of North Graham. When we go to the next elevation here, we kept those diagrams there just so that you see what that spacing is like in proportion to our block, as well as the other blocks that we felt are relevant inside the historic context that are in this portion of the historic district. And so you see those gaps there. And then if we go to the next one, yeah, so this guy here, because this is on the back side of the building, we don't have that same diagram that represents that because this is on a interior side of the block and it's not along the street frontage. Some of the things that we want to, if we get past these larger massing size spacing issues of the building, is to get into the materials. We have the material, we swapped up after getting another sample from the manufacturer on the brick. What we were showing on page 49 of the of our presentation, if we can get down to 49. So what we provided here was we called out a medium grade wire cut. What we were looking at in terms of something that has more range and we feel is more appropriate is actually the sample that we've provided to you guys here. We think that provides a little bit more warmth, but also a range of these nice warm grays, reds and browns, but still provides a nice contrast to the more solid red, but still a little rangy brick that's in the existing building there. The other materials that we're calling out in terms of windows, we're looking at the Jeld-Wen Auraline composite window. This is a composite window with 28% reclaimed pre-consumer wood fiber. We're looking at the examples in terms of what is available for us to use material-wise in the historic design guidelines. When we look at, what is this, 7.16, and in that second paragraph here, in terms of looking at what are various substitute materials that are being developed and that would be appropriate. We feel that this would be an appropriate material. There's a big push to using more reclaimed, recycled content in windows. We realize and recognize that it is not a 100% fresh virgin wood window, and it's not an aluminum clad window, but we're looking at aluminum clad when we get further down to the windows where people can really actually appreciate more of the texture and look of the window when we're at the first and second floor of the building. And that's the window that shows up below that, the Jeld-Wen aluminum clad sightline window that we're looking at there. In terms of the storefront material product that we're looking at specifying the Conair, Tri-Fab, Versaglaze, 451, and looking at using the similar like 2-inch sightline that we see in the historic context. Sometimes in more contemporary buildings, we'll go with a fatter 4-inch to 6-inch sightline. And we feel that this is something that is consistent with not only the
Sheldon, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. We're getting into the details when we're still working from a high level point, and we're saying, for the sake of time, I'm thinking that it might be a good idea for us to deal with high level things before we get to the details that, quite frankly, we're so far from right now.
All right. Go for it.
Fair enough. Okay. Christy, do we have anyone on the line?
We have no callers.
Okay. Commissioners, questions of the applicants, for the applicants? Commissioner Barth?
Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate your reanalysis of the massing and rhythm, especially across the 7th Street, I believe it is, in Graham. I think there are some things here that you've done successfully. I know we can't review it, but the top floor step back, I think, is a wise move. Some of your, I guess, interruptions of the massing and undulations and detailing above the 2nd floor, I think, are successful too. I think I probably would like to see it taken just a little step forward. I think a lot of us would like to see that in order to get on board with it, but otherwise I think it's overall pretty successful. Appreciate your adjustments to the fenestration rhythm and quantities as well. I would say, I know we're not getting into the details, but just reiterating this, we do like to see when you have an SDL window, vertical orientation of those pane sizes. Just trying to read my notes here. I don't know if there's something that can be done. The rear elevation of the structure really concerns me. It's a full block of a flat facade, essentially. Is there anything that you all can look at least that you can tell us here without studying it further in your office, that can be done to alleviate that?
Yeah, so right now we're looking at the garage portion is pretty consistent. What's happening at that first 2 floors there, that is pretty straight across in terms of the efficiency for parking, that looking to keep that way and soften it, with a green screening effect. When we get above that though, half of that residential portion is stepped back at least 5 feet from the edge of the garage. And then the other half is brought up in line with the garage. So it's kind of a half and half once we get above that 2-story plinth there. And the other reason that we're kind of looking at leaving that one portion flat is the idea of it does provide for a nice canvas for, potentially in the future to look at murals or provide a nice canvas for some other type of intervention. And not really looking to do too much more than that on that northern half of it. But in terms of where units front our neighbors and that property line there, we've created a relief by having that 5-foot jog back above the garage.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you for that explanation. We'll get into this when we close, but at least for me, I think I still would like to see some more articulation with that rear facade. Again, don't know what people are going to do in the future to your adjacent lots. Could be a high rise, could be something else, who knows, but would like to see that at least for the time being. Christy, could you go to slide 45? Well, this is getting into the details. 46.
Cindy, will you help us while Christy's?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
46. Yeah. This one's fine. Across the board, just this one little detail. We'd probably like to see those window treatments aligned. It's something else that would probably help us as commissioners. It might help to see sort of each iteration side by side. I know myself, I had to open up 2 windows and sort of go back and forth just to see what has changed. That'll help us, be able to respond to your iterations better and provide better feedback. Next, could we go to, let's see, sorry, I don't have a slide number, like a front elevation or a Graham Street elevation showing the storefront. I think, one of the things in responding to the pedestrian scale, it might help us to, potentially bring down that awning. Don't want to design it for you, but bring down that awning or provide a little more pedestrian relief. It looks like, I mean, it's pretty much a 2-story height storefront. So bringing down that awning or providing some other methods of pedestrian relief would help us get on board with that street level scene. And then one question for Christy. How do we do, especially uptown, with fiber cement panels and things like that? I know we likely wouldn't let that fly on some other commercial or especially residential properties, as well as like trim, cornices, and that sort of thing.
We've never done it.
So especially with regard to cornices and some of the higher levels, since we only look at the first 3 to 5 buildings in this district, is that fair game, or does that still come into play as a project?
Well, I think it was talked about last time. So I think that it was talked about that it wasn't clear. It specified first 3 to 5 stories for like height massing, but materials wasn't specified as the first 3 to 5 stories.
Gotcha.
I
Okay.
think that's where we landed. Is that not correct?
It was, we didn't get into materials.
So that being said, when we do eventually get into those details, just to offer you guys some advice, we'd want to look at more traditional materials, whether it be cast in place, which you've done in some areas. Don't know that would necessarily apply, but things that we typically see as more traditional materials to achieve your cornices, your trim, some of these panels would be welcome to see. That's all.
Okay. Sheldon, will you speak to the ZBA and the zoning for the setbacks, please? Will you just reiterate? I think you spoke about it early on. One of the things that we talked about in last month's meeting was bringing some of the new construction up a little to not necessarily be on par with the historic building, but be closer. And you spoke about that earlier. Will you share?
Yes. So they said that if we're incorporating an existing building into our proposed new construction, that we could bring the proposed building up in line with the existing structure, but we could not bring, in no case could we make the setback less than 8 feet from the back of curb. And right now, we're just shy of 8 feet in terms of the existing building to the back of curb. So we wouldn't be able to bring it up to match it. But also with having direct access units that open up to the street, which we believe adds additional character to the street front, that we would bring the stoops up to that 8-foot line, because the stoops are not allowed to encroach into that 8-foot setback either. That could gain us theoretically close to about 7 feet of where we could pull the building closer to the curb. This provides us a number of opportunities where we're looking at that can increase the amount of the step back that we provide from the second floor to the third floor, which we think is a benefit, as well as providing potentially some space, additional space at the rear yard between us and the property line, where there are at least a few of the trees that we initially looked at removing that we may need to keep. We're still pending an arborist formal report and review on that. But then that would give us a little bit more room to have root ball mitigating measures taken to preserve those trees. So we are definitely in favor with what zoning came back in terms of accommodating with that, but we have to kind of split the baby on that so that we don't get a pinch point like on the corner that we're looking at here at 7th and Graham, where the building just ends up being too close at the radius corner right there. So it's a play back and forth with that. But we are in favor with pulling the building a little bit closer in line.
Okay, perfect. Now, you mentioned the stoops being, you know, at that 8-foot mark. What about the other side of the historic building, that side of the new commercial building?
Closer to 6.
Okay.
Yeah, on that side, I think.
Yeah.
Particularly that where we use that signage, which we're not applying for that signage to be the signage. But where it says Graham Street there, that I think it makes a lot of sense for us to pull that up to close to in line with the existing building. But then us leaving a relief basically from where the building continues up south of the courtyard there until we get to 6th Street, and leaving that step back so that we're not coming up too close to the corner there. When we look at some of the urban interventions that we can do, a lot of times when we have a building that's like coming up on a corner, is that we would actually kind of do a relief at that corner for that first, either, you know, kind of double height or extra tall first story, or that first 2 stories, and have a notch into the building and then cantilever the rest of it out. And the way that make that look the best is actually even still having the rest of the building kind of pulled in a little bit underneath the portion that's cantilevered going up, which is the inverse of what we're trying to do of having these steps back along 6 and Graham. So
yeah.
I think sorry, I'll leave it there. I can be long-winded.
Yeah. One of the things that you mentioned is that up to the 2nd floor, you would have these Jeld-Wen windows. And again, I know we're not talking about the details. However, we have said that we were going to look up to the 5th floor. And I know that in your application, you made a pretty strong point for just going to the 2nd or going to the 3rd floor, but just something for you to think about moving forward. We're going past 2, which means that we'll want windows that are compliant.
It was the Jeld-Wen, another Jeld-Wen composite window, the 28% reclaimed wood window for everything that's above the 2nd floor is what we're proposing.
Yeah, and that's incongruous with what we would accept for the neighborhood and what we would accept.
Okay.
Just FYI.
Yeah, we've not yet approved a composite, so you would need to bring in a sample and really a mock-up showing how the trim would work and everything for the commission to review it. I mean, they would review it, but we would need a higher burden of proof from you.
Okay, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go, Sheldon. Thank you.
One of the things between the windows, and I know, again, not for us to get too far in the details when we're looking at the massing here, but when it came to the materials for the cornices, as well as the material for the windows, one of the things that we're relying on here also is 7.16, the 2nd paragraph there, in terms of for new construction, the consideration for substitute materials that may have a similar appearance, but are not the actual historic materials that were used in truly historic structures. And also reliant on the Secretary of the Interior standard of saying that buildings should be representative of their time. And you shouldn't have speculative historic features on there. So that's what we're kind of leaning on for that.
Thank you. We love it when the applicants study the standards. And before I pass it on, just I agree that this is moving in a good direction. Love the spacing between some of the buildings. Love that you're stepping it back. That definitely helps break up the massing. Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I would just like to revisit the setback that you were discussing and offer my 2 cents. I think to match an 8-foot setback on that street there would not be a really good idea at all in terms of pedestrian safety and comfort, given 2 things. The fact that I don't think there's any on-street parking there, so with that short of a depth, 8 feet is really, really short depth. You also would not be able to really grow any trees with just that 8-foot width of a sidewalk. So I would encourage you not to try to meet with what is the original setback of that historic structure in the middle, and try to give a more generous setback for for just the pedestrian amenity of it and growth of trees as well.
Okay. Commissioner Hawkins?
And is there any, talking about that setback, is there any concern with the overhang of the awning, I guess, into that setback off of the building, between the curb? Mhm.
Yeah, so there are restrictions on how far we can encroach. That is another great point of one of the things we're looking at balancing with that is typically that 8-foot demarcation is kind of like what they defend on everything of don't project more than 8, still allow 8-foot clear if you're having balconies project or if you're having awnings project. So that's kind of where we want to split the baby on this. If there are places where it's appropriate to bring the building forward, but not everywhere. Because again, like the other commissioner pointed out, having awnings at that pedestrian scale is really helpful in breaking down the scale of the building. And we would like to not lose those.
Okay. Any other pressing questions or comments that the rest of the commission wants to make? Because if not, then I think that we should start crafting motion. Clearly, we have more work to do, and I think the applicants know that. So anything else you all have questions about or want to add? Commissioner Wojcik?
I was just really concerned about the setbacks in general. Even in a residential setting, 6 and 8 feet is not very large, but when you're talking about between a building and a road, that was my primary concern. But Sheldon, I think that the revisions that you are presented to us are substantially, that's not the right word. I think that you've done a great job at reducing the scale and creating those offsets, and it really made a big impact in how that overall mass of the structure is perceived. So thank you.
Thank you. And I know just before you guys close on us, one of the things wanted, I guess, to get clarity on, because looking at reducing the step back was in response to the commissioners at the previous hearing. And I do understand also, it's like, once you see it and we contemplate it more, then it kind of gets tossed up in the air of, okay, maybe even if we can do that, maybe we shouldn't do that. But to kind of get some clarity, if that's one of the things that maybe you guys could either get a temperature on of, if we didn't do the setback, would we be able to move forward with support? Or if we, just kind of one way or the other. I know you guys will make your own motions. We don't have any control over that. And then the other thing we would love some clarity on also is the first commissioner that had comments, the gentleman said that he would like to see us kind of step forward. And we just wanted clarity if we're talking about the step backs in the building coming up to the road, or in terms of adding more detail in terms of stepping forward with more detail in the design.
Perfect. That's absolutely fair. Thank you. Anything else before we close? All right, let's close for deliberation. Commissioner Barth, do you want to clarify what you meant by bringing forward, stepping back, all of that Sheldon just mentioned?
My comment was that in response to our feedback on the previous submittal with regard to breaking up the facade, helping the rhythm, human scale, that sort of thing that they've explored. I think some of those explorations were successful here, but I'd like to see it taken a step further in that, a little more definition between certain elements to really solidify that that heightened condition of developing this rhythm and that sort of thing.
So go a little further. They're moving
Take it
in
a-
the right
take it a little
direction.
further. I
Take it
think
a
you're
little further.
almost there, at least in my opinion. Certain other things like pedestrian scale, like I mentioned with the awnings and that sort of thing on the storefront level, and those things could be explored further. But as far as that rhythm goes and that undulation and the breaking up of the facade on the three sides, I think is close. And then the backside is where I'd like to see
More of
it
that work
taken
done.
further there.
Yeah, I would say that we look at things holistically, and before we were looking at a building that was proud of the rest of the building that was really a continuous wall. And due to the tremendous work of the applicant, we're starting to see that, that this rhythm can be achieved by creating some spaces, by stepping some things back. And so ultimately doing more of that, moving in that direction is what we're looking for. Commissioner Walker, I think that it was great that you brought up the practical consequences of moving the buildings forward, because you're right, there is no on-street parking there, and that's a pretty busy road. So I think to say that we want to move it forward is probably not the direction, but that's not the only way to create some pedestrian interest and create rhythm. I think that it's, Commissioner Bell.
Thank you, sorry. I would just add, just building on that, there are townhomes that look very similar to this, where they can enter from the back through their garage or from the street with the steps, and they're located at Church and 10th. And so there isn't on-street parking. And so you have to create the pedestrian safety and feel, recognizing that you have a very narrow, space before you get to Church Street. So potentially that could be used as some inspiration to create that balance of the pedestrian with the setback and all the things that we're talking about.
That's helpful. Thank you, Commissioner Bell. I would like to do what we did last time, just take it from a high level perspective and, put what we've said into a motion form. Of course, not paying attention or not referencing the details of this, because we're still doing a high level look at it. So if one of you commissioners can start a motion, that would be great. I think ultimately talking about studying the rhythm with spacing and stepping the building back, studying the setbacks as it relates to the pedestrian perspective by using and looking at some of the other residential buildings in the area that have a similar kind of building to road configuration, looking at definitely we need to see side-by-side comparisons to see how the buildings are evolving so that we can be more pointed in our comments and suggestions to the applicant. And then I would say we do what we did before and reference the staff analysis for the applicants to continue working. But I can't make that motion, so if one of you will please pick it up, it's almost 8 o'clock.
I can start if you.
Commissioner Bell, thank you so much.
Well, thank me when I'm done, right?
Well, we're working as a team, so
I need support from my family, but I'll start it because I think I took some halfway decent notes. So I'll start a motion to continue.
And if you could speak up just a little bit, Commissioner Bell, thank you.
Can you hear me? I will make a motion to continue this application, providing additional. I'm just going to go down the list we have here.
Please,
and then
that's
add
perfect.
based on my notes. So providing additional context. I think the Commission agreed that the work that was done was really good, step in the right direction, but recognizing the conversations we had about residential, also the back rendering to provide additional either step back or context to the building. So just continuing all of that. That's standard 7.2. And then trying to make sure that I've got the back where the garage, and then everything that is brought forward from the initial application to this application and the next one, make sure that different iterations of design and application are included in that, so the commission may look at how the design and the context is evolving. And I think we still need the survey. The applicant said that that is still pending, so.
I've
I'm
ordered
sorry.
it. Yeah, I've ordered it.
Okay,
It should be here by the December meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
so that's still coming. And then I think we took care of number 3. I think.
What about what Chris was talking about, a 2-story, probably being so high up because it's 2 stories up almost on the street there, bringing that down?
We're closed. I think that that's a detail that we can save for later.
I had made a note to bring it down to the pedestrian experience, but I didn't know if that was like a.
That's probably going to change as they work on the rhythm and the spacing.
Everyone have their mics on?
Mine's dead.
Oh, can get you new one.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think when we talk about scale, massing, breakup, setback, sorry. I think we've covered it. We've addressed the back garage, so it's not just a flat perspective. I know I'm not using right terms, sorry, Chris. And then the survey. So I think we've covered the next, I think, main iteration.
And then let's reference the staff analysis to cover everything else.
Yes.
And then say, it's important, I think, to note that we have not, we're not, we are not addressing the details at this point.
Okay, so I will add to the motion that we are not including design detail, material selection, et cetera, in this motion. And then would also add that the staff will continue to assess and guide the applicants through the
Let's
process.
reference the staff analysis.
That's related to the staff analysis.
Should we restate that? Yeah, okay, perfect. All right, thank you, Commissioner Bell. So motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Barth. Any further discussion of the motion? Okay, no. All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 6-0. Next time, let's meet during daylight, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and we will see you next month.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you for your time, everyone.
Okay, yes. Do we want to vote on the minutes quickly, just to get them out? Okay, all right, so next time, let me find my, all right. We have reached the end of the agenda. We have reached the end of application, what was that, 11? Of application 11 and the end of our meeting. Is there any further business to discuss? No? The meeting is adjourned at 7:59 PM. Thanks for hanging out.
You all.
Your tree